and the misuse of chemical inputs such as pesticides and fertilizers all contribute to biodiversity loss, ecosystem, and land degradation. The agricultural sector, as we may all know, accounts for around 25 to 30% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So together, biodiversity loss, land degradation, climate change will add compounding stress to the future food security and nutrition as the global population continues to grow and increase. Agri-food systems rely on biodiversity for important ecosystem services such as pollination, regulating soil organisms, and protection against agricultural pests and diseases. Increasing agricultural biodiversity can also help increase yields for food production. The health, resilience, abundance, and connectivity of all Earth systems must be maintained in order to reach the goals of the 3 Rio Conventions and restore our relationship with nature. Sustainable agriculture transition is needed to encourage the conservation, restoration, and sustainable use of biodiversity by embracing agriculture and agroecological approaches that enhance productivity and resilience while making efficient use of land, water, and other resources. If we recall, in 2021, a coalition for food systems transformations through agroecology that emerged from the UN Food Systems Summit with the objective to implement agroecological and regenerative agriculture approaches in order to transform food systems. We need to ensure that these principles are indeed translated into actions in the field, on the ground. The post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework to be adopted at our CBD COP later this year will be another opportunity to leverage the synergies between the 3 Rio Conventions. The framework will consider our relationship with nature and aim to reduce threats to biodiversity and ensure its conservation and sustainable use while also meeting people's needs. The current draft already includes targets that aim to ensure sustainable agricultural management, ensure benefits for people, reduce pollution, nutrients loss to the environment, and pesticide use. It also includes provisions that encourage responsible choices and reduce food waste and overconsumption and conserve genetic diversity, including by monitoring the number of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. One of the challenges in transitioning agri-food systems will be to maintain a balance between sustainable intensification in agriculture and biodiversity conservation, where it will be important to deliver on an ambitious target for biodiversity while meeting people's needs. It is therefore absolutely essential that the framework be a global framework for all, with full, effective, and active participation of all actors and stakeholders. And the post-2020 framework can have that potential to maximize the synergies between the international processes and the various instruments, not just the Rio Conventions, but also others. And here, of course, we are looking specifically at land degradation neutrality targets, the national determined contributions, so that actions can be taken to combat the global crises of our time in a more holistic, integrated way. The transformation of our food systems, therefore, will not be an easy task, but the first step must start by respecting and reconciling our relationship with nature. We human activities, with our human actions on nature, are the worst culprit of the land degradation, biodiversity loss, and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The point about ag's impact on nature, but the dependency of ag and people on nature and climate is so clear in your remarks. Thank you. I wanted also to take a moment to thank the UNCCD for hosting the first Food Day. It is really momentous and important we elevate this, and so please, Ibrahim Thal, I would really appreciate the perspective from the convention itself.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all ladies and gentlemen. What I have to say after Elizabeth has spoken, very powerful message. Just remember what she said. I will try to add few things, few words with my very bad English, but the power of the message, the power of the voice that came from the CBD, and the power from the person, the lady that is next to me, is absolutely fantastic. So thank you, Elizabeth, for being here, and thank you for your words. I would like first to thank all my colleagues from not only the CBD, and David, thank you very much for being the engine behind this, but also from the GEF, the WWF, the Climate Secretariat. It's a joint effort, and it's so nice to see this collaboration. And I think if you read the message from that collaboration, and if you can filter it down, then we can address the many challenges that we are faced with today, because we want to have that integration be real, not only at the secretariat's level, the secretariats of your bodies, but also at the national level with the private sector and so forth, because only by doing that, it's only by working together that we can achieve our ambitions, because we are dealing with a very complex issue. If it was easy, it would have been done before. If it was easy, and maybe if we had thought about it, if we had as much science as we have today, if we had as much technology, our forefathers had much more technology as we have today, maybe they would have done it differently. Our generation, this generation, is the one that has many advantages and disadvantages. But let me focus more on the advantages of this generation to be the engine of change, because it will either happen with us or it will be too late. We never had as much science as we have today. From all reports that you are reading, they are even becoming boring, because they are very clear and repeating themselves and reinforcing themselves. You hear a report from the CBD or from climate or from FAO or from WFP or from WWF, they are all pointing to that particular issue we have today, the unsustainable production and unsustainable consumption patterns of ours. Now you can call it food, you can call it fashion, you can call it overuse of our water, you can call it depleting our forest, but they all come to the two issues that we have today. We are not, as humanity, using our resources in a sustainable way. Now you can blame anybody. You can blame food companies, you can blame FAO, you can blame UNCCD or CBD, but the reality that we as humanity, we are not yet following a path of sustainability. Let's just face it. Now, we are here to discuss today our food systems, because the single most driver of biodiversity loss, climate change, and land loss is the food system. This is not to point finger on anybody, on any company or any institution. We as humanity, we have not yet realized that we have eaten our budget, completed, exhausted our budget, and we are eating on someone else's plate. That is the reality of the world today. So our generation, we never had as much science as we have today. We never had as much technology as we have today. We can find all sorts of excuses, but we never had as much technology. We can watch from Earth, from the sky. We can watch by meter, the square meter. People can know from sky what we are doing in this room. So you can see what is happening on the land. The scars that we have left on the land is visible from the sky. We can see it. Every single tree that is falling, every single land converted from grassland to agriculture is seen, is known. We have pictures, we have images, videos. Why are we not acting? Thirdly, we have made commitments after commitments, COP after COP, conference after conference, declarations, meetings, conferences, outcome documents have been aligned, and our shelves are full of documents, all full of our commitments, but we are not implementing them. Why? Who are we playing with? Third, we never had as much outcry as we have today from our young generations, coming from saying, you know, please leave us some space. We need a planet that is more sustainable. You can call it street demonstrations, you can call it voting cards, you can mass demonstrations, you can call it violence. Trouble is happening all over the place, and we will see more trouble actually coming from the consequences of the current war in Europe. It is coming from our people. Why are we, when I say we, you, decision makers, are not listening? Are we waiting until we have the next spring? The spring 10 years ago was called Arab Spring. I don't know why they called it Arab, because it was nothing else than a movement coming from the people of these countries saying, enough is enough, enough. Are we waiting until we have that movement coming from our young people? They are talking to us. Are we listening? So this is the situation that we are faced with. The Convention on Biological Diversity is having its current negotiations on the post-2020 biodiversity framework. Are we in agreement with what is, we all know what is needed? Why are we having still some resistance? We know it is happening, and there is no country that can impose anything on another country. But as an international community, we have a platform called CBD, negotiating the biodiversity framework. Let's agree on it, but not only agree on it, but implement it. And if you have a good biodiversity framework, global biodiversity framework 2020, then it will be good for land. Because what is in that framework is absolutely essential for land conservation. What is on the CBD, on the UNCCD land degradation neutrality is absolutely compatible with what is proposed on in the global biodiversity framework. The Global Land Outlook, second edition, which we published just 2 weeks ago, has scenarios. And please look at the third scenario, which is the best scenario, because the first scenario is not a scenario. Honestly, it's business as usual. No one wants it. It's just there for out of politeness. Oh, Jorge is here. Now that some people have removed their mask, I can recognize them. You see, the third scenario in that report is exactly what the CBD is proposing, a little bit more ambitious, because it's a report, it's not a negotiated target. But if we achieve what is proposed under the CBD, then we are good. Because the third scenario is basically saying 5 billion hectares, 5 times the size of the United States of America, to be restored by 2050. It may sound daunting, but already today, 40% of the land surface is completely unusable due to our activities. If we continue with this path, by 2050, which is the deadline which is given in the third scenario, 90% of the land surface on Earth, of all ice-free land, 90% will be altered by human activities by 2050, if we don't act seriously. So I'm looking at these young people, because I won't be on this life anymore, but you will be. But think about 90% of the land surface of all ice-free land being altered by human activities. What does it mean? Degraded. That is the scenario. Now, link it to climate change. If you know that 1/4 of total emissions are coming from land use, you can either dream of 2050 net zero carbon. It's a dream, and you can achieve a lot from emissions and from technology and industry. But if you continue to degrade the land, the ratio of gases coming to the atmosphere being released the ratio coming from land use will increase, because it's 1/4 now, or it was 1/4 even 10 years ago. It will be probably 30% or 40%, because you will decrease the emissions coming from the industry and from pollution, but you will increase emissions coming from land if you continue to degrade your land. So you will not achieve your net zero 2050 if you continue to degrade the land and you continue to degrade, to deplete biodiversity. Don't think about, we are all masked, right? We are still in the middle of pandemic. Where is that disease coming from? It's from nature. It's a zoonotic disease. And if you listen to WHO, when they say that 75% of all new infectious diseases are coming from animals, it's either a bee or a mosquito or a bat or a monkey or something like that, you know, Ebola, Zika. It's all coming from us because we are going too far into nature. We are depleting the land, and we are depleting biodiversity. We have gone beyond our limits. That's what is at stake. So our health, we may have more money in our bank accounts, but we will be less healthy. We may have more food on the table, but it will be less healthy because it has less nutrients. We have less nutrients on the soil. A carrot is not similar, I mean, it's not always a carrot. You can have it from a healthy land, then it is a good carrot. If you have it from an unhealthy land, it's a carrot without the nutrients that you need to have a healthy food. That is what's at stake. So this is not from ministries of environment only. It's not for ministries of agriculture only. It's for human society. I'm speaking a little bit too long, but when we say Food Day, we really mean food in the global sense. I'm glad to see FAO here. I don't know if there's anybody from IFAD or from the World Food Program. It's basically the essence of what we eat, the essence of the quality of the water that we get. The quality of the water will go down if we deplete nature, because we will have more erosion and more dirty water to clean or maybe to drink directly, again affecting our health. So thank you very much again for coming, and thank you for being advocates of food systems and healthy food systems. We need to rethink, as Elizabeth is saying. We really need to rethink the way we produce and the way we consume. Think about your clothes. I'll finish with that, because we have put so much emphasis on food, but this is food. It's cotton, it's land, it's water. And if you see what is happening in the Aral Sea or in Egypt or in the Sahel, you know that we as humanity are having a huge impact on our ecosystems. To just have to pile up our clothes and to have so many of them, of t-shirts, that we don't even think that they are coming from land and water. So it's, when we say food system, it's much broader than just what we eat. It's water and clothes. So I thank you very much again, and thank you for engaging, and thank you for pushing that message out, that there is no dichotomy between biodiversity, climate, poverty, and so forth. All 17 goals have to be met, or we don't have a sustainable planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the sense of urgency, the knowledge we have, we know what the issues are. Agriculture is the largest driver. We know we are hitting planetary boundaries. I think what I heard from both of you is we need a systems approach, and now more than ever, collaboration with an incredible set of partners and with an incredible set of institutions for concerted effort is what we really need, and to mobilize youth. So thank you so much for giving us such passion, urgency, and perspective on the task at hand. Thank you so much. Can I ask the second panel to please come to the stage? Matsomi, Susan, thanks, please. And let me introduce them while they are coming up. Yes, please. So our second panel, we are doing mini panels in this session. We have such an incredible set of speakers. And please, Helena. Great. Our first panelist in the second round is Matsumi Melajani, I knew that, from the UNCCC. He's the team lead for adaptation and the adaptation division. We also have Susan Gardner. She's the environmental division director from the United Nations Environment Program based in Nairobi. And we have Her Excellency Tarla Holonen. She is the CCD land ambassador and the former president of Finland. I'm going to first hand it over to Matsumi, please. Perspective of the UN.
Thank you very much, Melissa, and greetings to everyone. I'm honored to be part of this important conversation today and this important panel when we talk about food. And in fact, the Executive Secretary has just spoken before just now. I think they've emphasized the realms of the problem and that land, biodiversity, food, and climate are really connected. And I liked the ending remarks by the Executive Secretary of the UNCCD that food is not just about what we eat, but it's about everything. So I'll not go too much into the details in terms of what the problem is, but I will speak a little bit about the approaches or the things that we think that we will be doing, that we will also be promoting throughout this year and going into next year and in the future, that we see them as being transformative approaches that would help us achieve the food systems that we want, the food systems that result in net zero emissions, but also that are immune to the hazards, either it be biodiversity loss, land degradation that we are causing, as well as the climate hazards and any other hazards that we talk about. One of them has already been mentioned before. This is about looking at food systems as the whole, in an integrative manner, looking at the whole supply chain, but not just one part of the food systems, in a holistic manner, considering all the parts of it, considering the land degradation issues, considering the biodiversity loss, considering the climate aspects, but also other issues in it. We want to see a food system that has helped to create the systems that is resilient in the future, and that are predominantly integrated into the way we do our national development planning and so on. The second approach that we see as becoming impactful, which we already have, and I think the Executive Secretary, Mr. Ibrahim, he did mention that we have never had so much science before, and I think it's the science and the knowledge. It's issues around regenerative agriculture, where we have to use practices that give back more to nature than the practices that we are using today. So if we can invest, and there are so many approaches that we can apply that we already know of, nature-based solutions, for example, and a lot of other regenerative practices that we can already use that would help to make our food systems to actually give back to nature than us harvesting intensively from nature from the way that we are doing. The current frameworks that we have actually provide us a platform to do that, to achieve these food systems that are going to be regenerative and building on the many other processes that we've been doing. The UN Secretary General, for instance, last year convened the UN Food System Summit, from which we have a lot of processes that are coming out of that, and we are leading one of them, and I'll speak a little bit about it in a moment. The third area that we see as becoming very impactful, and I think we are learning quite a lot about it, is the issue around supply chain stability, on how do we make sure that our food systems are less impacted by the droughts, by the climate, and by the many things that we do. So a little bit in terms of also what we are doing this year in terms of how do we bridge and bring this into action and make sure that they do happen. At the UNFCCC, together with our partners from many other organizations, the Rome-based agencies, the three of them actually, and a lot of other UN agencies, UNEP, UNCCD, and others, we've come together in an alliance that we call Climate Resilient Food Systems Alliance, where we are working together to make sure that we can give back to the countries on how they can build their food systems in a way that they can be resilient in the future. And that is an innovative approach that we will be working towards throughout the course of the year and forward. I was also happy to hear that actually this is the first food day in a way that we have organized it. And I'm also happy to inform you that also the COP27 of the UNFCCC, the COP27 presidency, has already communicated that he is going to organize a food day at the COP. So we see an opportunity to have another food day, a conversation on food, and that would also help us to continue the knowledge and, of course, the practices that we want to talk about and implement on how we build climate resilient food systems in the future. And indeed, COP27 also will be a resilience COP and also focusing more also on the African countries as well. So this is a great opportunity for us to continue the conversation in terms of food. And the aforementioned opportunities provide us as UNCCD, UNFCCC, and as well as UNCBD to bring our collective efforts together in how we continue to integrate our approaches in supporting the countries follow climate resilient food systems that would give back to us. Thank you very much, Melissa.
Also, I'd like to introduce again Tarla Holonen, the UNCCD Land Ambassador and the former President of Finland, for some remarks.
So thank you. Good morning. Good morning to everybody. I thought before I came here, I thought to ask you that have you had a good breakfast? I think that most of us, yes, if we have not been too hurry. And perhaps we have also thought, knowing that this is a day of food, that there are millions and millions of people who have not got a good breakfast today, and will not obviously get even it tomorrow. And so at the same time, we know that we have all these different issues which are one entity together. And so I'm one of those who you would ask that why you have not done earlier the better decisions. Because I have been more than 40 years into politics. We have done quite a much. We have made a millennium goals. I have been in Rio conferences to do this Agenda 2030. I have been also making more fair globalization and many, many other issues. But the world seems to be still a little bit needed and reforms. And so the question is that sometimes that's true that it's too many issues at the same time. But it's also that the politicians are also human beings. So they think the next coming years, and then they, of course, think also the long life topics. But then sometimes what you are doing just for tomorrow is closer than what you are doing after 20 years. It's like the same like the farmer when you say that why don't you do the better system. So he says that I'm not so sure whether it really works, and I need this food for tomorrow or for the next year. So I think that should be thought that how to do it. But so I think that for me, one issue coming from the northern part of Europe is also that at the same time when big part of the population is lacking good food, healthy food, we also know that some people waste a lot of food. So that it's not a question whether they eat too much, it's also the question that we have a great loss of the food. So I think that first, the congratulations that you have now first time the food day. I was surprised. I thought that it has been earlier already, but good even now. So it's very important that we see that how all the Rio conventions are strongly linked, and also that how these are not a rocket science, but this is an everyday work, what everybody can do, that we cannot say those, but we can say I, we. So I think that all those excellent experts we have heard today, we will hear today, they need also the food system approach, so-called food lens, to see that how the things are from production to consumption. And most of all, we need also remembering that people have a very, very many different roles, and they should keep this knowing how in all their roles. And also that's what was already said, that we need everybody. Not even the best expert cannot do it alone, that we need every one of us. So, and also that nobody can do it alone. I speak very often with the young ones, and there are two type of the groups. Some of those who don't think at it all, they think the next genes or so, but in increasing number of the young ones, they are very, very concerned concerning their future. And then you have to say that, my dear, you cannot do it alone. It's not your sin, it's our. We have to do it together. And then if you can encourage them for the action, so they feel it better, because they feel that they are doing something. So I will only remind some of the other things, that of course the desertification and the drought is our serious concern, what we had discussed in many panels here already, and it has a very strong link to the agricultural productivity. But I think that we have to welcome the Mother Earth, the soil, very strongly, because now when the climate change has been much in the focus, so at least the media, hello media, I say that you are guilty. It's only one title in the time when it's something what is interesting. And if you try to put it in TV news in maximum 3 minutes, it has been normally something negative. You cannot tell it in positive side. And so what we are now heard in many places is, of course, that the global food security is threatened by the climate change, poor soil, economic downturns, and the conflicts. But coming from Europe, so the man-made conflicts have been now mostly in the media. You have heard the Russia's military aggressions towards Ukraine, and that's an enormous amount of the human sufferings. But it's also here in Africa. It means that when both the Ukraine and Russia have exported a lot of food, so this is now out from the market. And it means higher prices, less food. And Ukrainian war, of course, it's something very new for us because it's in Europe, but it's not the only war in the world. So the last point, I will say that what makes then the difference. So I think that we have heard also good lessons that it's important to practice restoration activities, but considering the time the nature takes to recover when it's, and I hope it will recover, I think that we should prioritize more the work to combat land degradation. And so to be effective in the preventive measures, like we say in all other things too, also for those who are now wearing the masks, thank you. So I think that that's one way what we should think for the next years, that how to be more in preventive side, so to see that what is important in the future. And so the last 2 points, what I always say, and this is that everything which is important that is not new, and that's why we should respect the farmers, we should respect the women, small farmers especially. We should also hear very carefully the indigenous people, because they have also done very good ideas what are not at all out of the day. And so I think that the last, very, very last point is that we have paid now attention to quality of food, but also the quantity of food. And I have been preaching out like all the others. But it's good to remember that eating is not only about feeding our bodies. It's, I think, one of the most ancient ways to bring people, friends, and families together. So it's not forbidden to enjoy eating, no, but we have to eat in such a way that it's healthy for us and we don't steal it from the others. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Melissa. It's such an important time right now. I agree with the previous speakers in terms of the sentiment of what this moment of time means in terms of this conversation now. Never before have food prices been this high since FAO began recording them. They're about 34% higher now than this same time last year. And of course, we know this is the first time that UNCCD has come together as a conference of the parties since the pandemic. With war and the pandemic exacerbating the food security issues, we're even more aware of how linked our food systems are to our health. That's human health, but it's also animal health, it's ecosystem health, and it's economic health, and its ability to achieve our goals under the Sustainable Development Goals. And so it's really excellent to have this conversation about how the Rio Conventions can come together. We know that biodiversity, climate change, and desertification are intrinsically linked, as the previous speakers have made that point so well. They're operating in the same ecosystems, and they have a lot of the same interdependent issues. And so it's particularly relevant that we're looking at how we all work together in a coherent way to ensure that we're really addressing the impacts of our unsustainable consumption and production. There's a really great opportunity, though. So even though we feel like we're in the eye of the storm, there's also a lot of hope, and there's a lot of reason for hope. We've had really unprecedented change on the horizon, and that has just happened with, for example, the Food Systems Summit. The first time in history we saw more than 140 countries coming together with national dialogues. And those national dialogues were context-specific ways to develop strategies for meeting the Sustainable Development Goals. And I can assure you the UN country teams are very much paying attention to the information that came out of these multi-stakeholder dialogues and are poised and ready to assist and support countries in meeting their pathways. UNEP was very honored to be able to chair 40 different UN organizations as part of our UN task force that we created to support the summit and to support the summit outcomes. And this is also unprecedented to see this much coordination of the UN system on food. And I was just remarkably pleased at how much we heard from all of our UN colleagues of their desire to continue working ahead and the desire to work together to support member states. We've been working in UNEP on some sort of high-level strategic pushes, in particular focused on, for example, the 30 largest agribusinesses in the world. We're looking at ways that we can help encourage and make the case for repurposing agricultural subsidies, for reducing unintended consequences, and for motivating nature-positive approaches to food production. We know that we have to do this in a holistic manner, and that's why it's so important to have these conversations about how the 3 Rio Conventions come together. Let's remember that there's powerful change that can happen when we're integrated with these conventions, even on things like reporting and planning and the review mechanisms. It can offer, within our existing frameworks, very powerful support. So now is truly a time for food systems transformations to be looking at our work through the food systems lens, whether that's the nationally determined contributions of the Paris Agreement or the national biodiversity strategies and actions or the land degradation neutrality targets. We can make sure that there's coherence between those and really translate this into policy coherence, into coherence of investments and commitments of financial support as we look across the MEAs. And this is a year where we have a lot of opportunities to do that, right? With the 3 conventions as well as Stockholm Plus 50 to really highlight food in this topic. So in conclusion, I think food is something that does unite us around a common table. I loved the Executive Secretary's comment that a carrot is not a carrot. Not all carrots are made the same. And so it's really important that we do provide information to consumers to help them be aware of the impact of their decisions, to give them the information so they can make nature-positive choices or understand what is the true impact of those decisions. The food agenda is a truly ambitious one, we know that, but at the same time it's tangible, it's critical, and we have the information. As Ibrahim was saying, never before have we had so much science to support this. So our journey has begun, and UNEP's ready to provide the norms, the tools, the standards that support countries in this journey. Because working together, we know that we can both reduce the environmental crisis, we can reduce the humanitarian crisis, and create new pathways with nature positive and equitable food systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, so I have the unenviable task. So thank you so much, panelists. Let's give them one more round of applause. We have trying to fix the complexity of the food system is as equally difficult as trying to fit this incredible set of panelists speaking on food in this first session. So I think what I'm going to do is call the remaining panelists up, and we're going to do something a tiny bit off script. We're all professionals, and we know our tough. Yes, please, Helena. And I know you have. What we will do is, please, we're going to submit transcripts and have this on our website and document. This is not live streamed, or there's no remote, so we will document this session by capturing our remarks and really having a website and a place where we start the marker of these amazing reflections, this amazing sense of urgency and call to action, not just today, but for future COPs, as we talked about. There will be food days planned here through the rest of the year and to come. And so we are not going to get it all out today, and we have just so many amazing speakers. We will do the video at the end if you can stay a little longer, but I know some folks have time constraints and need to go. So if you will allow me, instead, we are going to do a little bit of a conversation style instead of formal remarks. They can be based on your formal remarks, I hope. And I think the thing that I want to pass the mic, let me first introduce Juan Lucas Restrepo. He is the DG of CIAT and ICRAF, World Agroforestry Biodiversity. Sorry, I was looking at Tony. I'm so sorry. This is me being nervous. I'm so sorry. I know that. And he's also the head of partnerships for the CG system. And here to my left is Tony Simons, who is the DG of ICRAF, the World Agroforestry Center, and also Helena Simado from the Deputy Director General of FAO. And so I think what I want to do, we have incredible bios. I think probably most of you know who they are. So I don't want to waste time on telling their incredible resumes. And instead, I want to pass the mic to each of you and really just give a reflection about what does your organization bring. We talked a lot about partnerships, the need for collaboration, the need, we have data and science, but what does your organization bring to this issue? What is the most high priority thing that you think change in the world is needed, and what does your organization bring to that problem? Let's start with you. I'll just go down, Tony. And then.
Great, thanks very much, Melissa, and thanks for everyone for tolerating running over a few minutes. So we've seen youth stand up for biodiversity. We've seen youth stand up for climate change. And with permission, moderator, as a member of the older generation, I'd like to stand up for land. We talk about food systems, but food systems are a subsystem of land management. And what our organization seeks to do is to bring that forest, land use, longer agroecological approach to land management. So our food systems, our energy systems, our transport systems, our social systems, our financial systems, our ecosystems are embedded inside, they're subsystems inside a land management system. And that's how we've got to frame it. And we've got to use all of the tools and evidence and energy behind it. We cannot limit our ambition by being neutral. For heaven's sake, it's nothing. We've got to make sure we've got a buffer. We've got to operate in that safe space. We've got to go way beyond what we've been doing so far. And you are right, Melissa, it's about partnerships. And so we used to, in the old days, coordinate everything. We were the lead, we were the coordinator. And the humility that we're seeing now in international initiatives to not be a coordinator, because nobody else wants to be coordinated, but to be an interfacer, to connect, to network, to join up, to converge, to have common definitions and to move ahead on really, really important things. So our conversations about the food system not only have to be about carrots, but about the price of gasoline. When is the national election? How much land are we degrading? What forest cover do you have inside your thing? So I will leave a few seconds left for my fellow panelists.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony, and good morning to all. Let me start with two comments. First is to say that this year, in June, we celebrate 30 years of the Rio Convention, and we are not yet there. Today is the International Day of Plant Health. We talk now about the health of humans, animals, plants, and ecosystem. They are all connected. If you don't think on one health, we don't have a healthy planet. Now, let me go to your question. I think we in FAO, we have the mandate of food, is in our goal, is in our charter. What we are moving now is towards this agri-food system, towards this systemic approach. I think we all talk about we need to transform our agri-food system. The day we launched the pavilion, I don't know who said that the connector of the three convention is land. 95% of our food comes from land. Everything starts on land. This is the reason why that we need to think on our agri-food system from where and how we produce until what and how you consume, and also how we dispose our food, because we are wasting food. This is when we talk about the agri-food system. We are saying that our agri-food system are broken, are not sustainable. I just wanted to say we are talking about systemic approach. It's not immediately we have agri-food system approach. We also have to make choices, because sometimes what is good for production is not good for environment. And this is what FAO brings to the table, to support the countries to make the informed decision through technical support, through data, to policies, through frameworks, in a way that what we decide is sustainable today and is sustainable for the next generation. I just wanted to bring two things. When we talk about agri-food system, they need to be resilient, they need to be sustainable, and they need to be accessible and inclusive. And this, I go to what the President said, is they have to be accessible to everyone. Healthy diet so far is not accessible to everyone. They are expensive. And this is what we need to take into consideration, the inclusivity and the sustainability of agri-food system, and we need to make choices. And FAO can provide support on all of those stages of our agri-food system, from the production to the consumption to the transformation and the disposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. Before answering your question, given I was speaking last, so I didn't want to repeat everybody, I had this beautiful story from research and nitrous oxide emissions and livestock and greenhouse gases, and what technology working locally with partners can do to achieve land degradation neutrality and other goals, climate change, etc. But there's no time for that, so I'll go directly to your question. And I want to complement what my two colleagues have said. It's not just committing to this, but on the how, and the how is critical, and it's not coordination, and it's really moving away from this top-down, north to south, and I'm sorry to say still a bit colonialist kind of way of doing things, into a way of making sure that research, that the more investment that we need to make is done in a different way of doing business, where we are working with, for, and through our partners, and where we don't only bring pastoralists, farmers, stakeholders to the table, but where we share risks in the outcomes of research. So it's really agreeing on the needs, agreeing on the outcomes, and then co-investing and co-sharing those risks in relation to those outcomes. And I would like to finalize by saying that this is what we CGIAR centers are doing at the moment, which is taking a bold step in changing the way we've done business for decades now, and threading all of the capacities of these wonderful centers with their heritage and their legacy to really act in a more integrated manner to better serve our food, land, and water transformation mandate. And through that, we will basically be one of many actors in a conversation for land neutrality, for helping meet the upcoming biodiversity framework, the Paris Agreement, helping shift food systems to nature positive while still ensuring that they deliver enough affordable, nutritious food for everybody's plate. Thanks a lot.
Jorge, would you please also like to come up and, yeah. Would you, or we can move the chair over to you.
I think I get the chance to come and comment from the audience, I suppose. Hello, everybody. My name is Jorge Laguna Celis. I am the head of the One Planet Network, which is a UNEP secretariat, a UNEP initiative that it's exactly doing what the first speaker was saying. And it is that now that we have this understanding of what the centrality that food systems play is how do we bring the solutions to action. And the key words for us that we'd like very much is not only to appreciate the challenge, to appreciate that we all have to work together, but to point to 3 solutions. We work first and foremost on the consumption angle. The latest IPCC report has signaled 2 components, and it was extremely passionate to hear what President Halonen said. She mentioned the word fairness. There has to be fairness in consumption. There's food available for all of us, yet people go hungry at night. But nevertheless, within that lack of fairness, there are choices. How can we help drive the choices that can transform the food systems? The diets, and we're working with FAO wonderfully. The yields, and we're working with the partners with UNEP and the research institutes in increasing the yields, but working with industry and working with the largest consumers. 1, governments. If you shift school diets, if you work with public institutions to shift the power of the public plate, you will see consumption changes. If you work on attitudes, if you show that you can shift the type of food that you are providing, you can increase and nourish more people. If you address the global scourge of waste in food, then you can address another very important fairness component. Last and not least, if you look at the way you package your food, then you get another connection towards one of the emerging challenges that it's about plastic. So we work on those 5 areas. We're happy to support and advance with WWF through one component that is there, that's the Sustainable Food Systems Program. And it's a great achievement that has been done. I think that we're in the cusp of making these changes happen. We have the technology, we have the solutions, we have the commitment. We just need to make it happen. Thank you.
I have reflections, but before I want to do one last round of questions for y'all, super short, lightning round. And it's really almost 2 questions in one. And I'll give you a moment to think about it, because I know this is a little bit on the fly. The first one is, what is your biggest hope for what will change this year around food? And then the second piece of that is, what do you need in your organization to help succeed? So what are you hopeful for, and what do you need to move the agenda you have forward? And while you're thinking about that, I think I just wanted to summarize what I heard from all of our amazing panelists, from Tony, really about how we need to move up and out of our own silos. He mentioned not just coordinate, but connect, and I would almost use the word translate. You need to know the price of gas as much as you need to know about forests and trees and land, and so that is such a critical piece. I think from Maria Helena, it was really also about trade-offs, choices, and decisions, and I think there was also an amazing set of tools and resources that FAO provides to help countries make those choices. This is not all going to be win-win, and we need to be better informed with the data systems and frameworks. And from Juan Lucas Restrepo, one piece I really felt is not just shared vision and alignment, but shared risk. we really have to have skin in the game and be in this together, and that was something I really heard loud and clear. And thank you, Jorge. I think really looking at mobilizing a network across the planet through the One Planet Network and the incredible agenda, I think is another piece. And so I'm going to hand the mic now back to our speakers, and maybe we will start at the end and come back. Really quick, 35, 40 seconds on what is your hope and what do you need?
Well, my hope is to see, first we're working towards it, and it is connecting the goals of the main 3 Rio conventions. What I would like to see is then to turn it into action through circular economy policies and approaches that impact at the country level. So that's what I would like to see.
My hope would be to, we are facing this very tough crisis, humanitarian crisis. We got a war, we got the pandemic, etc. And it's hitting very hard, especially the poorest people across the board, and food insecurity is rising. My hope is that this crisis helps us speed up action pathways, investments, and really triggers, ripple positive effects of this conversation. And my second hope is that as things progress, we start seeing a much more not only sustainable but diverse plate of food, leaving away this very homogeneous diet that's hurting health and the planet as well.
To me, is the willingness to act at all levels, the politicians, the consumers that we are, and the producers. And we all together move at scale, and we change and we transform. But we have to act.
Great, let me reverse it. So what does C4 Aircraft need most? We need your help to translate the knowledge products that we have into knowledge services. We have 28,000 web pages on our website. We have $2 billion of knowledge products, data, analyses, evidence, social technical policy solutions. We need to translate those into knowledge services. And my big hope is that, yes, it's important to focus on the immediate, but we've got to start some long-term things. And from the infrastructure projects that we had with roads and bridges and buildings of decades ago, we need a green infrastructure approach now. And that's not going to change overnight, but we can agree overnight to start that. And remember, in Glasgow, it was forest and land use. Because 80% of all terrestrial biodiversity is associated with forests. 85% of all water that is transpired through trees, transpired through vegetation, and 90% of the biomass, terrestrial biomass, is associated with forests. That's why it was the Forest and Land Use Declaration. So let's stand behind this Abidjan Legacy Project. Let's make something happen and help Côte d'Ivoire turn into Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much. Please, I know you all, some of you have time constraints. We have a video and also our land hero. We're going to excuse our second panel and or third panel, sorry. And then thank you so much. And we have you for the day, so we are still we're running a little bit late, and we have a video, and also we really wanted to have a quick conversation with our land hero. I just wanted to let our third panel go.
At the inaugural UNCCT COP15 Food Day, I am heartened to see that food is now occupying its rightful place in our formal discourse on climate and the environment. Food is everything. It is our culture and traditions, our economics and policies. It is the generosity of nature. It is a basic human right for which we must always advocate. However, as we all know, our food systems, the way in which we produce, process, transport, sell and consume food, are falling short. The planet is strained, its health is under threat, and so is ours. While the Sustainable Development Goals offer us a globally negotiated framework to to address such challenges, we are well off track to achieving the SDG targets for hunger and malnutrition by 2030. Today, close to 800 million people are hungry. Healthy diets remain costly and out of reach for billions of people, and diet-related diseases has become the world's #1 killer. And that was before both COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine. We have an urgent and collective responsibility to ensure that our food systems delivers healthy, affordable diets inclusively and sustainably. There is enough food out there, but it simply is not getting to the people who need it most. Achieving the SDGs will require integration of policies across the line ministries and institutions, from local to national to global levels. It will also require greater integration of public and private investments, and far more investment. Luckily for us, food and agriculture is a natural integrator and accelerator at the heart of all 17 SDGs, including SDG #1 on poverty. The CFS is working to sustain the momentum generated by the UN Food Systems Summit. We are prepared to support national pathways. The 3 Rio Conventions are central to this effort, and the Committee on World Food Security stands ready to support their implementation with our multilaterally negotiated policy agreements, including the CFS Voluntary Guidelines on Tenure. Set up in 1974 and reformed in 2009, the Committee on World Food Security is the UN's unique multi-stakeholder intergovernmental platform where 133 governments come together with UN agencies and other key stakeholders to develop and agree on science and evidence-based policy guidance to address structural causes of hunger and malnutrition. Colleagues, we meet today as we commemorate the 10th anniversary of the CFS voluntary guidelines on the responsible governance of tenure of land, fisheries and forests, the CFS VGGTs. We commemorate this anniversary rather than celebrate it, because the fact is that while the CFS VGGTs are now being used in a variety of powerful, meaningful ways, there is still a substantial gap between global guidance and norms and practice in many places. Secure land tenure rights are simply not where they need to be to meet the ambition of the 2030 agenda, either in terms of SDG Goal 15, Life on Land, or SDG Goal 2 on Zero Hunger, or SDG 1 on Poverty Eradication. We applaud the UNCCT's work linking the CFS voluntary guidelines to land degradation neutrality and further prevention of desertification. I warmly welcome UNCCT and FAO's technical report on this work presented here yesterday. We are also thrilled to see that the CFS voluntary guidelines at the heart of the Forests Pledge at COP26 in Glasgow last November. The critical role played by indigenous groups to protect our natural heritage cannot be overstated and needs to be supported with clear laws and policies. And if we can jointly work to ensure that land tenure utilizing the CFS VGGTs is part of the UN Convention on Biodiversity's work, we will really make substantial progress. Colleagues, the Committee on World Food Security is all of us. The policy guidelines we negotiate and agree at the CFS belong to all of us. The CFS serves us all by being a platform to foster dialogue and achieve global consensus on complex, difficult issues. You can count on us. We are counting on you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, colleagues. So that was a perfect segue. That was Gabrielle Ferrero, who's the chair of the Committee on World Food Security, really celebrating the 10-year anniversary of the voluntary guidelines, which came out in 2012. This is a perfect segue. So the opening panel really provided the sense of urgency, the context, the framing of the road ahead on elevating food systems in the Rio Convention COPs. We now have the next panel featuring more specifically on the role of land tenure and land rights. And I want to turn over to my colleague David, who's moderating that panel.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Good morning, everyone. My name is David Bethke. I'm with TMG. I think we are now very well set up. We know the urgency relating to integrating the conventions in their implementation. We know that land is at the heart of implementing the conventions. And we know that people are, in the end, the ones who will be the implementers of the conventions. And the relationship between people and land is in the legitimate tenure rights to land. So in this session, we want to speak about how we can implement the conventions based on legitimate tenure rights, how we can strengthen tenure security for food security, resilience, and ecosystem restoration. And what we want to do is we want to highlight a little bit the interconnections between work on different levels, on the grassroots, on the subnational and the national level, and on the international level, and how that can improve the implementation of the 3 Rio Conventions, and how land governance can increase the tenure security of women, indigenous peoples, and local communities, and how that enables, in the end, sustainable food systems. And then hopefully, with all these distinguished guests and speakers, this will also inform policy debates in the future. So I would like to invite our first round of panelists up to the podium. Violet Chivutse, if she's here, please welcome. Thank you very much. Then we have Aurélie Bresse of FAO, who we have the honor to host this session with together. And then last but certainly not least, we have Hindu Umaru Ibrahim. I've seen her, yes, there she is. Welcome, everyone. Please join us. So we're gonna start looking at these 3 different levels that are referenced. The work being done on the grassroots, the work being done to connect the local level to the national, and how that then again translates to what is being done on the international level, and the other way around. So we're going to start with Aurélie giving us a bit of a global perspective, I think, also referencing the voluntary guidelines that we just heard are celebrating their 10th anniversary. So Aurélie, over to you.
Thank you, David. Thank you to all for being here with us with this session. Thank you for the other keynote speaker and the panelists that will come after. It will be an interesting session looking at all level and how to integrate tenure. So as the CFS chair was saying, we just passed the 10 years anniversary. It was yesterday. And what are the VGGT, the voluntary guidelines? They are a game changer. They are a game changer because they have allowed to agree on principle in between countries, to gather all the best practices, to negotiate the terms, and to agree on key principle. A principle, for instance, such as legitimate tenure rights and other that helps now to bring people around the table and to negotiate. The subject of the session today is not only to look at the VGGT, but to look also how this tool can be used now to make food system more resilient, sustainable, and I would say inclusive of all. So on that, I have been reflecting a bit on this 10 years journey that we had in FAO, because since 10 years we've been with multiple partnership at international and national level, working to support the implementation of the VGGT, to support the country in their use of this tool that pertains to them. And I would like to bring a few. We are in the Rio Pavilion. We are for the 3 convention. UNCCD has taken a landmark decision about 3 years ago now, during the COP14, where they decide to encourage the parties. The party decide themselves to encourage themselves, to integrate the VGGT into the implementation of the convention. So a few elements diverting from the program we had. I would say that first the importance is to acknowledge and maybe reinforce the acknowledgement of the importance of tenure right to serve the 3 convention. With UNCCD, a long work has already been done, and more can be done probably within the Convention of Biodiversity to support, to avoid biodiversity loss by reinforcing biodiversity corridor, by reinforcing also commons, collective tenure rights, and so on. And also to allow tenure to be taken more into account into climate change convention, UNFCCC. Another element that we see from the work we've been doing with UNCCD and from the work we've been doing on the ground is it's important to integrate tenure dimension into the work at an early stage, to assess what are the tenure issues that may prevent reaching this resilient food system, these biodiverse food systems, and its inclusiveness. And on that also, with FAO, we've been working towards several tools, several technical guides, several capacity development programs that can help stakeholders to integrate tenure issue early into their process. It's also something we saw very strongly into the VGGT. What has been key is to be able to bring all stakeholders at the same table through multi-stakeholder platform in particular, which are really at heart of the VGGT implementation and the VGGT text itself. It's one of the guidelines. And also to be able to have all stakeholders around the table, another key element is to be able to capacitate them so that debate around the table are meaningful, are informed for all. Capacitation can be in local languages. Capacitation can go through peer-to-peer, through CSOs, can be made use of the wealth of technical guides, e-learning programs that have been developed by FAO and other colleagues. Another element that I would like to bring from the experience we had is that taking into account tenure is a process that can be done both at national and local level. And that it can be started by small steps. It can be started by raising awareness. It can be started by having right literacy, bring to local level. But that helps to trigger and to sustain those dialogue that I was mentioning under the multi-stakeholder platform. And those processes at local and at national level will help to ultimately also improve governance of tenure, will help to trigger actions towards that. Yes, and it can seem so, mainly those are the main elements that I retain from the experience we had in FAO with other partners. And It can seem a lot. We will see what will be the decision, for instance, within UNCCD. We have launched a technical guide, for instance, on how to integrate the VGGT into the implementation of UNCCD yesterday, and it can seem that a lot of action are needed. But what I would like also to convey as a message is that a lot of work has been done also. And since 10 years, a lot of tools, approaches, capacity have been developed on the ground to help to integrate tenure beyond, to integrate tenure with other issues such as climate change, such as biodiversity loss, and serve a general purpose to attain resilient, sustainable, and inclusive food system. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Aurélie. And thank you for stressing that really applying the VGGT enables parties to all three conventions to actually achieve their goals in a way that enables sustainable food systems. And one thing that you said is it's key to bring all the stakeholders to the same table. And one person who brings a very important voice to the table, I think, and she doesn't really need introduction, is Sindhu Umaru Ibrahim from Chad. She brings the voice of indigenous peoples to many different fora, and I'm sure most of you have heard of her and from her, so I'll just hand over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I'm sorry, just let me know if you have difficulty to hearing me, because sometimes it's not easy with this mic, so just interrupt me, because it is a conversation, and my objective is really make my message passing. So just like raise your hand, then I can approach the mic or make it longer. So this morning we hear a lot about the importance of land and how we can protect land, how we can invest. But let me give you the perspective of indigenous peoples. The land for us, it is not a piece of soil that we need to protect. The land for us, it is a culture. It is an identity. It is the place where we can get food, where we can get everything that we want. We do not own the land owns us. Soon or later, everyone, you can stay thousands of years, but the land owns you. So how we as human beings learn to live back in harmony with this land and ecosystem. So this is the concept of land of indigenous peoples around the world. So that's why we are always asking for a collective land right. We do not fight for a piece of property as an individual, because we know we are talking about the land where we can save the biodiversity, fight the climate change, have the human being that live there, but without forgetting the rest of the species as animals, as birds, as insects, as plants, where we are all having a same circles around the land. So that is our concept. But is that the same understanding at the international level when we talk about the importance of land? Is that the same understanding when we say now we need to implement a proper legislations? So that are our cautions, and that's why we fight over 20 years to come back with a UN declaration on the right of indigenous peoples. And then we say indigenous peoples with S because we do not define us as a singular people. So that's for us, it's really very important to understand the concept in the first place. So I'm going to dive you in some examples. How we can make it happen to give the land tenure for indigenous peoples, to give the land rights as saying my land, my rights. I love this title. So if it is my land and my rights, so it is not my land, my right, where I can extract things every time. And that's our word now. We just extracting. But my land, my rights, so you take and you give back to the land, because the land is giving you back yourself. So we need all the human being to be in this equal way. The woman right is important to the land. And this is so neglected. And when we talk about the women rights, we need maybe to give the examples. We are in Africa. What is the concept of the government on the land right, land tenure, or land legislations? So you can go through all the legislation, but you can find them weak, because I found them weak. There is so few definition of the land tenure on a national legislations, because they do not define into the way of living of the communities around the places. I personally coming from Chad. Of course, I'm a Chadian, but I'm coming from a nomadic pastoralist communities. Before 60 years, before the colonizations, my land is not just limited to Chad. And the proof is, I have my direct relative. If I say direct relative, is my father brothers, my father sisters, my mom brothers, my mom sisters, who now today, and my own cousin, have a different nationality, from Cameroon, from Nigeria, from Central African Republic, from Niger, from Sudan. So I'm the one who belong to all these countries. And at the end of the day, we wanted to talk about the land right legislations. So if my own cousin have the different nationality than me, is that like they decided or the system decided for them? So I think the answer is easy. The system decided to divide our countries. Here is the border of Chad, here is the border of Cameroon, and divided the communities and divided the land. So now the history is catching us with the climate change and biodiversity, and we know that the frontiers cannot limit the ecosystem or cannot limit the biodiversity or climate impact. So how we can take a right legislation beyond the frontiers, who can help to restore the land, to give right to the peoples who are protecting the land for the centuries and centuries. So that's what we need to do. So the legislation must be adapted to the needs of the ecosystem. There is no passport of any worldwide to travel from one ecosystem to another one. You can't do that. You can do for the human being, but you cannot do that for the birds, for the insect, for the lions, etc. And you cannot divide the river, saying this is river of Chad or this is river of another place. So my message here is we need to adapt the legislations to the ecosystem, not the ecosystem that need to adapt the legislations. My second message is the land rights must be given to those who are protect and own the land for the centuries, and that's how we are living in harmony with this nature and how we are also producing our traditional knowledge to protect this land for centuries. So the land right for indigenous peoples is not a negotiation. It is a right that have to become automatically. Thirdly, land rights for women. I did a project in my community early this year, and I negotiated with the community leaders. For the first time, they give a land titling for a woman groups, and those women now going to do an agroecology in their land, and they're going to replant the indigenous trees, and they're going to restore the ecosystem around the national park. So when you give the land right to a group of women, they can do a magic. So this is what I learned from it, and we must give them the land. That's right. And my final message is we cannot do any investment on land from the government side or private sectors without including and respecting the FPIC, the free, prior, and informed consent. And the free, prior, and informed consent, it is not also a concept. It has to be a right and as a process. And this process must be built up with the community, by the community. They can get the right to say yes, as they can get the right to say no, because they know that if they implement this project, it's going to harm their own communities. So those 4 messages must guide our discussions around the land rights, and hopefully by the next COP, we will be coming back to talk about the project implement, the title of the land that we give to indigenous communities, but not again asking for those rights to come back to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for stressing the need for proper legislation and policies, especially when talking about the perspective of indigenous peoples, but also women particularly to claim their rights. And someone who really knows how that works on the ground is sitting right next to me, Violet Shivutsa of the Shibuya Community Health Workers in Kenya. And I think you can give us a few examples on how that translates into action on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I come from the rural part of Kenya, and I'm going to share with you an intervention that we have done with TMG on streamlining community-driven land lease guidelines. Community-driven land lease guidelines came because of the issues that women and youth were facing to access land for agriculture. In many parts of the countries, when we talk about accessing land, people look at buying land, which is very expensive for women because land you cannot just buy easily with small money. We also look at inheritance, and in most communities, inheritance is so complicated that when we start the inheritance process, it takes forever, and by that time, women have to deliver food on the table. So as an organization that has been working on these interventions of enabling women to secure land through inheritance, we met with TMG, and we looked at a process that was happening in the community, which we call land leasing. It was accessible, very accessible for women, but there were so many conflicts that were involved in land leasing, and not even the government had any process that had made to make land leasing become easy. So why did we begin the land leasing process? One was to enable everyone, including women and youth, access land for agriculture. The other one was to reduce conflict in land and ensure that landowners and lessees, all of them had terms and agreements that would make land leasing effective for people to participate in agricultural activities without much conflicts. This process began with a consultation process at the community level. And I want to insist on this because sometimes when we look at interventions that come to address land issues, we actually come with blueprints to the community without knowing that communities themselves, when they come together through organized process, they can be able to start thinking about how to address these issues. And that becomes a more sustainable way of developing an intervention that is led by the people and driven by the people, and even keep building on it. So we began this process in 2 wards of Kakamega, that is my ward, Isuha Central and Isuha West. And we engaged the chiefs, everyone, the farmers, the women and youth, in the process of looking at how land lease has been happening, what are the challenges and gaps, and how can we make land leasing more effective, and came up with the draft, which I have a copy here, which we call Community-Driven Land Lease Guideline. We used this to sensitize the community, we popularized it, and then we reached at a point and we were able to start counting the benefits and success from this process. And actually, the community, the chiefs and assistant chiefs reported in the first 2 years that land conflict had reduced in our community because of these community-driven land lease guidelines. More women and youth were able to participate in agriculture. And not just in agriculture, they were also participating in soil rehabilitation and conservation activities than any other time. In fact, there was a project that we tested which had 50% women and 50% men that were participating in soil rehabilitation and protection in the community because of the process of leasing land, which they were sure that they were going to have this land like for 10 years, for 5 years, and the conflicts had actually been addressed through land leasing. In this process, when we were doing land leasing, we also noticed that sometimes in land justification, some families tend to leave out the women. But the process of land leasing enabled even the family, the women and men, to decide what part of land they want to lease and how to ensure what crops they want to plant and the activities they want to participate. So the freedom of accessibility to land for women was actually seen. After working in this process and expanding, in 3 years we had expanded to 9 other wards, we then looked at the process and said, how do we ensure that we can actually carry forward this? And we had a documentary that we did that was aired on national mainstream television to show how land leasing was addressing land conflicts in Kakamega. And this was actually the governor of Kakamega County also participated in this process and was happy that this process was actually addressing the most critical issues that were never addressed in issues of land, especially conflicts that even included killing and making land governance easier and more participatory, where everyone understood the process of leasing land or accessing land. So the governor proposed that we can take this process to become a policy for the county. And now I want to say that at this level where we are, the county government of Kakamega has adopted the land lease guidelines, and now we are in the process of, we began a process of institutionalization. The governor, which also in this process, we also came up with another process of ensuring farmers access the governor, which we call the Governor's Day with Farmers, which was gazetted, because at times, when we have change of government, as communities, the initiatives that we begin are always changing, or we have to start again because we don't have, the new government that comes in does not understand it. But now we have also worked with TMG to ensure that we streamline accessibility to policymakers through the Governor's Day. And again, we make this land lease guideline become a process that will be adopted by the county. It is now at the legal office. It has received inputs from all the county government, the CC, the Minister for Land, the Minister for Agriculture, the Minister for Public Service, and they are all endorsing it, that it becomes a process or an institutional process for Kakamega County on leasing land. I just want to say that these processes can actually be discussed in meetings, but coming to the ground and putting the community on the forefront actually gives a different perspective and gives the real, I would say, breathing into this process of addressing land issues without just talking about these things in global spaces and not bringing. It actually also shows the kind of partnerships that communities require for us to be able to advance process where government is involved, partners, donors are all involved, and the communities are still leading, because usually governments underestimate the power of the community. But everyone is rallying behind the community, and they all are coming together, and there is ownership from government on how these processes are adopted. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Violet, for grounding us and reminding us that who it is that is actually at the core of implementing the Rio Conventions and ensuring that food systems are changed and then food security is achieved. Thank you very much to all three panelists. We're gonna switch up. Thanks a lot. Another round of applause, please. I would like to invite another group of speakers to reflect on what we just heard. Can I ask Faith Alube to join me? Faith, can I ask you to join me up here? And also Odas Gubwimana, would you also care to join me here? Simon Kabore, and last but not least, Washe Kazungu. Welcome. So, thank you very much for joining us up here. Let me quickly introduce the four of you. To my very right, we have Faith Alube, the CEO of the Kenya Land Alliance. Next to her, we have Odas Gubwimana, the regional coordinator of ILC, the International Land Coalition. We have Simon Kabore of Projet Nertemba in Burkina Faso. And then we have our distinguished Washe Kazungu of TMG, of our Nairobi office. And I just wanted to take 15, 20 minutes with you. Maybe we can at least collect one or two questions also from the audience to reflect a bit on what we just heard. This need to connect the local, the national, and the global, and to make it real, what is written in the conventions, what we're talking about when we speak about tenure security. And my first question, and I think I want to start with you, Faith, would be from your experience leading an organization that connects in Kenya the local level through your member organizations with the national level, and then being present in these international fora. How, in a practical sense, how do you bridge the gaps that exist very often between the local level and the national and international arena when it comes to working on land tenure issues?
Thank you very much, David. As David has indicated, my name is Faith Alube, and I'd like to appreciate TMG for enabling me to be in this space, and the organizers of this event as well. David, to your question right now, I'd just like to pick from where Violet left, and the other lady from Chad. Practically, it's very important for us to understand that most communities had their own way of doing things even before we approached them to work with us. They had their own way of mitigating climate. They had their own way of addressing desertification. They have their own way of ensuring that their land tenure systems work. That is one way of practically plugging in rather than imposing macro level language to them. Another way, practically, of looking at it is to ensure that the traditional knowledge that communities have is appreciated. Because, let me give an example. In communities, indigenous communities, they had a way of ensuring that their animals never lack food, like grass, and they had their own way of circulating and doing holding spaces. They had their own way. When we talk to them, we come with very good documents, with milestones and pathways, ignoring that they had their own way of doing things. So I'd say they had their own way of resourcing, because resourcing is an issue that always comes up. Practically, if we plug in how they used to do it, then the resources are a little bit minimized, and we get to have the milestones that we look at from our side, but from their side, they own the process. And lastly, the issue of collaboration. I'd give an example from my work, because my work spreads around across 25 counties in Kenya. Most indigenous communities could collaborate with the communities among themselves. They don't have to be the same communities when they're working together. They understand that during this season, we need to do this, and during the next season, we need to do something else. So the idea of collaboration is not new to them. It's just the way we present it to them. And then lastly, the idea of local elites and donor-driven ideas is something that we need to look at. It is a little bit difficult when it comes to sustainability, when an idea is introduced to communities, as compared to communities telling you what they need so that the resources can follow the ideas. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you very much, Faith. And I would like to follow up on this, asking for the experiences from Burkina. I know that, of course, our colleague from ILC has a lot to say about connecting different levels, but let us hear a bit the perspective from West Africa and your own experiences from your work, Simon Carboret.
Voilà, donc merci. Je vais m'excuser parce que je ne parle pas anglais. Voilà, donc pour ce qui concerne le Burkina, nous avons travaillé au niveau du projet Nertamba à mettre en relation les différents acteurs qui interviennent dans le monde rural avec les institutions au niveau gouvernemental pour faciliter l'ensemble des planifications dans le cadre de la prise en compte de la neutralité de la dégradation des terres, dans le cadre des échanges sur les questions foncières et aussi dans le cadre de pouvoir ramener l'ensemble des engagements internationaux que le gouvernement a ratifiés pour que, au niveau local, l'ensemble des acteurs puissent être informés, participer à la planification des activités et aussi de la mise à l'échelle des différentes activités rentrant dans le cadre de l'amélioration et de la résilience des communautés. Voilà, et comme vous le savez, nous sommes actuellement au Burkina dans une situation d'insécurité où pratiquement 10% de la population sont en situation de déplacés internes. Et compte tenu de cette situation, il y a eu des mobilisations au niveau local pour que ces différentes personnes déplacées puissent, malgré leur déplacement, puissent contribuer toujours à la production agricole, sinon à la production agro-silvopastorale. Et c'est cela qui fait notre spécificité. Et véritablement, le projet Nertamba, dans le cadre de la mise à l'échelle des bonnes pratiques, est à cette date-là autour de 10% et la participation ou la contribution à la CDN. Voilà. Et aussi, en termes d'amélioration de la sécurité alimentaire, le projet a véritablement contribué à augmenter la production, la productivité, et cette évaluation est en cours. Et ça, c'est avec l'appui du Fonds pour l'environnement mondial, le FEM. Jeff. Voilà, donc, en termes de stratégie, nous avons mis l'accent sur le renforcement des capacités des différents acteurs pour leur permettre d'être capables d'apporter de façon durable et leur contribution et la mise à l'échelle de vraiment de bonnes pratiques. Voilà, donc, et pour revenir un peu à la situation passée sur le foncier, disons que la situation est la même comme pour le Tchad que ma sœur a évoqué tout tantôt. Les femmes sont les plus marginalisées au niveau des questions foncières. C'est-à-dire que ce capital terre, et les mentalités jusqu'à présent ne sont pas arrivées jusqu'à pouvoir leur léguer ce droit, qui est un droit fondamental, parce que sans cette possession foncière par les femmes, qui sont les plus, qui s'investissent dans le milieu rural, il va être difficile que nous puissions améliorer la résilience de façon durable. Donc nous travaillons dans ce sens et c'est des quotas que nous avons fixés pour que pour chaque aménagement ou chaque terrain bonifié, obligatoirement, il faut un certain nombre de femmes qui soient impliquées. Donc à date, en tout cas, les femmes sont suffisamment impliquées dans le cadre de la mise la mise en valeur des différents aménagements que le projet a fait. Et c'est vraiment satisfaisant pour l'instant et les données sont disponibles. Sans être trop long, je vais m'arrêter là et permettre aux autres d'intervenir.
Merci beaucoup. And I want to pick up one point that you mentioned, that is that in the end, having local communities as part of planning for their own future and for the land rights that are theirs, in many cases it also requires working on strengthening capacities to do that, sharing of good practices. So I want to come to the perspective of the International Land Coalition, because I think that's very much in your mandate, and I would like to hear your reflections on, from your own practice, how can this happen, the connection between the local, the national, and the global, the sharing of good practices. Maybe you can mention one or two good examples that come to mind.
Thank you very much, David. Good morning, everyone. I come from the International coalition of about 300 organizations working for people-centered land governance. From our experience, this issue of filling the gap between levels is very important, because actually this gap is what brings about policies and programs that are not talking to the real needs of people on the ground. So it's very important that this gap is filled up if we are to respond to the exact needs. I was this morning looking at pictures from a region in Kenya, Tana River, and when you look at the pictures, it's a desert, and there are people living there, and those are the people who actually can tell what desertification means. Are they involved in this whole discussion? Are they represented? So the gap between local, national, and global is a huge factor that needs to be tackled if we are to bring about the real and the correct measures to the issues. At ILC, we've been promoting one approach that we call my-stakeholder platforms. And these platforms is really a way to bridge, to fill these gaps, because these platforms, these my-stakeholder platforms, brings about people from different levels. They bring together people from grassroots. They bring together diverse actors from different angles together to engage on issues to do with land governance, to do with climate change, to do with family farming. And this way of bringing actors together in a multi-stakeholder space is, I think, for me, a way to go if we are to bridge these gaps. And these gaps, if we can tackle them through this approach of multi-stakeholder processes, we will have been able to ensure one very important aspect in policy processes and development processes, which is inclusion and participation. Because it's only through these multi-stakeholder engagement that you can include those groups, women, youth, indigenous peoples, and have them informing policies. So in a few words, inclusion, participation through multi-stakeholder processes is what we have seen practically working in different countries where we work. And this is something that you can do from a geographical point of view, like at country level, but also from a thematic point of view, cross-country, like on women land rights, like on indigenous people land rights, like we address things like pastoralist land rights. This one is from a thematic point of view and something you can do even from not only just at regional level, but bringing people together cross-country. And you see very local communities coming together from different countries and exchanging experiences, participating and informing different policy processes. One important last point is that bringing together people in a multi-stakeholder process helps one very important thing. We've seen a lot of small organizations, grassroots organizations at village level, who are doing very wonderful work, who are engaging on these matters, but at a very local level, and which are not known. So these multi-stakeholder processes at country level, even cross-country, they provide space for those local movements, and they help to amplify their voices. So it's very important that, for example, those actors at local level are also brought on board as we work to bridge this gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think it's a very important reminder that just a second, sorry. It's a very important reminder that despite the positive examples, there are still huge gaps, and they bring with them risks also in the context of implementing the Rio Conventions. And I just wanted to ask Washi here, because you have experience from your own research and work on land degradation neutrality measures in Kenya, if you could reflect on that a bit.
Thank you, David. I'll speak to the work we're doing in Kenya and also what we're doing in Malawi, because we've gotten valuable insights from both sides. And I'll also talk about the levels which we've mentioned, the national, global, and the local level. And the connection between the global and the national level appears to be clearer for everyone. We adopt these conventions at the global level. We go back to our countries. Most countries have a target setting program. They set their targets for achieving LDN and other combating desertification, mitigating climate change, and so on. But the connection, we lose the connection between the national and the local level. And this is something I read from the Global Land Outlook report, which says that for restoration measures to be effective, people need to be at the front and center of everything. And to me, this means we need to view communities not only as the beneficiaries of the work that we're doing, but they also need to be the champions and the stewards of what we're doing, because they are the ones on the ground who need to be the beneficiaries of this work. And part of this is, one side of it is building capacities of local level institutions so that they can be able to participate in the work that we're doing, both by informing the policy changes that are happening at that level, and also building the capacity of the implementing institutions to be able to effectively do their work at that level. The other side of it, which we rarely mention, is we need to incentivize communities to become, to participate in land restoration and so on. And part from our research work in Malawi, in Kenya, Benin, and Madagascar, one of the things that is coming out is part of this incentivizing communities is down to securing their tenure rights and ensuring that they are secure with the resources they can access and the lands they own within these areas. For example, in Malawi, we have situations where communities living adjacent to a protected area or a forest are investing heavily in sustainable land management practices outside the forest on their farms, but they're not investing as much within the protected area. And this is down to the lack of, maybe it's a limited recognition of their tenure rights within that context. And it's not that the law is not there, the law is there, but it's down to just building the capacity of the local level institutions to be able to effectively implement what we have said we would do at the national and the global level. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Washa. And I know that there are some urgent comments and questions from the audience, so I think we should take at least 3-4 minutes to enable that. Who would like to ask a question or respond to the interventions?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, because I would like to introduce myself. I'm Dunya Khouri from Lebanon, and I am founder and president of NGO, it's Women's Association of Dar al-Ahmar. And because I make the intervention because it was really in focus in what they are saying, because we are working on a grassroots level. We empower women, capacity building, trainings, and then they are productive now. We built our center. We have agro-food production. We work on agrotourism, because it is also a way to generate income, because we was facing a big challenge, which was the mitigation. People was leaving the land. So when we make this project, the people are coming back in their land, and they are investing in their land. So this is a way how we can bring people together and women together. And what we are speaking about, and we go from the local to the national. As you said, we are in different umbrellas at the national level. and at the international level. That's why I'm here now, because I am with the We Can initiative from the FAO, because we are trying to make the network at the international level. So this is how we can move from the local to the national and to the international. And then I want to say that we are also recognized by the UN Habitat, and we have the winner of Dubai International Award for Best Practices to Improve the Living Environment since 2002. So this is a practice, it's a best practice at the UN level. Also, what I want to say about the food, we are trying to conserve our food. We are trying to take the international themes. By example, UNEP, they put an international theme about think, eat, save. It was a few years ago. So I take this theme and I implement it at the local level, at the grassroots level. It was about International Women's Day. So I go to the International Women's Day theme at the international level. I bring the theme and I applicate the theme in the grassroots with the women of the rural areas, because we are in rural areas, in agricultural land. So this is how we are conserving our land. We are empowering our women. We are empowering our local communities. And this is how we can improve the living of the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for broadening the geographical horizon of our discussion. Unfortunately, we have to move towards wrapping up because the next session speakers are already waiting. So I would like to invite my very dear and revered boss, Jes Weigel, to the stage to give us a little bit of a summary on what we've heard in this session and your own reflections on it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. First of all, I would really like to thank you all for enduring 2 hours of information overflow. So if we are to select food system champions today, for me, it's definitely you. So thank you very much for this. And thanks for the great panelists. I will obviously, the standard caveat, not do justice to what I've said, but I will try to offer a perspective that hopefully will then be interesting and relevant for the further discussion on food system transformation. And I think I would like to begin by thinking back to the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. When they were adopted 2015, they adopted the important principle of leaving no one behind. And I think the overarching message of this panel is, if we are to be true to that principle of leaving no one behind in food systems, we have to speak about land tenure. There's just no way around it. Land tenure is an important safeguard against chronic poverty and against sliding into hunger, and in particular, securing women's land rights is one of the most effective safeguards to really ensure that we make progress towards food security and poverty reduction. I think that's very important to bear in mind, because the trends currently are showing in the opposite direction. And the most drastic example that I can think of, and you probably know their reports, is Global Witness's reports on the assassinations of land and human rights defenders. So people who are defending the rights of the human rights to food and the human rights to a healthy environment are being killed in the process of defending the lands, of defending the right to food and to a human environment. And I think we need to, when we speak about synergies and opportunities, I think we need to be very much aware that on the ground, land use decisions are often taken in opposite direction. And I was thinking of this when Ibrahim Thion this morning said, let's not point fingers. And I think this is not about pointing fingers. This is about acknowledging that to progressively realize the right to food, citizens have rights, states have obligations, and private companies have responsibilities to uphold these rights. And I think these are starting points to actually, I think, Gabriel Ferrero, the chair of the CFS this morning, said in his video note, we are actually not making sufficient progress as of now to actually move towards zero hunger. And I think if we are if we want to see real progress, this is the starting point. Now, I didn't want to end my contribution on sort of this very challenging note. So what do you do in times of need? You turn to people with technical capacity. So in my case, I was speaking to Aurélie, when we were asking Aurélie, what do I do? How do I conclude this? And she said, listen, let's please emphasize that we need not start from scratch. There is a tremendous amount of technical work being done, the technical guide, on LDN and BGTs was just launched yesterday, and there are established mechanisms within human rights, the human rights system, and within national land governance institutions so that we can really move towards responsible land governance. But I think what is important is that we always bear in mind citizens and rights, states have obligations, and private enterprises have responsibilities. To conclude, and I think this is what all panelists have said, the demand for land will only increase the more we move towards net zero policies. And I think it's very important to bear in mind that without taking into consideration what our distinguished panelists have said, there will not be just transitions in land use if we do not take responsible land governance seriously. I thank you very much for your attention, and please join me in giving a big hand of applause to our distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the panel. Just before I talk about the coffee break, under the Convention on Biological Diversity, this question of land tenure systems is paramount, whether we're looking at the expansion of protected area systems, their more effectiveness, or the transformations in agriculture and food systems. Thank you very much. So here's a chance for you to digest and think about the ideas you've heard over the last couple of hours, exchange ideas with each other. We'll have coffee now. It's all set over on the table. We're going to cut the coffee break a little bit short so we stay to time. So we'll go to about 11:30 and I'll try to bring you back. So go over, start the conversations, get some coffee and food in yourselves, and we'll start again at 11:30. Thanks so much. Hello, colleagues. So I was reminded by a colleague over there that said, David, you said we were starting at 11:30, and it's 11:30. So what I'm going to do now is give you a couple more minutes. So those of you who are in the line, get your coffees, come back to the seats. Those of you who are in your seats, prepare to listen. We still have a lot of empty chairs up here, so everybody get ready to move forward. Set up. So I think we'll start in about 180 seconds. 100 seconds? I'm negotiating with our colleague over here. Okay, 180 seconds, but it's less than that because I've been talking all this time. Everybody, please take your coffee, please take your seats. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've burned through most of that 180 seconds now. So everybody please take your seats. We're going to get started and we'll move on to the next panel. The next panel is about healthy soils, healthy planets. So we're going to be looking at the role of soils in food system, food security. And again, here's my little plug for the Convention on Biological Diversity. The question of soil biodiversity is of fundamental importance for us actually under the Convention as well. So the kind of work we're going to discuss in this panel will promote that kind of synergistic implementation. So I'm going to pass over to the moderator and I'm going to walk to the back of the room and ask our enthusiastic conversationalists to bring it to a close. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Please get seated. We are going to start our session. First of all, let me welcome you warmly to Côte d'Ivoire. We say here, Aquaba to Côte d'Ivoire. And I would like to welcome you all to the healthy session. The soil party is a healthy soil session as part of Food Day. My name is Jerome Tondo. I'm associate professor in agroecology at Abobo Adjame University, Nangua Brogwa, sorry, and also soil scientist at ICRAF. So I will be moderating this session. This session is all about healthy soil. So we all know that healthy soil is the very foundation of our food system. And if you want to produce more food, we need our soils to be healthy. But the situation on the ground is not good at all because most of our soils, particularly in Africa, are degraded. And if you want to bridge the yield gap, you need to improve soil by getting them healthy. And this is the objective, the main objective of this session. And this session will be, in this session we will be sharing, I think, experiences throughout the world. And the idea is to know how best we can manage to improve I think soil health in order to, I think, to get the agriculture intensification in the right way. So to do that, I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Lee Wineweki. She's a brilliant soil scientist at Nairobi working for ICRAF C4. and she's going to set the scene of this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerome, and a big warm welcome to everyone. I have 5 minutes. I'm starting my timer. And today I'm really here to just motivate us. It's a real call to action for building healthy ecosystems. The next slide. As Jerome mentioned, and as FAO has reported, 95% of our food comes from soil. We're here today to talk about transforming our food systems. And in order to do that, we must recognize the importance of soil health. On the next slide, I highlight how soil health is central to reaching the SDGs, central to reaching land degradation neutrality. Therefore, it must be part of the UNCCD declaration coming out of this COP. It must be part of the declaration coming out of the UNFCCC and CBD declarations. The next slide says that despite the global relevance of soil, so much of our land is degraded. It's unfortunate that my son took this photo on vacation, and this is real. Soil erosion is the most prevalent form of degradation. It's also the most obvious form of land degradation. This means that we must redouble our efforts to restore degraded soils, maintain currently healthy soils, and continue to build healthy soil ecosystems globally. On the next slide, I'll just highlight that the Coalition of Action for Soil Health, it took root in the UN Food Systems Summit, and it continues to grow. This coalition, on the next slide, has a very simple but ambitious goal. We want to improve soil health globally, and we need to address the key barriers currently constraining farmers, pastoralists, land managers, such as monitoring, policy, implementation, and let's not forget the financial incentives needed to scale soil health globally. And here on the right, we have simple goals. We'd like to increase the financial investment 5 to 10-fold. We'd like to increase the number of hectares under healthy soil practices. We want to expand research in development. We heard Ibrahim Thiaw talk about we have the science now. We're building on that science so we can implement the right practices for the right place that meet the farmer's needs. And we want to integrate soil health considerations into policy. That's the nationally determined contributions, that's agriculture policies, ecosystem restoration policies, climate change policies. On the next slide, our roadmap has been hectic. It's been exciting. We launched the coalition in July 2021, and we are not stopping. We're going forward. So I really invite all of you to think about the important role of soil health and your individual contribution to build healthy soil ecosystems. And the next slide is just an invitation to join all of us on this important journey. Thank you so much, Jerome.
Thank you, Lee, for setting the scene and outlining the expectation of this conference. And the key, I think, message is the need to improve soil health to increase agricultural productivity. I'm now going to introduce our keynote speaker, Erin, who is from Australia. He's based in Brussels, Belgium, and he was previously Director of Plant Trade, Biosecurity, Plant Division at the Australian Government Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment. Thank you so much, Erin, for taking your time to showcase the Australian experience in promoting soil health. You have the floor.
Thank you. What an introduction. So good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this topic, healthy soil for a healthy planet. As per the introduction, I'm Erin Tompkinson. I'm currently the Councillor for Agriculture, Water and the Environment for Australia, based in Brussels. And when I took the posting a year ago, I didn't appreciate how much time I'd be talking about soil. It's been a really interesting and exciting time, particularly when Australia's been scaling up and really investing in soil. Today I'll be presenting on the Australian National Soil Strategy. Next slide, please. Why focus on soil? Australia proudly manages 8 million square kilometres of soil as a key national asset. Our soil is important. It underpins landscape health and function, impacts agricultural productivity, builds resilience against climate change, affects water quality, and acts as a carbon store. Healthy soil underpins Australia's stunning natural landscapes and is also essential for healthy plant growth, food production, clean water, and air. In May of 2021, Australia published the National Soil Strategy, which was a national effort from all Australian governments to document our soil management priorities for the next 20 years. Australian soil stakeholders recognise that protecting our soils from degradation is not only important to achieving agricultural productivity and economic outcomes, but is also for Australia's environmental health, ecosystems, and climate resilience important. The 20-year National Soil Strategy outlines 3 key goals. 1, to prioritise soil health. 2, to empower soil innovation and stewards. And 3, to strengthen soil knowledge and capability. Next slide, please. Improving the capacity of Australia's soils. Improved management of Australia's soil is required to ensure productivity outcomes for the businesses that depend on it. For example, to achieve the Australian agricultural sector's sector's goal of being a $100 billion industry by 2030. We're at 80 billion now, so it's quite ambitious. We support place-based land management that prioritises climate adaptation and resilience of soils, improves soil condition over time, and achieves soil security for future generations. Our soil strategy includes a goal to strengthen Australia's soil knowledge and capability, and it is through this goal that soil stakeholders wish to see soil-related research priorities addressed, including both fundamental and applied soil science research. Soil Science Australia plays a key role in raising awareness and engagement in soil science, including enhancing soil education and bringing together soil practitioners to share ideas, foster technical collaboration, and encourage soil extension and adoption activities. The National Soil Strategy encourages the collection and use of soil data to inform land management practices. Australia is exploring support for more soil testing and reviewing our historical soil data to better inform our decision-making about our land and soils. Building Australia's soil knowledge base amongst all stakeholders is necessary to support innovative land management practices and improve productivity, profitability, and climate resilience for Australian farmers and the agricultural sector. The National Soil Package. Sorry, I appreciate that the text is very small there. This National Soil Strategy is accompanied by a 4-year National Soil Package consisting of measures that align with the goals and objectives of the soil strategy. The measures include soil extension activities for farmers. The measures deliver action, education, and monitoring to improve soil management, resilience, health, and productivity. And now I'll attempt to go through that minuscule text, but not in detail, I promise. It includes programs focused on data for decision making, such as a soil data review, and purchasing private soil data to share publicly on a landscape-wide basis, an Australian National Soil Information System. Secondly, knowledge for management, including a soil monitoring and incentives pilot, enhancing soil education and expertise grant, and thirdly, a solutions for problems package, which includes a soil science challenge grant and a food waste for healthy soils fund to divert commercial and household waste from landfill to soil. As I mentioned earlier, Australia is currently in caretaker period. Sorry, I didn't mention that earlier because I didn't think it was that relevant, but it means that I can't, there will be some assessment as to what we continue with in the soil space post the election, but the commitment is such that I'm very confident we'll continue to do a large part of this package. Next slide. The National Soil Action Plan. To support the strategy, Australia is developing an action plan by June of this year, which will detail the specific actions required to achieve the goals and objectives in the strategy. There have been consultations with 380 soil stakeholders to better understand their vision for bringing the soil strategy to life in the coming years. A key feature of these consultations was the desire to harmonise action, which has been a key theme of all the discussions today, across all levels of government, and to ensure that Australia's soil management is treated consistently across our jurisdictions. Stakeholders outline that soil management should be long-term in vision and nature, place-based and responsive to the needs of local landscapes and communities. Evidence-based and employs a partnership approach to deliver maximum collective impact, applies an international lens to continue Australia's global leadership on soil, and works to assess and protect the value of soil to Australia's environmental, economic and social well-being. The hope is that by the end of the 20-year National Soil Strategy in 2041, Australian soil is recognised and valued as a key national asset, is better understood and sustainably managed, and benefits our environment, our economy and communities for many generations to come. Australia's efforts to advance soil health. Australia acknowledges all levels of government, industry, research institutions, private soil practitioners and land managers have a role to play in caring for our soil resources. Sustainable agricultural practices are at the heart of farming in Australia. Farmers are encouraged to adopt sustainable practices that lead to improvements in the natural resource base on farm. Many Australian agricultural industries have taken the lead in developing these sustainable farming practices in Australia, independent of government intervention. Australia is the only country in the world to establish the role of a national soils advocate, Penny Wensley. This role contributes to awareness-raising activities across a wide stakeholder base, including with all levels of government, decision makers, international advocacy, farmers and land managers and their advisors. The advocate is Australia's focal point for the Coalition of Action for Soil Health initiative Lee raised earlier. Australia seeks to advance soil health in different forums. For example, we actively participated and contributed to the Global Forum for Food and Agriculture communique on soil health at the beginning of this year in Germany. Through our membership at the FAO's Global Soils Partnership and Pacific Port Soil Partnership, Australia contributes to initiatives to advance soil health and soil management in our region and globally. So thank you very much. I appreciate I'm not an expert in this space, but just wanted to share today what Australia is doing in the soil space. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin, for feeding us with this insight from Australia. And I'm sure you have some questions, but I think let us follow the next speaker, and then you have, I think, the time to express yourself. And this said, I will now like to give the floor to Sasha Alexander. He is one of the lead coordinator of the second edition of the Global Land Outlook, which was just released. Over to you, Sasha.
Thank you very much. So Lee asked me, thank you, Lee, for organizing this, and the WWF for all their hard work for this first ever Food Day. And so Lee asked me to give some inspiring opening remarks. I'm going to try. And let me start with, let us not despair. Okay, I have the colleagues, the experts, the academics. Where's soil in the international agreements? Where's soil in the SDGs? You know, we don't see it, and because we don't see it, we're not getting any attention. But let me point out a couple entry points for us. First of all, SDG target 15.3. That is the UNCCD's target. We are the custodian agency for the indicator. That target says restore degraded land and soil. Nobody got it. Soil. That was negotiated text. It took several years, but soil is there for a reason. And that leads us to land degradation neutrality. We have 130 countries that are committed to LDN, right? 100 countries have submitted their targets, their commitments, how they're going to do it, how they're going to finance it, and most of those have something to do with soil. Half of them are croplands and grazing lands. Soil. So we need to think about the specific measures, sustainable soil management, integrated soil and water management practices are all explicitly mentioned. Many of these countries have issued detailed reports on how they're going to go about meeting their LDN targets. So here is our opportunity. Here is our entry point. They are begging us to provide them with the platform, with the networks, with the experts that they need to acquire the technology transfers, the resource mobilization, facilitate peer-to-peer exchanges, farmer-to-farmer exchanges. These are absolutely critical. Extension services that actually reach the local communities, large and small scale farmers. This is what cash is all about. Do not think greenbacks or green when you say cash. It's brown, okay? It's rich in biodiversity, microorganisms, fungi, right? This is carbon-rich organic matter. This is cash. This is the coalition that came out of Action Track 3 in the Food Systems Summit. The UNCCD was the UN anchor agency for the Food Systems Summit, Action Track 3, nature positive food production. So this is where we are. This is where we're going. And the UNCCD is very, very honored to be a part of the Coalition for Action on Soil Health, and will continue to mobilize and bring soil health to the forefront of land restoration, the decade of ecosystem restoration, the decade of family farming, which everybody forgets. We're in it right now, and the decade of action, because that's what we need. We need action on the ground and action to improve our soil health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sasha. And I'm sure you have some question, okay, to ask, question of clarification, some comments. I think feel free. If you have some, please bring them up. Can I have one or two questions? Yes.
I'm Ruth Spencer. I'm from Antigua and Barbuda, a small Caribbean island, and I'm a local community representative. In our countries, we can find so much organic material that goes to waste that can build up our soil. In our islands, we have a lot of trees. The leaves drop. We cut our yards, lots of grasses. And because we suffer from drought, I encourage the people, put them around the plants, mulch, keep the sun, helps to keep the water in the soil. But people's concept is that they're rubbish. People see these things as rubbish, and we have to re-educate our people that everything around us can be used sustainably without cost to build up our soil. And that's what we need, re-educating of our people, our policymakers. Capacity building is both ways. Those at the top, they think of all the fancy solutions, whereas we have them right at our disposal. So let us start to reimagine our soils. That all that we need is right there in our communities. I have a bunch of trees, and people from all around the island, they come, they want lemons, they want coconuts, and I'm telling them I don't do nothing. When I have all my leaves, I just use them. Keep your plants moist, build up the salt content of the soils. It's easy.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Well, thank you. I can speak in English. I will return in French. Bon, c'est Dr Nguessan Antoine, je suis pédologue et je prends la parole pour dire que effectivement tous les intervenants ont parlé de la santé des sols, la gestion des sols, etc. Mais je pense que pour pouvoir donner la santé au sol, il y a un préalable, comme la dame de l'Australie l'a dit. Il faut donc connaître le sol elle-même. Donc cela passe au niveau de chaque pays à la connaissance, à la mise en place de la carte de répartition des sols. Lorsqu'on connaît toutes les caractéristiques des sols, on les a identifiées, on connaît les caractères, on pourra mieux identifier les cultures qu'on va mettre en place à partir des caractéristiques individuelles. Et il faut aussi former les acteurs du milieu rural, parce que parfois, ils ne savent pas quelle est la culture qui va mieux avec tel type de sol. Donc je pense que tout ça, il faut que ça soit pris en compte au niveau du gouvernement, pour que chaque État puisse engager cette étude. En Côte d'Ivoire, par exemple, la carte même de répartition des sols date de 1971, c'est-à-dire la carte actuelle. Donc, effectivement, au niveau du gouvernement, il faut que cela soit pris en compte. Voilà. Et aussi former les paysans à la connaissance de, par exemple, la texture, comment faire en sorte que le choix de la culture puisse avoir une corrélation avec le type de sol. Donc, c'est ce que je voudrais dire.
Thank you very much. I think it's a contribution, okay? And yes, next to you, please. Yeah.
Oui.
Can you
Oui.
introduce yourself and?
Oui, je suis Samuel Razanak de l'ANSDEV de Madagascar. Ma remarque et ma question vont dans le même sens que mon collègue tout à l'heure. En ce qui concerne la carte des sols, ce qui manque dans les pays en voie de développement comme Madagascar. Donc la question que je voudrais poser, comment peut-on donc soutenir un pays comme Madagascar pour réaliser ces analyses pour caractériser les sols, parce que ça coûte très cher pour le pays. Donc comment on peut soutenir pour arriver à caractériser les sols et savoir cette santé du sol. Merci.
Okay, the last. Okay, yeah, there is a last contribution or comment or
Jerome, are
question.
you going to translate for us briefly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Innocent Antoine Weji. I'm the Executive Director of Youth Initiative for Land in Africa. And when we are talking about the soil, I'm asking the question, what about the land? Because we can put many resources in the soil management, but if the land is not secure, all these investments will be dropped. So my question, what political do you have to help secure the land for the good soil management? That is the first. The second, what is the place of the young people in soil management according to your presentation? Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. I think Lee and the other two presenters, can you please give some clarifications to... He was mentioning the issue of, raising the issue of ownership. Any of the question, if you are...
So thanks, Jerome. I just wanted to answer a few questions with respect to what Australia does.
Yeah.
And I appreciate our conditions are quite different.
Sure.
Every country has different conditions.
Sure.
We, as part of our soil strategy, have a challenge to get to where soil testing costs $3 per hectare. So that's a big stretch goal for us. And then what we also do is the government is paying farmers for soil testing for 3 years, and they get that information, but they also agree to put it as part of the database so we can do Australia-wide landscape management. But in return, I know a farmer outside of an hour outside of Canberra, she's received that soil testing information, and it's allowed her to adjust the fertilizers she's used. She's reduced her fertilizer use. She's gone to some more organic contributions to her soil. And what she has said is the information in that testing is so valuable that after the 3 years where the government will no longer pay for it, she is going to pay for that herself. So that's the way that we're trying to encourage, one, the government investing in soil strategy and health, but also trying to help farmers to invest more in their own soil strategy and health, which I know all farmers want to do to produce sustainably. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are running out of time, and we need to move to the next level of our session. And it's now my pleasure to introduce our estimated panelists. So as I call you, can you please, I think, take your seat on stage. D.B. Lucien, he's a soil scientist at the National Polytechnic School in Yamoussoukro, Côte d'Ivoire. And Adrian Litoro, sorry if, can you please take your place? You are you are based in Kenya, and you are the co-founder of Nature and People as One. I think, is it an NGO? You tell us a bit more. And the third panelist is Mr. James Smith, who is the Director of Natural Climate Solutions at World Business Council for Sustainable Development. He's Britain but based in the Netherlands. The first panelist is Claudia Ship, sorry if I mispronounce your name. She is a member of the 4 per 1,000 Initiative, Executive Secretariat, and works for the German Federal Office for Agriculture and Food. And the last, not the least, is Mrs. Vera Berger. She worked for FAO. She's based in Rome, and she's a senior officer in land and water. Okay, so I will. Okay, Lee has joined the. Okay, now I'm going to ask a set of questions, starting from Lee. You want to know? Starting from Lucien. You have 5 minutes, okay, to give me your feedback. Okay, so Lucien, can you please highlight the main focus of the soil research in your school and how restoring soils help nature positive food production in your country? Yeah.
Thank you, Jérôme.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. Can I go in French or should I?
Yeah, in English. You are
So, okay, thank you very much. As you said, I'm a lecturer at the National Institute of Technology in Yamoussoukro, which I joined recently. And in terms of soil research, what we are doing is initially, before joining the institute, I was working at ICRAF. I should say it and acknowledge it. And when I moved to there, we try to, firstly, our main focus is on how to set up soil fertility in the context of food production, focusing on root and tuber crops, because this is one of the main focus, research focus in the laboratory where I am. And as you can imagine, root and tuber crop are quite complex in terms of soil fertility. So we try first, in the first phase, to use mineral fertilizer, and what we realize is that mainly when you use mineral fertilizer, you burn the soil organic matter, of course, and at one stage you don't reach the level of productivity that you want to meet. So we move ahead and test some alternatives, like mixing poultry manure together with mineral fertilizer, compared to also some control, and realize at the end that using this integrated approach resulting in better productivity, and also we restore a little bit the soil organic carbon compared to when we are applying only mineral fertilizer. And this is the case especially in sandy soil. So since I have just 5 minutes, I will go ahead and respond to the second question. To me, when we talk about restoring soil fertility, it seems to be sometimes a simple question for me when I take it from my agriculture background, because I came from the rural area. What my parents used to do is just to leave the land in fallow. And 10 years back, you have restored your soil. The fact is that you can't do it now because of population pressure. But in area where it is still possible, to me, this is the first thing to do, and ask to farmers, because it's a natural regeneration of the soil. But when it's not possible, you can move ahead and look at, improve soil fertility, or using alternative like organic fertilizer. And to end, recently I watched a TV broadcast, and I found in an NGO doing a very interesting work in DRC, which I will call it the human urine value chain. What they do is that people go to collect human urine, come to sell it to the NGO, $6 per 20 liters of human urine. And then after some days of fermentation, they just send it back to farmers who use it to fertilize their soil. And they can reach like 2 times or 3 times productivity compared to when we are not using this human urine. So this is kind of practical approach that we should think about, because when you increase your productivity, you also, replenish your soil fertility, and also it's a kind of environmental work that we are doing, because you collect the urine, which is a very important, environmental concern in our cities. So,
Thank
Jerome,
you very
should I
much.
have time?
Yeah,
Okay.
please. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And next, Adrian, I think it's good that you try to highlight the role of the youth for the implementation of restoration on the ground and your experience with land degradation as you are a young man.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am clearly a young man. Well, I never really thought about healthy soils in general until I visited the ICRAF lab in Nairobi, where I met one of my mentors, and that kind of opened my eyes to the role of healthy soils. So when I went back to where I work, I could see the degraded landscapes, the soil erosion, the really, and the impact of on what role soil has to play in the livelihoods of my community. So speaking for the youth and from a youth perspective, in our community, the youth are the ones who take care of the livestock. They're the ones who are out there managing the grazing patterns, going out there to look for pasture. And in an ideal world, healthy soils means there's food security. There's a lot of milk, there's a lot of meat, there's a lot of grass, so the livestock are healthy. But the reality is, with droughts, increasing droughts, as was highlighted yesterday at the drought day, the frequency and of course degradation. Youth are spending time away from the homes, so they are out there in conflict-prone areas, right? So communities fighting. So there's conflict. There's a dimension of conflict from these degraded landscapes, and so this really shows that the soils play an even bigger role in even peace, right? And so for me, restoring the drylands means a healthy, food secure future, but also a peaceful future for the youth. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now I think we are delighted to have a private sector representative in our session. So please, James, can you please elaborate a little bit more on the role of the private sector in this business, in this soil health related business? Please.
Sure, yeah, it would be an absolute pleasure to do so, and I'm very keen to discuss kind of how the private sector and others can scale up investment and the mechanisms that they use to invest in soils. But firstly, a little bit about WBCSD. We're an organization led by 200 CEOs of the leading sustainability companies around the world, and we have a vision where we see 9 billion people living well and within planetary boundaries by 2050. And reaching that vision is fundamentally underpinned by soil health. We've already heard from Lee and from your colleague, I can't remember her. Sasha. We echo absolutely everything that he's said there. It underpins healthy populations, our societies, and our economies. Our economies are dependent on healthy soils and natural resource management. And so we're very pleased to be part of the Cash Coalition. So in terms of what can the private sector do to help accelerate investments into soil, there's kind of 3 or 4 areas where I see there's great opportunity to accelerate these investments. Firstly is in investment funds. Secondly, on net zero commitments that companies are making. Thirdly, on the carbon markets. And then fourthly, we need to consider as well what the policy makers are doing as well. But in terms of investments, we're all familiar with the Land Degradation Neutrality Fund, which was established by the UNCCD, and it works with the private sector to channel financing towards sustainable agriculture. But I'm really excited to say that many large companies are now also recognizing the importance of securing their agricultural value chains and the vulnerability of those to climate change in the future. And they are taking their own unilateral action. So organizations like Caring, like Orange, like L'Oreal have made big commitments to invest many hundreds of millions into soil restoration. Another very good one, yesterday Unilever announced a new fund launch where they plan to invest 1 billion into regenerative agricultural practices because they need to generate resilient businesses. Now, that's very, very exciting. They're mobilizing financing, but you might have some questions, it's difficult to invest in these types of activities. It takes time to develop soil. It takes time to grow trees and to address land degradation. And so, how can we accelerate the private sector to invest in these activities? And the second question, how do we make sure that it's actually reaching the people who need it on the ground, so the farmers who are the land stewards? And so in terms of how can we accelerate that, we need to really ensure that we have communication between public and private sector. The most effective way we can do that is generating blended finance mechanisms where the investments from the private sector are secured and they work in tandem with policymakers to reduce those risks by taking some risk capital at the beginning. So taking on the additional risk to accelerate the deployment of that public-private money. And then in terms of reaching farmers, why don't we use the existing financial systems and mechanisms we have in place? We already have large microfinance institutions all over Africa and South America. They have contracts and they have relationships with farmers on the ground to provide them with access to the financial systems. We can similarly, and there are funds out there, which are connecting to and channeling funding to these finance and microfinance organizations are then providing those conditions around, actually, let's ensure that then goes towards microfinance activities that are investing in sustainable land management. In terms, are we at 5? We're at 5? Okay, I'll stop there then. But there's lots of other opportunities in carbon markets, net zero commitments, and we'll take any questions.
Please go ahead. Just 5 minutes. 1 minute. Because it's very important to have a private sector representative here. Let us please go ahead.
1 minute.
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, let's go. So, 2 great opportunities I see. Net zero commitments. Companies need to reach net zero. They need to reduce their emissions by 50% by 2030. For companies in the agriculture sector, 80% of their emissions come from the production of crops. And they have very industrial mechanisms and processes. There's a great opportunity, and the private sector wants to be involved in accelerating this regenerative revolution by using agriculture as a way of decarbonizing. This is their main opportunity.
Thank you very much. And Claudia, now the floor is yours. I think the 4 per 1,000 initiative was launched a couple of years ago in Paris, right? And it raised so many expectations. So today, can you share some of the achievements of this great initiative, but unknown to us? What has you been able to achieve so far? Thank you very much.
Yes, does that work? Yes. Thanks for that question, and thanks for having us here. First of all, let me say, Sasha was really speaking from our heart, when he mentioned where are soils in all the international politics, in the minds of people, in all what he mentioned. And I think this is really at the heart of our mission as Capital as well. So I would say we are some of the actors, because right now actually there are quite many actors, and we will meet others tomorrow, and the Cash Coalition is somehow uniting many of them. So that's very important. But I would say as we were among the first initiatives, we were among the pioneers of bringing the attention to the importance of soil health in very different sectors. So what have we achieved? I think one big step for us was that this year we actually finalized our implementation strategy, which was based on a very inclusive process involving all our members, and we actually did a Delphi study, so we tried to make it as inclusive and integrative as possible. And this actually now gives us the chance to actually start building alliances and coalitions who can actually work on the implementation of these goals we formulated together with our partners. And maybe I wanted to finish with that, but maybe let me go to this first. So we have our virtual fair, just in June, where all our partners, and right now we have, and I think this is a big achievement as well, we have over 700 partners with over 2,000 specialists and professionals from the sector of soil science, which really gives us a big outreach and a great opportunity to foster vertical and horizontal integration of different stakeholders and areas. I think another important approach for us was the foundation and the organization of the community of practice. So we have many different, we have people from practitioners on the ground, which is very important to us, who can actually meet and exchange with people from science, from politics. We organize different events around that and make sure that this dialogue, which is so crucial for action to be actually happening on the ground, is taking place.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are going to hear from Vera about the Global Soil Partnership of FAO. Thank you.
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, as we heard, soil is very important not only for food production, but also for storing, or for producing clean water, for maintaining biodiversity, sequester carbon, and increase resilience in climate change. So for FAO, actually, soil is really an important topic, and it's the foundation of food production and many the ecosystem services. In that sense, FAO, to ensure greater recognition of the essential contribution of soil, as well the crucial ecosystem services, the FAO Council established already 10 years ago the Global Soil Partnership, which was in December 2012. And we heard from Australia that they are members of the Global Soil Partnership, which also has regional group partnerships, involving already 168, I see here, 168 focal points all over the world, nominated by the countries, and working with academia, with civil society, with governments in different levels. So the Global Soil Partnership has produced many tools and also policy guidelines. For example, 2 years ago, we the voluntary guidelines on sustainable land management, which looks into 10 important issues which are important for sustainable soil management, like stopping erosion, stop compactation, soil, all this kind. We're working with data, we're working with strengthening soil laboratories, but we're also working with farmers. We've got a program called the Soil Doctors, which we were mentioning here, farmer field schools. It's basically based on the farmer field school approach. So we're working all over the the spectrum, from the farmers up to governments, up to policies, up to data, but involving and in partnership with the countries and in the world. So
Okay, thank you very much, Vera. And now it's my pleasure to hand the mic over to Melissa Ho from WWF US to provide the closing remarks.
Thank you so much. Wow, what an amazing panel. Can we just give them all a huge round of hand, as well as the previous speakers? I've never heard such passion and detail and vision around what we need in soil health and how to connect the dots. I just wanted to close briefly with 3 high-level points. We had so much detail, and I'm not at all going to try to summarize. I'm going to leave you with 3 W's, right? The first is to really think about, with soil, starting with the why. I think Lee did such a brilliant job laying out, as well as Ibrahim Thal and so many of our other speakers, Elizabeth in the first session as well, really laying the fundamental why soil health is so important. We walk on this soil every day, we take it for granted, we just don't appreciate the value of what soil brings. And if we think about what it means for greenhouse gas emissions and carbon storage and sequestration, for biodiversity, the life in the soil, as well as what the life it gives to the planet and to our food. So thinking of what soil also means for water management, we need to start talking about soil at a level up of the why. And really engaging, yes, we go into the details of the how and the what, but really motivating it to connect it to all these other COPs. So one of the things you heard from Lee is that we really want to see soil in the COP15 declaration. We want to see it connected to climate in the climate COP and commitments on soil because it's so fundamental to these goals. The second thing I want to mention is around the will. This theme has come up in the morning session. It is so important on soil. There were so many discussions of different actors that we need to motivate. It is fantastic you are not a soil expert, counselor, in speaking about soil, because we need non-soil experts to understand and build the will of what they need to do around soil. And so I think policymakers, we mentioned youth. The question from the audience was really about where are youth in this role. Climate activists, environmentalists, people who are non-soil experts need to also build the will and connect the dots on why soil health matters. And the third thing I'll say is the way. We need to strike the way, and I think this is where we are so ready to go. We have scientists, we have a framework with cash, we have the ability to have knowledge exchange. We have so much of what we need to do and act now. And so if we have both the vision of the why, we also want to build the will of a range of stakeholders, I'm sure we will strike the way in getting actions and implementation of real solutions to make soil health a focus of all of our conventions and the world we want to see. Great, thanks. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, and I think we are all done now. I think I will, if you have some question of clarifications, there's some comments, please go ahead. Amias, you have something to say, to add on? Why not? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would like to thank first of all the organizers, and then bringing the food system, and then again the food system is really built on soils, and then having that soil session after that one is a very interesting and I think systemic kind of intervention, and then I would like to really congratulate all the presenters. And then in fact I have a bit of views on the first session of the presenters, which is also linked to this one. One thing which I heard from Sasha, for instance, is it is very interesting to hear that 100+ countries has committed, LDN through soils. And then if you go all these countries again on climate or on their NEDC commitments, it might not be there. So I think we need to really push, because these are the same countries which commit for all these three conventions, so to say. And then if you cross-check, it might be strong on one, might not be on the other. And then I think the other interesting opportunity I have seen, if I give you an example from Ethiopia, for example, is that, because of the increase in chemical fertilizer price, because of the case now we know in Russia, and people are moving to organic fertilizers. And they are even establishing, a national task force on organic fertilizer. So that's where we want to really bring in households, and an organic approach is really critical. And then I think, and then the third one, which I'm really happy with about Australia, for example, is that how many countries do they have, mainstreamed national soil policy and an action plan? I wonder how many there are. And then it was a wonderful experience from Australia. And then maybe in many countries it could be embedded on agriculture, on environment or so, but I was so happy to see, and then I'm eager to read about the policy and then take a lesson for the others. It's not about copy-paste as you said it, but I think there is a lot of lesson that we could learn from. And then I think Lucien and all the others, I think what you have said is really fantastic, and I'm so pleased, and I'm always standing and listening to you. It's really fantastic. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Amias. I think we still have time for one more question. One more question. Thor, you want to say something? Nothing about the precision agriculture, no? Nothing? Okay, yeah, please.
Bon, je vais m'exprimer en français. Ok. Je me nomme Ngouron Kwasi. Je suis président d'une ONG qui intervient dans le domaine de l'environnement, plus précisément dans le reboisement. Je remercie tous ces intervenants. Nous voyons qu'aujourd'hui, l'état du sol est d'actualité. Tous les pays aspirent à un développement. Or, qui parle de développement parle de l'utilisation massive du sol. Je prends le cas de la Côte d'Ivoire. Si rien n'est fait, aujourd'hui nous occupons la première place au niveau du cacao. Je voudrais savoir, et avec vos permissions, quelle politique nos dirigeants ici en Côte d'Ivoire doivent mener auprès de la population rurale pour une sauvegarde d'une santé parfaite de nos sols, afin de pouvoir préserver nos acquis et garder notre place en tant que premier producteur de cacao en Afrique et dans le monde.
Ok, merci. Moi, je ne vais pas répondre. Je vais donner la parole à Dibi Lucien, même si je pouvais apporter des réponses. Mais il fait partie des panélistes, donc il va répondre à cette question. 1 minute, ou alors une minute, s'il te plaît. Si elle veut bien répondre, ok. Please, okay. Please go ahead. Please.
I think, sorry, I understand that the question is which policy should be put in place, right? I think it should be an integrated policy, which looks, first of all, into you know, that people who are on the ground understand what the soil is and what we have to do in order to take care of the soil. So that means capacity building, to work with research, to have also policies that don't promote soil degradation, because that happens as well. So we should not be doing things, saying things on one hand and promoting the other thing on the other hand. So the policy should be coherent and not promoting more soil degradation. And I think one important thing is also a policy which promotes the circular economy, that we use our you know, we're talking about organic matter in a sustainable manner. And that should be also part in the land use planning. I think land use planning is very important in order to see which soils are used where the better way.
Okay, thank you very much. I think before we close this session with Lee final words, I would like to remind you that tomorrow we'll be having another session at Met 12 on soil health. So we want you to be around so that you can learn more about the linkage between soil health and sustainable agriculture. And Lee, you have the floor, the final say. Thank you.
No, just a sincere and warm thank you to everyone, to our esteemed panelists, to the presenters, just everyone. Yeah. And Melissa, as Vice President of WWF Food and Water, so eloquently laid out the will, the way, the how. It was absolutely brilliant, and really appreciate that from a non-soil scientist, how clearly articulated. So with that, just remember we all have an individual responsibility to restore soil health, and we look forward to seeing you in Met 12 tomorrow, 8 a.m., but don't worry, there's coffee and food. Met 12, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
managing it, you should take the presentation from Martino and see which presentation is best for the next set. Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 1:25. The lunch has come and gone. We're nice and relaxed. We're having good discussions. I'm going to ask the panelists for this night to start to assemble and the others to get ready. So we'll take our time but it's 5 minutes, but I just want to let you know now because it's always amazing how long it can take people to come together. Hello? It takes a while to come. There we go. Okay, hello everybody. I'd like to invite the panelists up to the stage so you haven't abandoned your organizer here. Come on up and we'll get started right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Okay.
Yes, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, just a little housekeeping thing. The Rio Pavilion is very proud to announce that we have our own dedicated internet Wi-Fi box now. So if you have despaired of the speed and access, we now have it on. We put around a few of the walls the name of the network and the password, so you can take the turn. I mean, the other ones work okay, but this one is our box for ourselves, so it'll be lightning fast. Thanks.
Thank you, David. So, welcome everybody. Welcome to the UN CCD COP15 Food Day session. Agrobiodiversity, our past and our future. So before I go on, I'd like to welcome everybody, excellencies, dignitaries, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's really good timing that we have this session today. All of the conversations around climate, around agrobiodiversity, around food are beginning to come together. So I think it's a really interesting session we have. My name is James Stapleton. I work for the International Potato Center of the CGIAR, and I'm the head of communications. And I'll be moderating today's event. And it couldn't be more timely, because as we all know, land degradation is causing huge problems with food security, nutrition security, biodiversity conservation, and also preventing us from adapting to climate change and mitigating climate change. And despite its importance, we're witnessing unprecedented loss of arable land in the world today, with unsustainable management practices and intensive agriculture eroding soils. Food production driving deforestation and the conversion of natural habitats. And we all know our food systems are responsible for up to 30% of GHG gases, GHG emissions. So the really good news is a more sustainable food system can be achieved by increasing the agrobiodiversity in our food systems. And we have a really great panel here today. I was thinking about it, I think probably 2 lifetimes. I don't want to make people feel too old, but at least a lifetime of experience working in this really interesting area. We have Carlo Fada, the leader of the new CGIAR initiative on nature positive solutions. Shyam Sundar Jani, recipient of the UN CCD Land for Life Award, and a prolific scientist from your university, sorry. Rajasthan, India. Marianetta Salkalyan, UNEP coordinator of Healthy Food and Productive Ecosystems, and Jamal Anna Klisheva. I got the pronunciation right. UN CBD Forest Biodiversity Officer. But before we hear from them, let me hand over the floor to Juan Lucas Restrepo, the Director General of the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, and the CGIAR Director for Partnerships and Advocacy, for some opening remarks. Juan Lucas, please.
Thank you, James. Good afternoon to all. I'm very pleased to be here opening this event for the Alliance as well as for CGIAR this day, this Food Day, a great milestone, as well as this session is extremely important. It's great that we are acknowledging through the day that achieving land neutrality targets, the upcoming 2020 Global Biodiversity Framework targets that are being agreed, as well as the Paris Agreement, is not happening if we don't shift into more nature-positive food systems. And of course, we all know this, but it's always important to repeat and repeat and repeat. The way we eat, the way we produce, source, handle, and process food are impacting both in the environmental as well as human health. We know the numbers of agriculture accounting for most of the freshwater use, driving deforestation, and of course being a very significant driver of biodiversity loss and putting great pressure on the remaining smaller and shrinking natural ecosystems. And I want to focus more on the health connection for a second, which is related to the diets. We've been very successful in a way through the Green Revolution, through a great focus on productivity, in bringing to most people, not to all, we still have issues with access, but we have currently the capacity to produce and deliver in terms of calories through a very few staples and a very small number of breeds or of animals, the caloric needs of society, with a very small portion of agrobiodiversity, of the thousands of species and animals that have been used by humanity historically, but are not at the front line anymore. And this is having a huge effect. Some of it that's not been well accounted for example, in our health systems. And I would like to think that the best doctor is what you get in your plate of food in terms of the provision of calories, micronutrients, etc., that are not there in this homogeneous and in a kind of more boring and less exciting plate of food that we have as humanity. So we see in agrobiodiversity a great opportunity. And this is something that we've been looking at in the past, where a lot of research has been done, but unfortunately it's not something that has been mainstreamed enough and brought back into the light. And we see more and more a greater understanding and a greater opportunity of what agrobiodiversity can do for humanity in terms of transforming our food systems. And when we talk about agrobiodiversity, it's important not to focus only on the wealth and diversity of plants and animals, but we need to understand the microorganisms and their interaction that are what really make production possible. So what I wanted to convey in this opening is that as we will see through this session, agrobiodiversity plays and can play even more critical roles in addressing the current global challenges by supporting long-term productivity and resilience, and providing the great spillover of multiple ecosystem services, erosion control, improved soil nutrient cycles, and increased water quality, to name a few. It's also great for farmers. Sometimes farmers are locked in economically through staples, through the current food system, in terms of their economic opportunities to get better livelihoods. And unlocking agrobiodiversity is also important to generate more possibility of economic value through diversification of what we produce, and of course what we bring at the end of the day to the table, also being a great risk mitigator, not only market risks, but climate risks as well. So today is about discussing how we leverage the potential of agrobiodiversity as a systemic solution for land restoration, for biodiversity conservation, and climate action in the immense agricultural landscapes that we got today. And of course, to do so, we need to boost dialogue and collaboration, more dialogue, more collaboration, bridging gaps between environment and the agricultural sector. And of course, we need to invest in multi-sectoral approaches to transform our food systems. I would like to finalize by mentioning that, as we will hear today, we held a few months back the second World Agrobiodiversity Congress with great success, with great interest, looking at all of these dimensions, and really stating and assuring that now there are tools, there are ways to mainstream agrobiodiversity and help us really leverage on it to transform our food system. So it's going to be a very exciting session. we have great experts that will discuss and talk through these different dimensions. So I hope you enjoy this important session in the UNCCD Food Day, first Food Day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Juan Lucas. If I heard what you said, I think you said in the past we were able to feed the world, but maybe with more agrobiodiversity we'll be able to nourish the planet, people, and their prosperity. So with that, maybe you can pass over to Carlo. Carlo, how can you help us frame agrobiodiversity that can help address food and land system transformation in a climate crisis, especially here on the African continent?
Thank you, James. Yeah, that's a very important question. I think you framed well in your introduction why you need more agrobiodiversity. What are the crises that we are facing? You mentioned the greenhouse gas emission. You mentioned degradation, which is driven by, and deforestation, which is largely driven by agriculture. You mentioned the biodiversity loss. Some people are talking about the 6 months extinction, which is largely driven, actually 86% of the species extinction is driven by agriculture. So these are very systemic aspects that needs to be understood and addressed, and solutions need to be found if we want, as you said, to nourish people within the planetary boundaries. And then there are other elements that are occurring more and more often, and which are more related to political or economic or health crises, which also affect and weaken our production, our food system. For example, you probably all remember that in 2008 there was a financial crisis which triggered huge inflation and spike in food prices, which caused riots in at least 30 countries. India stopped exporting rice, etc., etc. Then we had the COVID-19 crisis, which also weakened our food system, which depends so much on this global value chain, and we are still counting the damage of that, for example, in terms of inflation. And even before we get out of the COVID-19, you have the Ukraine crisis, where you have again huge spike in food price. And that makes us thinking that all of these crises have one thing in common, is that they weaken food systems that are based on few commodities and that are based on few countries that produce this commodity. According to the World Agricultural Supply and Demand estimates, 86% of all wheat exports come from just 7 countries, and 3 countries hold 68% of the global wheat reserve. If one of these countries, there are only 3, so if one of these countries enter into a crisis, then you have an immediately food security global issue, and we are seeing that. For maize it's even worse. 85% of all exports come from 4 countries, and 2 countries hold 82% of the world reserve, so it's only 2. And if we go to, in Nairobi, I don't know, those who live in Nairobi know that it's almost impossible to find sunflower oil, because it comes mostly from Ukraine, and the prices of fertilizer is going extremely up. So we need to probably have two solutions. One could be do more of the same. Let's grow more wheat in Africa. Let's grow more of these global commodities in different places where maybe they're not super suitable, but at least we diversify a little bit more the countries from which these commodities are produced. But there is another option, and that option is to actually look at resources. Find it's very common when you talk to African Union to hear that we need to find African solution to African problems. And for example, Africa is very rich in traditional African cereals. Think, for example, of fonio here in West Africa, or teff in East Africa, is center of origin for important crops like sorghum or millet. You have roots and tubers, which are also very diverse. You have grain legumes, you have oil crops, you have fruits and other fruits and vegetables. You really have all the ingredients to diversify, and a lot of those crops are climate smart. They can really provide adaptation to climate to the climate crisis. They can improve nutrition if you start putting more vegetables and trees and fruit trees under production. Then you start addressing the micronutrient deficiencies in many parts of the countries, and you can really think of using those crops as a way to start promoting food security, nutrition security, address land restoration, for example, in agroforestry system, more trees on farm. And I think in Africa also there is a very important opportunity now where through which this needs to be done. It's easy to say, but it requires a lot of shift. It requires a shift on research. Research organization, the NARS, etc., needs to focus and concentrate and put more resources in researching those crops, including, for example, breeding and crop improvement in the nutrition, in the agronomy. You need a political willingness to divert incentives towards sustaining farmers, and particularly the smallholder farmers who are still custodian of this diversity and that hold the knowledge about these crops and varieties. You need the private sector that needs to engage and start working on how this diversity can actually be commercialized, because it's important. Poverty remains extreme in Africa, no? So it's important that livelihood is taken into consideration when you start promoting these changes. And Africa, and maybe particularly for Africa, and now I conclude with that, it's very, to me, it would be very natural to do all this kind of investment to the recently launched African Continental Free Trade Area, which really in agriculture aims at improving trade of food within the continent. And if you start investing in crops that are climate smart, they are accepted culturally, etc., this could really be a platform through which you can really incentivize investment, research, and trade around these traditional crops. And by doing so, I'm sure that you can really simultaneously address all the four crises, and you can also address the issue of vulnerability to other sudden crisis, back swarm type of things that can happen, and it's happening more and more often in the past couple of decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Really interesting, actually. And I'm going to turn to Chanson there. What's your perspective on this? What can be done globally from your experiences in northern India and working in this area?
Thank you, James. I endorse the viewpoint expressed by Mr. Carlos that there is a great need to put more emphasis on diversification of our agricultural patterns. We need to promote alternative crops like floriculture, apiculture, and horticulture, because they are important for pollinators, and pollinators are essential for agrobiodiversity and all kind of biodiversity. Generally, there is a tendency to put trees for timber and fuel, but we should plant trees to improve soil health, because soil health is also an important aspect of agrobiodiversity. As far as the state of India's agrobiodiversity is concerned, I would like to mention three aspects. First one is related to Green Revolution. When Green Revolution was started in India in late 60s, our government put more emphasis to increase the crop area of some particular crops like wheat, potatoes, and rice. It was done due to combat the menace of hunger, because government wanted to left out India out of hunger. So that's why farmers were encouraged to give them subsidized seeds and for minimum support price for particular crops. But it was done on the cost of agrobiodiversity as well as on soil health and our environment. So this is the one aspect, and it resulted in loss of agrobiodiversity because particular type of crops consumed a particular nutrients from soil, therefore soil became unhealthy. That again did harm to the agricultural biodiversity. Unfortunately, we are keep moving on the same track till date. Second and third aspects are more important, and these aspects are related to culture and climate. When LPG, liberalization, privatization and globalization came into existence in early 90s, it led towards the extinction of cultural diversity by promoting homogenized culture. As a traditional society and older civilization, we were very rich in folklores, but it is gradually on declining mode due to the culture of homogeneity. When a folk tale dies, it leads towards the death of a set of thoughts and practices. Being an agrarian society, we used to inherit agricultural biodiversity through folk songs and folk tales projected in our local dialects. Now they have been replaced by modern tools of communication and entertainment. Therefore, subtle understanding of agricultural biodiversity is fading away. Now we are not speaking the language of local ecosystems. We are being trained to speak the language of market that promotes agri-business, not the agri-biodiversity. Third aspect of agricultural biodiversity is our changing approach to the food system. Climate is the main determinant of food, but it's being replaced by market capitalization. I would like to share one aspect of this. Now it's a summer season in India, and we are experiencing very heat waves. So therefore, traditionally, we use a homemade drink that we call rabdi. It is made by millet, Turkish beans and buttermilk, and it's very good, and it protects from heat waves. But at present, you can see that even in remote area, it is being replaced by carbonated cold drinks. They are harmful to health, and they make more vulnerable to heat stroke even. But market has skill to sell it. Therefore, rabdi is in declining mode, and with the decreasing demand of rabdi, crop area of Turkish bean is decreasing, because there is an interconnection with every aspect. Because when we stop consuming one food, then actually we stop consuming a set of food, not only one. Now we are not consuming rabdi, it means that we are not having other recipes and other types of foods that are made through Turkish bean and millet. So that's why government is putting more pressure to increase crop area of millet. And millet is very important, because now India is becoming a capital of diabetic patients due to overconsumption of wheat and rice. So traditionally our food was millet. So this is the another aspect about how food culture impact our agro biodiversity. So this is the one example of a shift in food consumption. There are many more. Those are responsible for decline in agro biodiversity. To combat this decline, we need more societal engagement in the restorational activities. Familial forestry is one among them, that makes families understand about the local dimension of climate change and aware them about the importance of biodiversity. It engages family in plantation of native trees, restoration of grasslands, and promote floriculture that can be seen in this slide. First slide, please. No issue, please. Familial forestry engages families by relating tree as a green member of society. It's a kind of emotional connection, and it's a kind of process of green socialization that actually make families enable to understand that agro biodiversity and another conservational activities and restoration activities are a process, not an event. Because it's when we consider it a one-time event, then actually we miss the essence. So I have to show some pics how familial forestry is impacting people and how engaging people and how it is important for agricultural biodiversity. Is there an issue? So no issue. It was my last point. No issue, no issue. Earlier it was there.
I think we can move on and come back within the Q&A session. And so let me pass over.
Yeah, one second, James, please. It's familial forestry action and impact. You can see in this slide that how desert dwellers are engaging in plantation of native trees, and you can see various crops and other fruit patterns also. Next, please. In next, we promote ethnic ecology by engaging older population in familial forestry and clubbing it with rituals and festivals. This can be seen in this slide. So it's all about familial forestry. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot about keeping a lot about the pressures from globalization, and then what can be done locally in keeping in tune with what the climate and what the agriculture and environment want. Let me move over to Jamal. Jamal, agricultural biodiversity has been a part of the CDC process almost from the inception. What have we been learning from the targets which could strengthen the post-2020 global biodiversity framework?
Thank you, James. Good afternoon, and it's really great to be in this panel and in the company of the most dedicated people to the Food Day and agrobiodiversity. Of course, for Convention on Biological Diversity, the topic of agriculture and biodiversity was central since almost the inception of the convention. We can track the decisions on the agriculture and biodiversity from the early conferences. And so therefore, of course, it's great. We could not miss this panel. And this morning, as we listened to the opening statements of the executive secretaries of the UNCCD and CBD, they provided us with a great inspirational opening remarks. And I'm really glad that this panel is bringing it to a more operational level. So we heard a very interesting story from the African continent, the local and traditional solutions from northern India. So I would like to talk also more at the operational level, but closer to the policy, linked to the policy, since the conventions are working more at the policy level. But still, I would try to make it, to put a framework for you, so on what, how, and when we can ensure that the lessons learned from implementation of Aichi targets, which expired 2 years ago, so that we can ensure that we bring those lessons learned to the new biodiversity framework, which is still under negotiation. So the future global biodiversity framework post-2020 framework, as you see it from the title, was supposed to start right after the 2020, but due to COVID, of course, as the countries didn't want to negotiate online, and this is understood, so we could kind of win the time, and I think for the food system it was critically important because the countries, the governments could build on the reflection and the outcomes from the Food System Summit, which took place last year. So, and now we can see that those considerations and the language are being mainstream to the new biodiversity framework. But talking briefly about the Aichi targets expired 2 years ago, there were a number of very strong targets which were formulated, the targets on sustainable agriculture, the targets on reducing pollution, including pesticides, the nitrogen-based fertilizers, including the sustainable consumption. But leaping forward, the assessment was made that those targets either were not achieved or were partially achieved. And but however, there were good achievements, at the local or national level. So we know that according to the FAO, for the last decade, the last 10 years, the number of the percentage of the farmers which started to practice some form of sustainable agriculture increased to 30%, so including the organic producers. The rate of usage of the pesticides have been stabilized, but it's still high. So there are good stories, so there are achievements, but at the global level they were not so well accounted. So, and therefore, those lessons learned, of course, we need to bring now to the next, to the new global biodiversity framework. So the new global biodiversity framework is being discussed right now, and it still builds on the previous targets, but as I said, the countries, they would like to strengthen the ambition, they're discussing, especially for those of you who are following up on the negotiations on this new framework, you know that there are a few targets on all areas under agriculture to be under sustainable use with the biodiversity inclusive. So the countries are still discussing the level of ambition. The countries are discussing bringing the regenerative practices into the language of the biodiversity framework. The target 10 maybe would be the most interesting one to follow on the agriculture. But of course there are other targets on the reducing, on the sustainable consumption, on repurposing of repurposing the harmful incentives. This is also a target which will be very important. So that was on what? So the framework is there, the countries are discussing the framework, but then how can we learn the lessons from the previous framework and we can bring it to the new one? So just as what I have mentioned, there was this disconnect between the national level and the global level. And at some extent this disconnect, it's because of the lacking capacity at the country level, because of the lacking capacity in the national policy, in finding the good indicators in the data at the national level. So therefore it's really important that the technical agencies, the specialized agencies relevant working on agriculture would be working together with the CBD and the governments to build their capacity to finally identify a good, reliable, and available data at the country level. So, and that brings us also to the monitoring framework of the future biodiversity framework. And well, the indicators, they're still very much linked to the SDG indicators. And so that could be the role of the specialized agency to help the countries to bring those the details, how to measure the sustainable agriculture and the areas under sustainable agriculture at the country level, so that we can build it at the global level. So, and then briefly on when, just as I mentioned, CBD just came out from the 3 weeks of negotiations in Geneva. The countries are very enthusiastic on discussing the 21 draft targets. So they were so enthusiastic so that they decided that we need one more meeting in Nairobi. So it will take place in June next month. So, and hopefully that within a week time, the governments, the countries would be able to come up with a final draft of the targets, which will be presented then later this year at the COP. So, and I think this is a very critical time now between the negotiations and between the COP, so that we can think where are the gaps and what is the information needed at the country level, so that the countries would start implementing, first of all, domesticating the global biodiversity framework and the global targets, and then bringing it to the national level and starting the actions as soon as possible. So, thank you.
Thank you, Jamal. Some really interesting reflection points about the next step forward and where the priorities are. So maybe that'll take us to Marietta. Marietta, there's a lot of evidence about demonstrating how agrobiodiversity can help transform food systems. But are we on the right track? Are there any elements that are missing that you see that could make a real difference?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for being part of this discussion. Yes, it was highlighted already by several speakers, and even during the previous sessions today, that is it better? Yeah. So harnessing the potential of agrobiodiversity is really can contribute significantly to transforming our food systems. Agrobiodiversity can help to ensure access to safe, nutritious, sufficient and affordable food. It also can contribute to sustain livelihoods, particularly of those who are living in poverty, while contributing to land restoration, climate adaptation, and adaptation to climate change and mitigation, and also to ecosystems and human health. For more than 20 years, UNEP has been working in partnership with CBD Secretariat, GF Secretariat for Financial Support, with specialized agencies that are dealing with agriculture and food systems, FAO, IFAD, World Food Program, and most importantly with CGR centers, particularly with Biodiversity and SEAT Alliance, with ICRAF, with C4, ILRI, among others, as well as with National Agriculture and Extension Services and relevant university, local communities, NGOs around the world. We invested 107 million only JEF resources, not co-financing, in 57 countries around the world globally, supporting development and implementation of large-scale multi-country, regional, global, national interventions related to agrobiodiversity. Specific focus was at the very beginning on the components of agricultural biodiversity, and then we moved towards more systematic approach, looking into the soil services, importance of agricultural biodiversity for food nutrition and human health, also the role of agricultural biodiversity for building resilience, not only to climate change, but any unpredictable change, droughts, salinity, water deficiency, and so on and so on. The work really helped to parties to the two conventions, UNCBD and UNCCD, to implement some of their obligations to the conventions. We also significantly contributed to the implementation of the 3 cross-cutting initiatives under the CBD on conservation and sustainable use of pollinators, conservation and sustainable use of soil biodiversity, and the cross-cutting initiative on biodiversity for food and nutrition. A lot of knowledge, best practices, methodologies, and tools exist. But then what? It's still, it's not well understood. Agricultural biodiversity is not very well mainstream across all sectors. There are good examples, but they seem isolated. What is needed now, all this knowledge to be taken, and information to be taken in the higher level. I think Tony this morning said that, the knowledge should be translated to the knowledge services. And we have to do this together. All these agencies that have been contributing to really mainstreaming agricultural biodiversity have to work together. We have to elevate the discussion and about the role of agricultural biodiversity at the policy level. It has to be taken into consideration in public policy development, and also, related to the conventions, it's a very good opportunity now, all agrobiodiversity to be considered in the legal binding targets of the conventions. And a very good work has been done in relation to monitoring and accountability framework under the new global biodiversity framework. We're working very closely with UNCC, the Secretary, those to be taken into consideration into the land degradation neutrality target, as well as to NDCs. In addition, I mean, one sector that has to be brought on board is the finance sector. UNEP has been very successful through our UNEP financial initiative to set up guidance for banks and investment sectors to consider biodiversity targets for their interventions that will allow them to minimize their negative impacts in all investment, equity, or insurance operations to take into consideration biodiversity. And at the moment, it's really, the targets are on very kind of generic level. It's biodiversity, but I think if we provide a more specific example and consider agricultural biodiversity with specific elements, like before, in previous stages of GF, actually the work that was supported through this community served, provided evidence for development of GF targets for sustainable use of agrobiodiversity. One other thing which is important and also needs to be taken into consideration is that to really highlight the role of agricultural biodiversity for access and benefit sharing for indigenous communities, because this is really important, and a lot of discussions is going on now in this field in the CBD-related discussions, especially on the DSI. It's really important. Maybe what is also one gap is just to get out of this, of the converted community, and start translating the message to those who do not understand scientific knowledge or the jargon that is used. But you know, it was very good example when we worked under the Biodiversity for Food and Nutrition Initiative. You know, initially the message was said, oh, agrobiodiversity matters for the health. But people don't understand what is actually agrobiodiversity. That is, you know, when you say that agrobiodiversity is your banana variety that has higher level of vitamin E and helps your children to have a better vision, you know, that's how people understand what that means. And Ibrahim this morning completely, you know, correctly said that biodiversity and agrobiodiversity is what we eat, what we wear, and it's really important, you know, all together, collectively, the whole, like using the CBD language, the whole society approach, to bring everybody on the table so we can collectively achieve these results. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mariana. There's some really interesting points about finance, about making sure it's proofed and mainstreaming, about scaling, and then about engagement with communities and across the board to make sure that we're speaking the same language, and I guess that the information is flowing in both directions. If I'd like to go back to Shunsan there just for a moment before I go to the audience, because I was having a conversation with him just before we started, and he was talking to me about his 73,000 Facebook followers, and so I probed him a little bit more about it, and people who were following your work. This is what I understood, no? And it's about people who are dedicated to what you're doing because they're interested, but it's also in their interest. And you know, how has that type of communication changed their work and your work? And then maybe I could go to the audience.
Thank you, James. Earlier, when I formulated the concept of familial forestry, that was in 2006, it was really hard for me to engage people because the challenge was changing of perceptions. Because when I interacted with people about that they should treat plant as a green member of their family and should plant more trees, then every time I received that it's good, but we cannot grow trees in desert land. because I am working in Rajasthan. So Rajasthan is a desert land, the Thar desert we have. So the perception mindset of people was something different. So first of all, I made my student understand to think that it can be done, it is possible. So first we developed an institutional forest in our college campus that is having 100 different varieties of trees in 6 hectares of land, having more than 3,000 trees and one people nursery. People nursery means everyone can take sapling without any cost. The cost is only that you have to grow that tree. So we started from first day. All time we emphasized on one thing, that is generally people do plantation and think that it's an event. So it's a one-time action. They do plantation, take pics and just forget. We every time say that work starts just after plantation, because it's a process, not a one-time event. So first thing was that when we grow our first forest in our college campus, then after that I invited lot of school teachers and lot of farmers, and because we have more than 100 varieties there, so I started training them that these varieties, how they can give them income, they can boost their soil health. We have some native trees that are actually soil boosters. Unfortunately, our government is planting invasive, exotic and invasive trees that produce allelopathic effect on our soil. So that's why our local flora is getting down by that exotic. Two are main trees. One is Prosopis juliflora and other is Acacia tortilis. And in the present era of climate change, the mindset of government is that they are figure it with a proud that we are producing so much fuel wood that is actually contributing in atmospheric CO2 concentration. So opposite to it, we started making people aware that how our native trees are important and how you can earn income by them. So gradually it became a mass movement. Now we have more than 200 institutional forests. Institutional forest is a different kind of category. Why we call institutional forest? Because from family to any body, it may be a school, college or any official body, all are called institution in the language of sociology. So institution is an essential part of our society. So in institution we regularly interact with other members. So if we consider tree as a member of that institution, then actually we get connection at emotional level with those trees. So started from my college campus, now we have 200 institutional forests and we have covered 15,000 villages and did 3.5 million plantation, not plantation, there are trees, 3.5 million trees in last 20 years. And it all is being done by community engagement. We don't have any NGO. I don't take any financial support from any agency. And I run it through my salary, which I receive as an associate professor in my college. So I live sustainably, and then I started from myself, because our father of nation, Gandhi, always said that ensuring the purity of means is important to get pure goals. So this is the way through which we are connecting community. So now we are moving towards more structural level, and we are associating trees with rituals and institutions. On every familial occasion, people plant tree, native tree, fruit trees. We promoting fruit trees in particularly in house premises, because it adds additional nutrition to the food plate. And that is very important, particularly for Rajasthan, particularly for India. So this is the way through which we are engaging people.
Thank you. Thank you. That's really interesting. That's about, you know, this conversation within societies. So maybe at this point we could stop for a moment and maybe throw out to the audience. You've all been sitting very quietly for the last 40 minutes, and if there are any questions, Maybe I can share this microphone if somebody, Chiara, has anybody got a question?
Okay. No, thank you very much for the insightful presentations. Yeah, I've been paying full attention to the approaches that you're talking about, and I like very much that, Martina, some of the solutions and ways, including how to set targets in the investments that we are doing, agrobiodiversity targets. I just had some questions in terms of what are the additional ways we can do to actually make sure that these things that we are talking about do happen. So what are some of the ways or some of the measures we can do to actually translate this into action on the ground? I think, Juan, also you mentioned a lot of interesting ideas on what we could be doing in promoting local production and local crops in abating the problems that we are talking about in the agrobiodiversity sense. So I'm just curious to understand maybe what we can do to actually accelerate or amplify what we are doing at the moment. Thank you.
Marietta, do you want to take that, or Carlo?
Yeah, maybe let me start. I think it's really, it needs to be a societal shift, and I like what was said about the importance of education. I think, to me, one key is consumers, because this is where if you start creating demand for certain type of food, then it obviously the private sector become interest, the politician become interest. So I think education, consumer awareness. This can be done in many ways. It can be done, for example, we are engaging with a community of chefs, which is called the Chef Manifesto, which are globally distributed. Now, chefs nowadays are superstars, no? Some of them, they're really a real influencer. If you ask a 6-year-old boy at my age, I would say, I want to be a pilot, I want to be a fireman. Now they say, I want to be a chef, no? So they really start very much an interest in food. And chef, of course, they manage food every day. So engaging with actors that are, as Marietta said, that are not part of the mainstream, of the restricted group of specialists that talk about the conservation and sustainable use of agrobiodiversity, but really move out of that sphere. And I think Juan Lucas initially mentioned the second agrobiodiversity conference, and this is really where we try to enlarge the scope and the constituencies to whom we talk about this issue. Honestly, every time we come to have this discussion is getting later, no? The climate change is accelerating, and there is concerns after 2008. Yes, we need to do something to make food system more sustainable. Then the crisis passed and things remain more or less the change. So your question doesn't have an easy answer, because we've been struggling with it for a lot of time, and at the end of the day, when we start talking again about it, we always find ourselves more or less where we were 10 years ago, with some greater awareness, some greater sense of alarm and urgency. We all have children, we're really concerned about their future. And I think, to me, it's really a mass mobilization that can push the system to change. Thank you.
No, maybe just one. Thank you very much, Carlo. You almost covered everything and all the nuances and challenges. But one another way would be also work with agro-businesses. And with the entire value chain of food production, consumption, and distribution and consumption, because I know it's market-driven, income-driven, interest rates-driven. But however, I think that some kind of balance it's needed, and actually educating the large agro-businesses about the potential of agrobiodiversity. Maybe we don't even use the word agrobiodiversity. We have to find the right language. But I think it's really open now and working with the different, through different avenues: chiefs, health sector, education, value chains. I think it needs to be really a massive approach involving everybody. And I think what now it's here in this COP is proposed to work with the UNCCD parties to take the food system approach. It's pretty much also taken into consideration in CBD, and I think it's coming now within UNCCC. I think that if parties understand this and understand that this is perhaps not at the very beginning legally binding decisions or actions to be taken, but at least to work at national level to understand this and to extent possible. It cannot happen overnight because public policies, things don't change overnight. But at least I think somebody highlighted this morning. You don't only have to look in the immediate challenges that we are facing, but look a little bit more long term. What we will do now that, in maybe 10, 20 years, when we are not on board, will make impact. Thank you.
Yes, I also wanted just to repeat what Carlos said, that it's not an easy process. It's probably where the sum of the parts would be less than the total, but still we have to make each of our part. And I think by connecting the inspiring examples, the local solutions, and bringing them to the investors, to business, that's where some changes would start happening. And from the side of the Convention of Biological Diversity, since for the new framework, we're taking whole of the society and whole of the government approach, so we're giving the space also for business and for investors. They're much more active now in discussing this new framework. And we're providing the space for investors and business to listen to those local communities, leaders, and the interesting and success stories. And I think that could be also an element which would contribute to a total. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamal. I'm conscious of the time, and I know we could probably go on for a lot longer if we were allowed, but I understand there's another group coming in after us. We have one more question. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Agnes Leina from Kenya. I want to say thank you all of you for the presentations that you've made. I've really learned so much, and I really appreciate. As a pastoralist woman, I was just listening to agrobiodiversity being talked about, and I wonder where does livestock and pastoralist communities fall in the whole framework of CBD? Whether in the food chain or, I don't know, I've not had even a mention of it, so I just wonder, I don't know whether it's something that I just wanted to ask. Thank you.
So I understand there was a question on the role of pastoralist women in the CBD. Yes, in the CBD, the indigenous peoples and local communities, this is the part of the convention text. So this is something which is ensured that it comes almost in each of the target. And right now the countries are discussing whether to include the indigenous peoples and local community in each target and really have it as an umbrella and the opening of the new strategic frameworks. A part of that, the gender is also a very active stream of work in the CBD, and in fact tomorrow we will have a second meeting of the Gender Caucus where we will also present the gender plan of action of the CBD. So, and I'm sure that the rights-based approach, this is the central part of the of all targets of the new biodiversity framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamal. So maybe if I could just thank everybody here who had come to speak and everybody who's come to listen and engage in the conversation. Just a couple of maybe takeaways that I think are really interesting. One is on the scaling. We have a lot of knowledge and there needs to be a lot stronger focus on the scaling up of this. I'm from a research institute, so I will say there also needs to be some more research into those forgotten crops, forgotten breeds that are not used. There's a huge amount of potential around there. And maybe changing the conversation a little bit from the shift we need to more the opportunities we need to take advantage of. There are a lot of opportunities, and it's also about switching the incentives, the subsidies, the training, creating the environment in which it's easier to make the transition. One last thing I think I heard was a lot about the education, the engagement, the mobilization at a grassroots level. I think as well at a very senior level, these conversations are going to continue. They're going to continue in Sweden when the 3 Rio conventions get together. They're going to continue in the COP 15. They're going to continue in COP 27 for climate. I think it's bringing these together, making food, people, and prosperity central to all of these conventions, because that's what's going to help us make that transition. Thank you very much, everybody.
Great, thanks so much to the panel. That was excellent. Thank you for continuing the ongoing dialogue over the course of this day. And of course, as someone from the CBD, the subject of agrobiodiversity is very, very close to my heart. But thank you for bringing it together in all of the different processes. The one thing I would remark is we had earlier a guy from Benin here who was talking about youth farmers. And I think the engagement with new people coming on board is another part of it too. Thank you so much to the panelists. I'll give you a break. I'll invite the next panel to come up. We'll be looking at the transformation of food systems. So it'll take us just a couple of moments to switch around for that while those panels come out so you can talk amongst yourselves, and we'll move in the next one. Thanks so much. How would you like us to set this up for you? What's that? Fergus wants the table? You want to take them out? Too much? On enlève les tables, on garde les chiens. Mais on a la grande. Susan, the cute table, she doesn't want any more tables.
What people see on the rather than the position in the room. It's going to be more how it looks, not the participation in the room. Have they got that?
Yeah, more than enough. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the panelists to take the stage. I think, yeah.
me stand off this side. Fine, thank you. What's your name? Here you are. This is Moses. Have a seat. Oh, you. Oh, good. Good. Hi. Are you taking a seat here too? Yeah. Okay. What's your name? Who's? Oh, Karen.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. You can sit here. We have enough seats. Right, we can start. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and thank you for joining us this afternoon at this session on food systems transformation, ways to strengthen the implementation of the Rio Conventions. So a lot has been said about food, and we started this morning. If you were in the room and you remember what some of the speakers at the high-level panel said, food brings us together, you know? And food comes from land, and there's soil, and there's everything that's interconnected with it. So that's really at the core of our society. Let's remember that. So last year, we saw the UN Food System Summit launched to bring attention to the 2030 agenda, just to ignite some energy around that, and also bring some, some hope, because the whole world has been going through a COVID-19 period. And that was really a turning point, because from there, we have seen various initiatives and various efforts bringing people together, different stakeholders, organizations, to look at food systems. So we had the Food Forward Consortium set up. We also had the Coalition for Agroecology set up. And earlier today, we listened to speakers from the Coalition for Soil Health speak about the work that they're doing to help transform food systems. And all this, if we work together, bringing in all the different parts, we're going to address multiple problems that are currently being looked at by the 3 Rio Conventions. So climate, biodiversity loss, and land degradation all come together with food at the core of it. And now, I would like to invite our first speaker, who is not with us, but is joining us on video, and that is Stefanos Fatiu, the director of the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub. Well, he's provided a video because he could not join us today, but still we are honored that he made time for that. Thank you.
The UN Secretary General announced that the UN Food System Summit would take place in 2021. It was true foresight and timelier than ever. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted human health, safety, and well-being, and disrupted the livelihoods of small-scale farmers and the entire global food supply chain, leading to an increase of food insecurity and different forms of malnutrition. The poorest and most vulnerable are the hardest hit. The current crisis of the global food value chain due to the war in Ukraine only confirms what we already know. We need resilient and sustainable food systems. The 2021 Food System Summit presented an opportunity for joint action towards sustainable, healthy, equitable, and nature-positive food systems, and provided a platform for new ideas and approaches. Very often youth were in the lead, demanding not piecemeal but systemic and comprehensive action. In his summary and statement of action, the UN Secretary General committed the UN system to jointly lead a coordination hub that collaborates with and draws upon the wider UN system to support follow-up to the Food System Summit. The Food System Coordination Hub that I lead is now fully operational. The hub takes on essential coordination functions to bring together and link food systems knowledge and expertise from diverse constituencies. More than 100 countries developed national pathways for food system transformation. The hub will provide continued support to food systems, national dialogues, and national pathway through the coordination of technical and policy support requested by countries for the implementation of their national pathway for food system transformation. The hub will also connect the broader ecosystem of support for sustainable food systems, including the coalitions that emerge from the summit. While the hub will contribute to generate and bring together the evidence, share the tools to translate this evidence into clear messages and policy actions, and communicate to mobilize the general public, we also need to ensure that the narrative of food systems transformation is integrated in and will influence other narratives and processes, such as in this conference of the parties of the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. And that is what I'm doing by addressing it. I want to share three key messages with you. The evidence is clear. Our current food systems, the way we produce, transform, distribute, market, and consume our food, impacts our planet's biodiversity, our soils, our climate, and our livelihoods. We will not achieve our Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda unless we transform our food systems. The systems approach to transform agri-food systems needs to be reflected in the agreed outcome documents of the three Rio Conventions. The COPs needs to show the way and reflect coherent and synergistic action addressing environment, agriculture, nutrition, health, and human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I wish to draw your attention to the diversity of organizations that are co-organizing this Food Day. UN agency, funds and programs, think tanks, civil society organizations, research institutes, intergovernmental and multi-stakeholder programs joining forces on food systems transformations at the COP15. And this is excellent. This is the first 2022 Food Day, and more food days will come and should be organized. The next one is already in sight on June 1st at the Stockholm +50 conference next month. The Hub stands ready to support the grand and growing coalitions of the willing that is working so tirelessly to transform our food systems for a more sustainable tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And some takeaway messages from Mr. Stefano's presentation is what we've been hearing again and again. Our current food systems, the way we produce, consume, and dispose of food has to change. Otherwise, we're going to continue damaging the planet. And of course, to achieve the SDGs, we need to transform our food systems. Again, there's a strong linkage between the biodiversity, the land issues, the water, nutrition, all of it coming together. And most importantly, food needs to be part of the Rio Conventions. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Fergus Sinclair, who is Chief Scientist at C4ACRAF. He leads the research on the contribution that trees can make to the productivity of farming systems and livelihoods of rural communities. He also works at the Bangor University in the Wales, UK, through a research partnership with the School of Environment, Natural Resources, and Geography. He's also a visiting professor at the Latin America Center for Tropical Agricultural Research and Higher Education, also known as CATIE, based in Costa Rica. Now, within the UN Food Systems Summit, Fergus Sinclair plays a role. He's one of the focal points for the Coalition for Food Systems Transformation through Agroecology. And this coalition is looking to operationalize the 13 principles of agroecology as developed by the high-level panel of experts. And I will give him the floor. I will not start giving his speech. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next slide immediately. The slides will be made available, and they've got hyperlinks to the resources that are mentioned in them that some of you might find useful. So we're quite clear, I need to see which slide is up, that we have these interrelated problems of agriculture contributing to biodiversity loss, to climate change, while also being hugely affected by it, and land degradation, land and water degradation. So it's a perfect storm, and because these problems are all very strongly interacting with each other, you need a systemic response if you're going to be able to tackle them. Next slide. And one of our problems is that despite the need for the interconnection, we've actually got these different mechanisms. And as you go from the international to the national down to local level implementation, the cross-sectoral integration becomes more important. A farmer doesn't think separately about the three elements of these conventions. And of course, food production is central, even though it's not one of the conventions. So the Committee on World Food Security and, of course, last year, the United Nations Food Systems Summit are critical elements. And our problem is this missing middle, that at the sort of local landscape scale at which things actually get implemented, we don't necessarily have the policy instruments or structures to be able to implement what is happening in an integrated way. We often have different ministerial portfolios, different policy aspects coming in from those different areas, and they can even be acting antagonistically to one another rather than rolling in the same direction. Next slide. So there's now building evidence, and the Transformative Partnership Platform on Agroecology that emerged from the Commission on Adaptation report, and importantly the CFS HLPE report on agroecology, which was the first time that agroecological approaches really got the international recognition, and through the policy convergence process were adopted at CFS 48 last year. And that's a real significant step forward in getting beyond a lot of the polarization that's been around debates on agroecology, although they still remain. Next slide. And that led to one of the most significant outcomes of UNFSS being the development of the Coalition to Transform Food Systems through Agroecology. And you wouldn't have thought it was going to happen at the beginning of UNFSS. Agroecology wasn't even on the agenda. And it was only because of pressure from member states that a session was shoehorned in at the last minute in the pre-summit. That was the best attended session of the whole summit, and it led to the development of this coalition. Next slide. And the really important thing is that this is a coalition of the willing. At the moment, 33 countries, including the European and African unions, over 60 organizations. And this gets beyond having to get an agreement from all the countries in a particular context, whether it's 147 in FAO or whether it's 160, all agreeing on text in order to make progress. Here, you've got people who want to do something, want to take action, and by doing so, will bring other people in. Next slide. And of course, with UNCCD, the summit, the food summit, led to this clarity about the different levers that can be used in order to jointly impact food systems and avoiding degradation. Next slide. And so there are a range of working groups in this coalition, all trying to produce action on the ground with the member countries, and operating a transdisciplinary research process where all stakeholders are involved in the science. Next slide. And I think we do have to have some considerable caution, because the massive increase in food prices, fertilizer prices, the crisis that we're seeing now as a result of the war in Ukraine, could have a very perverse impact on long-term sustainability. And we're already seeing rolling back of commitments in the European Union on the basis that food production is now suddenly a key imperative. But doing it, of course, in ways that damage biodiversity and advanced degradation are problematic. Next slide. And this just shows one of the things that's being rolled back is the regulations around pesticide use. Paper just in Nature this month shows that it's the integration of climate change and intensive agriculture that is reducing insect abundance and biodiversity, abundance by 50%, diversity by about 27%, and more so in the tropics than elsewhere. Next slide. So we've got to start looking at SDGs, not just one at a time, but in relation to each other. So that is just juxtaposing the prevalence of undernourishment and the proportion of land that is degraded. And we can see that if you're getting your nourishment at the expense of land degradation, it's clearly unsustainable. So let's be thinking multiple goals at the same time. Next slide. And you may well be familiar with Kate Raworth's donut model, where you've got human well-being in the center and trying to achieve well-being targets against overshooting planetary boundaries. And that's a way of sort of summarizing across different SDGs. And you can see that no country is in that sweet spot where you've got you're achieving your well-being targets but without damaging planetary health. So all countries are developing countries if we take this sort of approach of needing to reconcile them. Next slide. And this is the CBD process now happening. Next slide. And move on, showing the exactly what we've heard already today in terms of the biodiversity importance. Next slide. We now have text which is very in keeping with agroecological elements. This is going right back to 2001. If we go to the next slide, we can see that what is being talked about in terms of agrobiodiversity is very compatible with the 13 principles of agroecology, although more so around the agroecosystem management principles on the bottom rather than some of the governance and socioeconomic elements and agency elements on the top. Next slide. And this is the assessment of how countries are implementing different elements in relation to LDN in terms of a classification. Critical thing that we see here, and you'll remember this came out of the UNFSS analysis, is that most of the action is around the agroecosystem itself, practices and governance, much less so on some of the drivers of like consumption and so on that are driving the whole system. Next slide. And it is the ecological footprint, if you like, the balance between consumption and the ability to produce what is going to be consumed from the available resources in relation to whether those resources are being damaged or restored, regenerated and sustained. Next slide. So this brings us to the sort of opposite of the coalition of the willing, is how do you get into the texts of the resolutions coming out of the United Nations the meaningful elements on how to achieve things like through agroecology. And we're now in a position where there is increasingly bracketed text, for example, in the Coronivia joint work on agriculture, and that's being pushed very strongly actually by the youth element in that process, which I was really encouraged to see. So let's hope by COP27 that there'll actually be agroecology not in brackets anymore. Next slide. And I guess we should be optimistic. The sixth assessment of IPCC very strongly recommended agroecology as an adaptation mechanism. Next slide. So I want to finish by thinking about what we call the hourglass procedure. And this is a way of reconciling the environmental objectives and sustainability, ecosystem-based adaptation that comes from the conservation side of thinking with food security and the agricultural side. And as you can see, it's operating what we call the paternoster principle, working bottom up and top down at the same time. What is feasible for farmers comes bottom up. Spreading it widely requires enabling environments that are at a governmental level. Right in the middle, you've got citizen science that connects those two things together. So you're taking a realistic approach to working out what works where and for whom, using plan comparisons embedded within development action rather than being seen as separate. So with that, I'd like to thank you and try to be optimistic about more integration as we move forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fergus. And now we can actually see that agroecology is something that we can put into practice. It's gaining recognition. And very soon we're beginning to see more discussions, more discourse around agroecology, and we're very encouraged by that. But most importantly, remember that a farmer does not differentiate between the three different conventions. I mean, they are working on one single piece of land, and they're trying to grow food. And now I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Martina Flakenstein of WWF International. She heads the Global Food Practice, and she is going to talk to us about the Food Forward Consortium, one of the initiatives that came up from the UNF Food System Summit last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I'm not the lead of the food practice, but the lead of the global policy program from WWF International Food. And I would like to introduce another approach and initiative which has been established as a follow-up process of the UN Food System Summit, which has happened last year in September. And WWF was leading one of the 5 action tracks, the action track on nature positive production. And as a follow-up of this UN Food System Summits, we heard already on one of the implementation mechanism, which is the Global Coordination Hub. And we heard from Fergus, and I think that's very important, out of this UN Food System Summit, there are a number of very engaging and very inspiring coalitions. We had the Soil Coalition in the morning. We have today the Agroecology Coalition in both WWF is a supporter and member of. And what I would like to present is another initiative. It's a non-state actor coalition or initiative, the Food Forward Consortium. And the Food Forward Consortium is created from or established from the 5 action track leads, from the 5 action track organizations who leads the UN Food System Summit action track, which is EAT, CARE, ECAT, GAIN, and WWF, plus Club of Rome, plus C40. The next, please. The reason why do we need another implementation initiative, and the reason is that the big problems are still not be solved, and especially this non-state actor coalition is really wants to establish and has realized that there is still lacks. There is a lack on alignment of collaboration and cooperation. There is a lack on alignment and integration of food. That's what we discussed here in global decision making, like the Rio Convention, but also in other of the conventions. And there is a lack on to the resilience of food in the future. That's just one point why, and the reason why this initiative of Food Forward Consortium has started to work after the UN Food System Summit. Next, please. So just to summarize, the consortium sees themselves as a non-state actor consortium, a consortium which will work together with youth, with business network, with farmers, with civil society, with indigenous group, with women, and others. It also wants to catalyze joint actions, and especially it wants to fill the gaps. So it should not be a duplication of already existing mechanism of existing coalitions like the one we heard, but it should really fill the gaps. And in this context, the next slide please, the coalition had a meeting this year to really figure out where are the huge gaps, where this consortium should start to implement and to give support. And I will explain or talk about the gaps which has been identified. Based on this, there is a focus on implementation, and we heard in the morning that we need actions, we need to go beyond all these commitments, and this consortium really wants to create actions at national and at subnational level. And finally, it's also to scale up lessons learned, not to reinvent everything, but to really scale up proven experience project tools, and that's also something where we learned a lot also during the UN Food System Summit. Next, please. And this is a slide, and just to point out some of the gaps which have to be identified by the consortium. So first of all, one topic they have identified is a lack of public movement for food. So we have a public movement which is amazing and which is great for climate. We have a public movement for biodiversity, but we are still lacking a movement on food. And this means really building knowledge, it means communication, it means campaigning, and everything which is to raise awareness. The second thing is the gap on science. So what is and science in the food sector? And we have this problem at the moment if we talk about indicators to have the footprint of diets. So there is a lack on targets, there is a lack on science on a lot of these topics which are combined with food system. And that's also something the consortium wants to bring together a little science behind and to fill the gaps which we still have at the end to measure and to verify the targets. The consortium furthermore has picked out some of the coalitions, and one is the coalition on a true value of food, on true cost of food, where they want to set a stronger focus. It's a food system stability board, which was established as an idea under the Action Track 5 in the UN Food System Summit. And finally, the consortium want to talk about alignment. And this means alignment of decisions, but it means also alignment of finance and other things. Next, please. And as a first step, and these are the two priorities which have been identified for the next 2 or 3 years. First one is cities. Cities are like food systems in a transformative process. If you look at cities, cities are those transformative processes in generating of energy, so to go to more renewable energy. There is a transformation of sourcing of food away from long distance supply chains to short supply chains. So there is a lot of movement in cities, and therefore also the consortium is working together with C40 based on their knowledge, based on their contacts, and based on their collaboration already with mayors of city and with city. And the second huge topic is the regenerative movement, to really strengthen regenerative agriculture, which could contribute to reduce greenhouse gas emission, it could help to increase biodiversity, and also for the benefit of people. Having said this is just started. And the next, please. So the consortium has been just set up. They had some very first ideas, and at the moment they're working on the overall governance structure. So there should be a secretariat, there should be a kind of strategic management and an advisory board. So everybody who wants to learn more, please reach out to us, reach out to the consortium partner. Happy to have you on board, and just once again, there is a lot of things to do. It's not to duplicate, it's really filling the gap and getting people engaged and supported on a transformative process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martina, and for highlighting the work of the consortium. It's good to see that things are already in progress. It's also encouraging to see the multi-stakeholder composition of the consortium. We've already identified the gaps, what to move forward on, and looking at cities, which is interesting because cities are often plagued with a lot of challenges, but there are ways around them. So we just need to look at them more critically. It's more than just looking at how many more roads to build or how many more houses to build, but there's more to it. And also just looking at a systemic general movement of, the food subject. So that is very encouraging. And now I'd like us to change tempo and listen to our panelists. We have here with us, I'm going to introduce them one by one. Chiara Cirulli of the Food Security and Nutrition, Chiara works for the Committee on Food Security, and she's an economist. Okay, thank you. We also have Stephanie Payers-Ravenshoot of the Swiss Development Agency for Development and Cooperation. We have Carlo Feder of the CGIAR, and Moses Mulindwa, who is a UNCCD land hero from Uganda. Welcome. I would like to start with Chiara. My apologies for that. I'd like to start with Chiara. You have more than 15 years experience in intergovernmental processes. Considering the themes of UNCCD and the targets of CFS, where do you see the linkages? Do we need better alignment? What could be improved? And how can we align these processes?
Thank you, Susan, and thank you for having CFS here. It's actually the first time that CFS participates in one of the UNCCD COPs, so we're very excited to be here. Very excited about this food day. I think it fits right into the type of work that we're doing. I guess the first answer to your question about linkages is policy work, which is our core business. But before I get to that, maybe linking CFS with UNCCD, perhaps not everyone is familiar with CFS since we're new to this crowd. Maybe if I can say a few words about CFS. CFS, Committee on World Food Security, is a UN body. It was established, in fact, many years ago in the 70s. It reports to ECOSOC and to the UN General Assembly. It's intergovernmental. We have over 135 members currently, and it's multi-stakeholder, picking up on this word that has been mentioned a lot. So CFS is, as I said, is multi-stakeholder in the sense that we have come up with, we've gone a little bit beyond the traditional UN division between members and observers. We've created a new category, which is participants. So participants is a new, in fact, I think the CFS is the only UN body that is divided into such, it's such structure. Participants are basically UN agencies, civil society organizations and non-governmental organizations, international financial institutions, research institutions, and private sector associations and philanthropic foundations. So all of these actors have a right to participate on equal footing. So they have a right to propose agendas, propose text, and while the decision-making power stays within governments, in our committee, it's very important that all these actors are included in a meaningful way, not just as observers, as I said. So this is very important because when it comes to policy making, policy has to come with a certain degree of legitimacy. So the other component of legitimacy is the science and evidence base. So we do our policy work on the basis of reports that are produced by the high-level panel of experts. One of the examples of that work was provided by Fergus on the report on HLP report on agroecological and other innovative approaches. So basically, we develop our policy work on the basis of large multi-stakeholder negotiations based on scientific evidence-based documents. So why does this matter? It matters because we produce public goods, right? So it takes time to negotiate these policy guidance documents, but they do offer a contribution when it comes to linking, for example, with land degradation neutrality. For example, one of the reasons I'm here is that the CFS voluntary guidelines on the governance of tenure, which were mentioned many times in the past few days, are now integrated into land degradation neutrality strategies, and a technical guide was in fact on how to do it, prepared by UNCCD and FAO, was launched yesterday. So this is an example of how our policy work can contribute to UNCCD targets. Of course, there is more because we, when it comes to food system transformation, we at CFS have adopted a food systems approach since this type of language was not fashionable yet. For example, back in 2014, we developed the CFS RIE principles, the principles on responsible investment on agriculture and food systems. And our hope is that through our policy work, we can help reach other targets, not just food security, but of course, food security and land degradation neutrality go hand in hand. And there are many ways through which we can work together. We're also developing policy recommendations on engagement and employment of youth in agriculture and food systems. This is also another way through which we hope that our policy can help not only UNCCD but other Rio conventions as well. So I think that's about it for now.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I'd like to move over to Stephanie. So Stephanie, Switzerland is a co-lead for the One Planet Network for Sustainable Food Systems Program, and has recently published a report on strengthening multi-stakeholder mechanisms for food system transformation. Can you explain how this multi-stakeholder mechanism could contribute to food systems transformation?
Thank you very much. First of all, maybe to mention, I'm also new in this forum, but me and my name. So I'm very happy to be here with you. And I think this question is actually a bit impressive considering the amount of mechanisms of multi-stakeholders we have around today and basically during the whole forum. But allow me to give a bit, first of all, to set the stage of it. We are seeing that there is a growing consensus on this need to move our food systems to more sustainable approaches. In this recognition, Switzerland has, as you mentioned, joined and co-founded from the beginning this UN One Planet Network Sustainable Food Systems Program, which I'm going to call the SFS program because we are missing acronyms, jointly with Costa Rica and the WWF since 2015. We of course have alongside advisory experts and advisory members from the FAO, the UNEP, we have EPES Food, we have the CGIAR of course, to mention only a few, and countries from the different regions of the world. The aim of this program is to forward and promote the approach for food systems transformation, but also to have this understanding of food systems. This notion of food systems has been building up over the years, leading up to the UN Food Systems Summit as we know it, through these different policy fora and global fora, including the high-level policy forum, including the FAO convention, to only name a few here also. Why do we need to have such mechanisms? And what do these mean? Of course, if you want to look at food systems, you have to consider the entire value chain from production all the way to consumption. And you need to integrate all of these stakeholders into your narrative and into your consideration. And in this approach, notably considering the weight and the implication of soil degradation, of water scarcity, of agro-biodiversity loss, we need to also have this integrated in the environmental consideration. And under this understanding, the SFS program, so this Sustainable Food Systems Program, developed a dedicated working group into further forwarding these food systems approaches into key policy fora, including notably the Rio Conventions. So today's first ever Food Day under the Rio Pavilion is a very impressive and very encouraging first step in that direction. Now to come back to this notion of the report, which was published recently, as you mentioned. So these, we've seen here, these different multi-stakeholder mechanisms can be taken at different levels. Global level, national level, local levels. And these interlinkages are crucial to be able to reach out to those stakeholders which can help move things forward. And so the idea was, under this report which was developed, to look at a few examples of these different multi-stakeholder mechanisms and to identify which are the key elements, the key parameters, are there any triggering leverages or lessons learned which we can take out of it. And of course there is no one obvious answer, and it has to be very much specific, anchored in the local context of each country or sub-region, of course. But the key value of these mechanisms is that it is an opportunity to find trade-offs and balances between the different interests. Basically to make sure that all the stakeholders have a seat at the table, have a voice which is heard, to be able to, first of all, agree on the common steps forward, but also to make sure that no one is left behind. And here we're talking of the different sets of stakeholders, but in particular, the rural peasants, the women, minorities, depending on the different context, youth, of course, also. So I'm very glad to see a youth member here with us today. And to be able to also find a trade-off to make sure that we understand and that we move forward for this food systems transformation for better, healthier and better sustainability. I'd like to just jump back on what was introduced before. Switzerland is, we can say, quite fan of these multi-stakeholder platforms. So we are, I'll spare you the long term, we're calling it the Agroecology Coalition out of ease. And we are also part of one of the other coalitions which has come out of the UN Food Systems Summit, the Coalition on Healthy Diets. I'm also sparing you the entirety of the name of the coalition because it's a mouthful, but that is the essence of the coalition. And I'd like to take the advantage of having the microphone for a few minutes more to also just flag that tomorrow will be the official formal launch of this Coalition on Healthy Diets. launched at 2 o'clock CET or at noon time in Abidjan. So if anybody is interested, log into the UN Nutrition webpage and you'll find more information on that. But it's also a platform which joins these different multi-stakeholder members globally, with also countries from different regions of the world. So maybe just to finish, as a key conclusion to all of this, food systems transformation, we know, is crucial. To be able to do that, we know we have to make sure that we have stakeholders around the table to be able to find the way forward. And I hope that we are all here today with the same understanding and the same motivation. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Those are strong parting shots. We can't do this alone. We need each other. Now, Carlo, I'd like to turn to you. You're leading the Nature Plus project. Sorry. You're leading the Nature Plus project. Can you tell us how, first of all, what's this project about, and how does it contribute to transforming food systems?
Yeah, thank you. And indeed, I mean, I would like to mention that the transformation that the CGIER has been gone through. I mean, the CGIER has been known for the Green Revolution, and certainly not necessarily something that has been very friendly to the environment. And yet we are here today showing how the CGIER became more aware of the environment, of the nutrition, of the degradation. This has started some 10 years ago, first with where they called the CRP, a CGIER research program, and a number of them, including forestry and agroforestry, waterland and ecosystems, climate change, agriculture, and food security, were already putting together elements to transform the food security towards being more sustainable in a little bit scattered way. And I think with this new reform that are bringing different centers together, this is becoming much more systematically organized. And the Nature Plus is definitely one of them, in which the CGIER is aiming at coming together with the conservation, the addressing the biodiversity crisis, the land degradation crisis, and the food and nutrition. We are partnering with WWF, we are partnering with UNEP, and other actors, very important actors in the conservation, environmental concern world. Nature Positive touch upon a number of things that were mentioned by Martina. For example, we start by trying to understand what is the true cost of food. How can we put a dollar value to the damage that agriculture does to the environment, the biodiversity, but also the health. Having a nutritional crisis has implication for public funding, because you need to cure malnutrition, undernutrition, you need to cure cardiovascular and diabetes, which are related to obesity. And we need to consider the gender dimension. As there is a process of feminization of agriculture, still the cost of the work that women do in the agricultural sector is totally unknown. So at one point we have a stated cost of food, and then we have this extra cost that has not been quantified, but can provide a good indication about what type of investments are needed. And we want to act so that we can reduce them. The mechanism through which we do it is to work a little bit in agreement with the agroecological principles that have been illustrated before by Fergus through multi-stakeholder platforms, and ensuring that the traditional knowledge, the current practices that are actually sustainable implemented by farmers are conserved and are integrated with more scientific approach. We think that bringing together modern approach with tradition is actually key to make sure that food system become more sustainable. We want to make sure that there is recognition of the fact that agriculture needs to reduce poverty. So there is a livelihood dimension that is really very important, and that is not only about and that is related again to the cost of food, because one of the features of modern agriculture is to produce very cheap food. Now, you imagine that very cheap food is good for urban consumers because the food is cheap, but it's not good for the farmers because the return on something that is cheap is really minimum, and some of them cannot do it, and that leads to when associated with land degradation and climate change, leads to migration and other parts. So we want to make agriculture more profitable through value chain, through public procurement mechanism, to shifting incentives towards greater sustainability. And we want to ensure that particularly youth and women are rewarded for it. We want to create good jobs, for example, in the area of green circular economy, green economy, waste management, etc., in addition to food-related value chains. And we want to restore. Again, one of the features of modern agriculture is that you produce cheap food, you don't take into account the externality, you don't even want to hear about them, and then you move to the next forest to cut and prepare for soybean production so that the animals can be fed. So how can we restore those land, bring them back into production through agroforestry, planting trees, but trees that are useful and are multi-purpose trees, so they can provide improvement to the soil, to the nutrition, to the climate change, not only one dimension. And then again, traditional knowledge become very relevant because the research is behind in gathering this knowledge about these traditional crops and species. So if we want to accelerate the process, traditional knowledge becomes super important to that end. And finally, we want to make sure that we understand better what are the trade-offs on farm. We need to understand how we really demonstrate that in fact agroecological and other innovative approach can actually work in addressing food security, which remains high in the agenda of policymakers, the nutrition, the environment, and we can really provide convincing evidence that in fact all of these can come together and can be addressed by having a more sustainable approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlo, for those useful points. One thing that struck me is we don't think about the true cost of food. You know, looking at the health elements, the damage to the environment. I mean, there's so much that goes with it, and even if you bring in other sectors, like transport and all that, it does have an impact, and we should be looking at this. And now I'd like to turn to Moses. Moses, you're a land hero, UNCCD land hero. Tell us what that means, and how did you become a land hero?
Yes, evening everyone. I think before I get to that, when I was coming down here, I read, it would depend on how you find it, because, is it okay to ask a question for a second?
Sure, go ahead, you have the floor.
I read a statistic that says 1 out of 10 people are still not having enough access to sufficient food, and 3 billion people still don't access nutritious food. I don't know whether you find that horrible or fascinating. I just wanted to see by the raise of hand. Who finds it horrible? Surprising? Definitely no one finds it surprising. I think I'm in a room full of privileged people. So to that note, I just wanted to tell you that I am a local farmer from Uganda, because when we were having a meeting with the executive secretary of UNCCD and land ambassadors, someone raised the question and asked, we need people on the ground to be part of these negotiations. So if you're in the audience wondering whether there is someone on the ground that is part of the negotiations, yes, these are amazing people, and I'm with them. So we are living in 21st century, and I think this is the most civilized century that the human race has ever known, with amazing and significant transformations in the arts, in the sciences, and advancement of technology. Those successes that we've attained as a human race have eased our production of food and the supply of food to be easy to most of the people across the globe, millions of people. But that has come at a cost. And with the loss of biodiversity, land degradation, climate change, I mean, it's horrible. Between 1998 to 2017, 91% of the disasters that we've attained across the globe, they are climate-related disasters. And this is all because of what we've done to land and nature. So with that being said, we really need a system that is going to transform however we are doing the job to make sure that we attain food and live in a better society to change. And as a young man from Uganda, I co-found an NGO called TYE Believe Network, which deals with protecting the environment and empowering young people. I think she was asking, how did I become a land hero and what do land heroes do? With the organization that I co-found, we go to communities, local communities, and decentralize the policies, the laws that you're seeing here, and the methods and techniques that have been mentioned here. Amazing things that you've heard. And those are amazing techniques that we are actually talking about. He was talking about waiting to see agroecology in 2017 being out of the brackets, but I think it's already out of the brackets because we've done some amazing work with the French Embassy in Uganda, and we are already working on that. And I think we are decentralizing the policies that we get in the boardrooms and putting on the ground, making sure that environmental protection is not just a sacrifice that a notion that we've gotten from the media, because it's all about you're going to sacrifice this, you're going to sacrifice this, you're going to sacrifice this, but we are changing the education, the mindset, the narrative of the people on the ground, that it's not about sacrificing things. You can actually benefit from whatever you're doing. I think it's something that he has discussed. We have to make agriculture beneficial, profitable, for us to have masses engaged into land restoration, climate change, fighting against climate change, and having a better transformation of food systems. We have to make these agriculture profitable, and that's what we are doing. We are looking at problems that we have, like deforestation, and telling people, look, because when we are getting in these communities, you have to be speaking their language. And that's something that we've been having a problem with. We have the documents that are there, policies are there, solutions are laid out, but when they get to the ground, no one speaks the language of a local person. So with my organization, we are speaking the language of those local people to make sure that we get the things that are being discussed in the boardrooms to their ground and tell them, look, there is deforestation. It's a problem, we understand. And when you look at the communities that I come from Uganda, and some of the people are living in destitute. They don't have the privilege to actually attain sources of income from different investments. So what they do is that they are having activities done on nature, which they give a compelling argument for. Someone is going to tell you that, look, I'm destroying or cutting down trees because I want to burn charcoal and pay school fees for my children, or attain health care, which is a compelling argument. So we tell them, look, you have other sustainable investments that you can do, and don't even cut those trees. Those are investments that we are coming up with. Clean energy cooking stoves, making sure that we engage women that have been left out in these discussions, negotiations, and they are not attaining, and they are not having enough say in our sociological, political setup. of our societies, that we come from patriarchal societies. So giving them, we are empowering we are young people, women, to make sure that we end this gender violence, the patriarchal system that we have, using this amazing tool that we have. I know it's an urgent moment right now when you hear statistics like 2 million people in Kenya facing starvation, Madagascar, the same thing. But it's a wake-up call and also an amazing opportunity for us to realize that in this atrocity, we have something that we can actually do and even end the systems that we've been having that are oppressing our human race, like patriarchy. We are transforming activities like that, and also other problems that we be encountering, like swamp reclamation. We tell people fish farming. We are talking about things like beekeeping, apiculture, instead of like engaging in activities that are going to be detrimental to the society. So I was recognized by UNCCD because of the work that I'm doing on the ground. Just like I told you, I'm a local farmer with communities, with different projects that are tackling land degradation. And I think people, what they don't understand when we talk about food is that we are literally talking about land. So if we take care of our land, we are actually going to be taking care of our food systems.
Thank you very much, Moses. Let's decentralize the policies, yeah? Let's break things down and make them practical and let people understand what they mean.
Definitely.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. We are running a little behind time, but before the panel goes down, I have one question for each of you, and you have 1 minute each to answer this. So this is the first UNCCD Food Day. What do you expect, or rather, how do you expect UNCCD to support food systems? Now, just from your different perspectives, your different expertise, and from where you sit, what do you think? Shall I go in any order? Okay, I'll start with Kiara. Thank you.
Okay, so I haven't had a lot of time to think about this, but I would start with something very small and very concrete, which is the implementation of the technical guide that I mentioned. It's been launched yesterday. We hope that a few years down the line, we'll see, how this guide has led to some impact in terms of reducing land degradation.
Thank you. One statement. Thank you. Moses?
Yesterday, someone wanted me to use this word, young people. But Sadhguru wanted me, is like, no, stop saying young people. Just make sure that you say people, because we are just one, and I'm also young. But today, I'm just going to say young people. Let me just speak for young people for now, because I seem to be... Yeah. Definitely. So I think we need to make sure that we make young people understand that agriculture or food is not just attained from restaurants, these Bolt apps or Uber apps. Food is down on the ground, it's grown on the soil, on the land, and we have to take care of that for us to have food. So I think UNCCD Food Day has to make sure that that education is put into young people's minds, and to make them believe that agriculture is not just a thing for uneducated or local people, but also educated people, and it's profitable.
Thank you very much. Carlo?
Yeah, thank you. I'm also differently young. My dream is really that and going back to the theme of the day, is that they all come back together. You cannot stop desertification and land degradation if you don't take care of the biodiversity, and so the CBD. You cannot, if you don't stop biodiversity loss, and stop degradation, the climate will become worse and worse. So what I really wish is that, and food is a unifying factor. We all have to eat, and so it's through food that we can really have a joint implementation of the UNCCD, the UNCCC, and the CBD. And I hope that this executive secretary keep working together, food at the center, so that all this can be addressed simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now to Fergus.
Well, I'm definitely not young. I had the privilege of celebrating my 60th birthday here in Côte d'Ivoire yesterday. But that doesn't mean that we don't understand the intergenerational issues here, that we, in a sense, have left you with a difficult set of issues that need to be dealt with. And I think it's what's really fantastic is the fact that young people are stepping up to the plate and are taking action. And so I hope you will be able to have a more integrated systems perspective going forward that avoids the problems that have been created by this single focus thinking. So the one thing, Susan, that I would suggest as a practical, concrete measure is the fact that LDN, land degradation neutrality, is by its nature a national level process. Yeah? It sets targets for the neutrality at that level. But in order to achieve it, things have to be done locally on the ground. And so it is connecting across those scales and doing something at the local landscape or territorial level, connecting the national to the subnational implementation has to be a priority, and in doing that, ensuring that the three conventions and CFS and food security are equally at the table in joint implementation at that local landscape scale. Thanks.
Over to you, Stephanie.
Thank you. Being last is always the tricky part of you have an idea, then it's more or less mentioned throughout, which actually is also reassuring to mention that we have this common understanding. Rio Pavilion, obviously the concrete element I would really see here is crucial. Recognizing the UNCCD specific mandates, but encouraging and supporting further synergies and collaborations with the other Rio conventions. It's to make sure that we anchor all this within the national and sub-regional levels mentioned and through the national action pathways for food transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, as we close, I would like to invite Melissa to come and give some closing remarks. Melissa is Senior Vice President for Freshwater and Food at WWF US. Over to you, Melissa.
Good. Hi. Thanks again. A really stimulating panel, and I think appreciate the very different perspectives you all bring to what we need to do in terms of food systems transformation, which is such a big, big topic. I think the three things I wanted to mention, I'm also about power of threes and thinking of putting ideas together and summarizing. I'm not going to summarize all of the points you've made, but I think the 3 points I wanted to make that I gleaned from all of these really fantastic reflections and updates on what you're working on is one, this is a journey we are on. This is not just a single point in time. We've talked about this as a beginning of integration into all the Rio conventions, but this has really been a journey of years, up to the UNFSS in the making, but even before that. And so I think all of you had mentioned coalitions, actions. We have the Cash Soil Health Group coming out of it. We've got the Food Forward Consortium. Martina, you're not up there also talking. But I think the idea that this has really been a labor of love and long-standing work and effort from a huge community of actors. And I just really want to recognize that for all the coalitions that you represent behind the ones that you've been engaging with through the UNFSS and other things. I think the second thing I really want to mention is that in systems level thinking, we all are saying, wow, we've arrived, we need to get more complicated, we need to integrate into these different things, climate, biodiversity, SDGs, water, food, but it's also really hard. Someone else had said if it was so easy, we would have done it before. And so I think the thing I want to say about that is that complexity is hard. And at the level you are working with, I loved the example of, wow, we got hopefully we can get agroecology out of the brackets, right? When you're in these negotiating rooms and over weeks, even here, and that is your win, how does that connect to what we heard on the ground of what does agroecology mean for adoption with farmers in the field, right? And with producers and pastoralists. And so we really need to not lose sight of the forest for the trees when we're talking about, or crops for the field when we're talking about systems change. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is focus on what impact we want to make. When we think of systems change, the complexity can be really daunting, but I loved Fergus, and I was thinking of Tony's comments, your colleague and boss presumably, about all these things we need to be thinking about and move out of our silos. But in the end, you had this hourglass shape. I think of the system as a circle, and you can draw your circle or your boundaries very differently. You can think of a gram of soil. There's incredible systems complexity and biodiversity in that gram of soil. You can draw it as a producer's field. There's a huge amount of system complexity in what you need to manage as a producer. But you also can draw the system as a global system of food, right? Trade, fertilizer, price, wars, and all of pandemics. And so how we choose to see the system, we have to really think of what impact are we trying to drive. And and you have an hourglass, I think of a circle, and you can think of implementation on the ground, and then the context of that field, of that commodity, of that system in the world. I put the producer, the pastoralist, the farmer at the center of that circle. Not as an actor, but that, and so what are the incentives, the financing, the policy alignment, the accountability? I think there is a lot in the slide that we have on this Food Forward Coalition. Not just the Food Forward Coalition, we all have to be doing this. Advocacy, alignment of policies and financing, incentives. And then really the bottom line for me, the evidence base you've mentioned as well, Fergus, for target setting. But the bottom line for me is accountability. And so where and how we all think of what that looks like in our own system, whether it's on the field, in your own projects, whether it's at the global level or at the national level, I think having accountability and how it all comes down to supporting producers to adopt and change with all of us. So thank you so much.
Okay, and with that, I'd like to close the session. We have run over time. I believe we have a coffee break now, so that will be shorter so that we don't lose time for the day. Thank you all.
Great. Congratulations to the panel. Thank you very much, everybody. It's okay we over time. The discussion was obviously rich and needed. So we're going to take about 20 minutes for coffee now. We'll give you a little bit of extra time. So move on, grab your coffee, and then we'll call you back pretty soon. Our next panel is going to bring up some of the questions we thought earlier. It's, guardians is one of the words in the title. And we're going to look at the role of women and indigenous peoples and local communities in this entire question of food and food systems. Grab your coffee. Oh, it looks like Martina has an announcement to make as well. Go ahead, Martina.
Yes, one short thing. You find these small business cards on your table or in the meantime beyond these chairs. If you click, there is a barcode and you get a lot of information about food systems and about each of the sessions. If not, there are some at the if you go on the table over there, they're lying there, just make a photo of the barcode and you get to a specific web page. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and apologies again for being late. My name is Rokaya Aidara, and I am the UNCCD Gender Policy Officer. I'm very happy to be here today and to welcome you to this important side event. For me, it's very exciting because I'm always talking about implementation and always talking about walking the talk. And I know that the panel that we have here, these are people that are really trying to walk the talk. So I would like to introduce you our panel members very quickly. It's a great honor for me to welcome Patricia. Patricia Combo is the founder of Patri Initiative, and she is also a UNCCD land hero. She will tell us a bit about her work in Kenya, and it's really an honor to have you here today to hear from you. Next to Patricia, I also have Sharon Rutia from Women for Biodiversity Network. She's working on biodiversity conservation with women, so I think we'll hear from her how she contributes to sustainability and health food production, healthy food production. Next to her, we have Lorena Aguilar. I think most of you have seen her during the gender high-level event that was held on the 9th of May. You also know her as the former Vice Minister of Costa Rica. Lorena is one of those big gender champions, you know, one of those who worked on the 3 Rio conventions, really trying to advance the gender agenda. So it's a real honor to have her here. Next to her is Nicole Harari from VOCAT. I think that many of you know her as well as a real advocate of sustainable land management, and recently working also on gender-related tools to compile data and information that is really critical for our work, actually, because that is the information we need to design policies and programs that are really effective. I know that she is with Amadou. I'm less familiar with Amadou, but he's from Senegal, and they have been very much involved in the testing of the tool that was developed on gender-responsive, sustainable land management. So very happy to have you all here. Peut-être que je vais parler un tout petit peu, je ne suis pas sûre qu'on ait l'interprétation. Oui, on a l'interprétation? Oui, ok, l'interprétation fonctionne bien, alors je vais continuer en anglais. Maybe I'll start with you, Patricia. I know that you are doing some great work, and here, one of the things that we've been talking is land restoration. How can we ensure that women are meaningfully contributing to land restoration projects? In your initiative, could you please tell us what are the challenges that you are seeing, but also what are the successes, and how do you make it happen? How do you walk the talk? Patricia.
Oh, sorry. Hello, everyone. My name is Patricia Combo. I'm from Kenya. I'm a United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification Land Hero. And I'll take you through a short story before I give you the journey how we started Patri Initiative. I come from a semi-arid region, but by the time I was young, biodiversity was rich. We used to do farming. We had a lot of traditional and indigenous food. And I connected with nature when I was young. Something by the time I thought it was a torture because I had to spend my time in the farm, cultivating, growing trees, because by that time my father was a timber seller. So I planted a lot of trees when I was young. Fast forward, when I was in my 3rd year, Kenya was hit by one of the most deadliest droughts in the northern part of Kenya. And as a university student, I volunteered with a non-governmental organization to take emergency relief food in the northern part of Kenya. And to me, it was a trip. It was a tour to go and visit the northern part of Kenya. But my 2-week stay really transformed and really gave me a wake-up call, because what I really saw in the northern part of Kenya really reminded me of how I took nature, how I took the food that I enjoyed and how I took my childhood as a privilege, because I interacted with women and children who were they had lost hope because land was degraded, drought was knocking at their doors, and they did not have food. And in 2019, from watching innocent children and women suffer, looking for food, and drinking the only water that they could, because water quality by that time was not like a basic need, it really gave me a conviction to be the voice of women, to be the voice of land, and also to be the voice of young children. And Patri was born out of watching innocent children and mothers suffer in the northern part. And what we do, we are working on promoting environmental education, whereby we partner with schools and we create environmental clubs, because from interacting with the children in the northern part, I realized to them, they thought drought happening is a normality, which I felt that was not supposed to be. So with Patri, we are training children on how to adapt, how to mitigate, and also how to stand bold to differentiate and speak about climate and environment. And we started tree planting. We've started tree planting activities and kitchen gardens, and to give the women voice. Later, when the COVID struck during the lockdown, I started working with women, and we are working on projects on land restoration, kitchen gardens, and using land sustainably. And that's how the Patri initiative, that communities are fed. But there is a lot of challenge. First of all is unpredictable weather patterns. And I'll give you a short story because I come from a semi-arid region. We were waiting for the rains because my grandmother used to tell me every 4th of April, the rain would come. But in 2020, the rains did not come. And we had planted, I had mobilized women, we had planted, and we looked and looked, we waited for the rains, and all our crops dried. And from there is when I realized the times have changed, and now we need to look for something sustainable. And from that, now we introduce the idea of irrigation, whereby we are doing a lot of irrigation to ensure the communities can benefit, they can be fed, and they can give their children healthy and nutritious food. The second thing that I can say through working with women in growing food is access to land. I come from a community where a woman is not entitled to own land, and this has really given women a lot of challenges, because during the work, during interaction, a woman will tell you, why should I do restoration? Because the land does not belong to me. And most of the time they feel like they are working on a borrowed time. Today you're cultivating, tomorrow your husband can tell you we are selling the land. But we've moved the notion from now rely on the land. We are using kitchen gardens, whereby we've trained them on how to farm on their backyards, to use the locally available materials like broken basins, sacks, broken sufurias which are not in use, to ensure, first of all, they feed their communities and they give their communities healthy and nutritious food. Second, we are working on harvesting indigenous trees and growing them in the farm, because a lot has happened due to degradation, and people have been cutting trees to expand their farms. So we are working on growing fruit trees, a lot of fruit trees, because I want to give the community a value. You're growing a mango tree because in near future you'll have to harvest. And I can say one of the success stories that I've seen is about mindset change. When we started our project, the women were like, in this community we've been growing maize and beans. And when I brought the idea of now growing vegetables, everybody was like, how? We've never seen vegetables do. How can we grow vegetables? Because my community is used on growing only maize and beans. And we started with a small portion of land. And for the first time, only 3 women were interested in the project. So we worked, and by God's grace, the produce we did, kales, they were successful, and it was like a queen in the desert. You know how desert is, and then a queen appears. So the rest of the place was dry, but on our portion it was so much green that women now started getting interested. And I can tell you, women and people in the rural communities are not changed by opinion. They are not changed by words. they are changed by actions. Because we had the conversation prior, but nobody was interested. But the moment now we started doing it practically, and they saw the results, and they saw it was sustainable and organic, and it was cost effective because we did not purchase anything. We used what was local in our community. A lot of women subscribed, and we have been able to change the mindset of women. A lot of women currently are doing a lot of growing vegetables. They are selling. They have actually migrated from a small scale to large scale, and we are doing a lot of irrigation because the rains are unsustainable. And the last point is on education. So far, we've done in 15 schools. We have established environmental clubs. We've worked with the children. We've planted over 50,000 trees. And for the young kids, what I've learned interacting with them and the youth is they want to see a value in what you're doing. They want to know, if I grow trees, how am I going to benefit? What are the job opportunities that I can get? How am I sure that this project will feed me, will feed the next generation? And I can say the change of mindset and working with the rural people, listening to them, having to get to know what they want, why are they growing these certain foods, why are they doing this in their farms, has really given me the voice to tell the world that it is doable. We can transform our food systems. We can give women power if first we listen to them. We go to the root, we listen to them, and we capacitate them, and we give them the freedom to do whatever they want. We do not force people on what they want because we believe the indigenous knowledge is very viable. We negotiate, we listen, we give ideas, then we give them the freedom to do. And currently my community, it's a semi-arid region, but we are getting healthy and nutritious food than before. Thank you.
This was very inspiring, and as you said, change happens with action. I think it's a nice transition also to our next panelist, who will tell us a bit about these healthy production and food consumption patterns, which actually we are very interested about. What happens once you have started growing the trees, changing the situation at the local level? Are you also seeing a change? Est-ce que ça va mieux? Encore plus? Okay. Est-ce que, are you also seeing a change in the consumption patterns? I think that's something we are also very interested about. And in terms of the health of the community, are you able to assess progress?
Thank you so much, Rokaya. My name is Sharon Nyambura Rutia. I am here representing Women for Biodiversity. Women for Biodiversity is under the UNCBD. So we are basically, we partner with women from indigenous community to work with them from the ground level. So my topic for today is role of women in biodiversity conservation and its importance for sustainable and healthy food production. So basically, as I have said, Women for Biodiversity, we are a network enshrined in advocating for the rights of women and also a healthy environment. We acknowledge the role women and girls play in creating a healthy environment from the knowledge they have gained in the indigenous level. So therefore, our work involves building synergies around the work of the Convention of Biodiversity, the CBD, and other international arenas. So Women for Biodiversity also convenes the Women Caucus in the UN CBD spaces. Next slide, please. So the UN CBD held a negotiation session in the Geneva from March, and we were able to take part in the discussion. The discussion, as we have been told, continues in June in Nairobi to further the negotiations that are to be adopted in COP15 later this year. So those are the images of our directors and some of the associates that we work with. Next slide, please. So why are we here at the UNCCD COP15? The Rio Convention recognizes the UNCBD, the UNCCD, and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. So they all include agenda plan of action or agenda action plan, and therefore it is time to bring together and strengthen synergies and alignment for gender mainstreaming and gender inclusivity in the biodiversity sphere. Next slide, please. So there is a need to recognize that women are an agent of change. As we have heard that from Patricia, for example, the women she took up the initiative for land restoration after recognizing that the area is very semi-arid and there is a tendency of land degradation. She took up some women, built an initiative, and from the initiative there was some positive impact both to the environment and the land production. So this is in Africa, Kenya to be specific, where women in West Pokot, I need to recognize at this stage that West Pokot is a very arid area. And so from this image you can see there is massive improvement in food production. There are some cabbages that are being grown there. There are also trees in the area. So women took up the space to plant some vegetables. And through this initiative, the practice has helped restore landscape through the agroforestry practices, where we have planted vegetables and trees together. And this supports the absorption of emission and reduces soil erosion, and to be able to feed families and have surplus, which has also been used in empowering women where they can sell some of the food products. Next slide, please. This is in India. So through a systematic revival of local and traditional practices, women have been empowered to set up and secure systems that have been used to produce millet, and the systems also have been used as an avenue of public distribution where every village and community have a seed bank where they can store some of their seeds, and they are shared with each and every person in the community for the growth of the seeds. Next slide, please. Therefore, so what are the women's rights to land and restoration? And are women's rights human rights? And what are their rights to a healthy, safe, and clean and sustainable environment? So at this juncture, we need to pronounce and say that women's rights, land rights, and human rights are inalienable. They are indivisible. And we have a need to recognize that with women's rights, securing the land and securing their land rights through the land tenure system that was discussed by the earlier panelists, women have traditionally been denied the right to access land and resources and also ownership to land. And therefore we need to foster these rights to women on the ground level to encourage them to take up spaces in land ownership and also mobilization of resources that they are able to develop themselves. So there is the need to secure land rights and property, as it is important for economic and social development. It is also good to recognize that rights to decide on how resources and lands are used, managed, and protected are very key, where we include women in also decision-making spaces, since they are majority in the ground level. So for rural women and men, land is often the most important resource to hold. And therefore, it is crucial for poverty eradication and elimination. However, it is still staggering. It is still a very slow process where some rights are being limited between women and men. Next slide, please. So what are our recommendations? What do we hope that going forward, this COP15 gets to achieve for both women and girls, and also the people from the indigenous groups? So the first one is there is an urgent need to address the systematic integrate gender and rights policy, planning and implementation action. There is also a need to adhere to holistic food systems transformation, where we address the discrimination that comes with land ownership and access to resources. There is also a need to pursue and integrate women's human rights-based approach to land degradation neutrality, where most of the speakers who came before spoke about, and all relevant policies and planning. There is also a need to recognize a gender-responsive resource mobilization, where women are given some priority basis, where we give some incentives to women who are in spaces of agriculture and land regeneration. So we also need to strengthen synergies across the Rio Conventions, and we ensure a full, effective, and meaningful participation of women in decision-making spaces. The legal recognition of land rights is necessary because it helps in planning and implementing of the land degradation neutrality, and also the elimination of gender-based violence. We have also had statistics show that women and land rights defendants are experiencing a lot of gender-based violence in terms of access to resources, where some communities still have the backward mentality. Women are not supposed to own land. Women are considered objects. Women are considered as what is it called? Women are considered as inheritors, and as are inherited once their spouses have passed on. So we have to curb this mentality, this notion of where women are barred from accessing their land rights, either by buying or by inheritance. So the last one is valuing and recognizing the critical role of women in indigenous, local, and traditional knowledge, where we have to recognize the knowledge that is borne by women from these indigenous spaces as women of the guardians of the seeds, women who are more in the cultivating area, in the growing of crops. We have to recognize that they play a crucial role. The last slide, please. So finally, this is our social media pages. If you would like to connect with us, the director's email and the rest of the emails from our associates. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sharon. I think we heard your message about women's land rights. It's actually a key priority also for the convention, and it was mentioned several times during the Gender Caucus high-level event. Definitely looking at women land rights with a critical eye, but also looking at the implications in terms of access to financing, to credits, to inputs, and to technologies, which is a nice transition actually to the next panelist, Lorena Aguilar, who will be talking about some of the findings of the study on the differentiated impacts of the LDD on women and men.
Gracias, Rocaya. Can you hear me with the mask? Yes, you can hear me? Okay, so I'm going to share with you this study that we conducted under Rocaya's leadership for the past months on, hello? Better without? Okay, you all pay my hospital bill if I get COVID. Okay, next one, please. So, I mean, we all know that Agenda 2030 says that it is instrumental that we have data on gender and environmental issues. However, it is one of the least, or there has been placed insufficient attention to gender and environment. And it is not only from the environmental sector that has not been incorporating gender criteria, but also is true for women organizations, mechanisms of women affairs. They're not collecting data when it comes to environmental issue. Next one. So having that into account, this study also decided to create 5 new data sets. One that has to do with how are women participating at COPs. So we look at COP 14. How has gender been incorporated in the national drought plans, in the NDPs, on the LDNs, on the prior system? And we also look at the CEDAW report. CEDAW is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And they also produce national reports. So we wanted to see not only how within UNCCD it was being done, but also within CEDAW. Can we also project the presentation? Thank you very much. Next one, please. So let's look at women within UNCCD COP 14. And we look at the representation of women and men in all the different regional annexes. And then we take a closer look to 55 countries. That was a sample that we did with some statistical information. If you have access to the final report in the next weeks, you have a summary, but we will have the longer version soon. Next, please. So this is what we found. 79% of those that participated at COP14 were men, and 21% were women. Next one, please. And there is no region, even though parties have given the mandate for parity, that has been reached. So this is how it shows throughout all the regional implementation annexes. Next one, please. So let's look now at what the national reports, what do they tell us? Next. So what we did is that we created this vocabulary, very specific searching words for to run all the different reports. There were 68, words that we use with a statistical system to run them through. Next one, please. So what did we found? National drought plans. It was incredible. We analyzed 48 of the national drought plans, and we also found out that the global mechanism has been supporting the development of these national drought plans. Next one, please. 95.83% included gender considerations. And these are these very specific criteria and guidelines that have been produced by the Secretariat to support this process. Only 4.16% did not include any of the criteria that we just showed. Next one, please. That is how it has been incorporated. Very interesting new topics that are being now taken into account, like care work. You find 9 of those national drought plans talking about that. 33 includes migration, and 7 acknowledge that there are differentiated impact between women and men from these migrations. And 2 national drought plans, Venezuela and Central Republic of Africa, talked about the psychological burden of drought on women. When women cannot supply their role as mothers or caregivers, they get a lot of depression, and in some cases commit suicide. So this is something new acknowledged from some of these documents. Next one, please. Then we look at the LDN reports. And 100% of the LDN reports include a line in one section that said, in the way forward, gender is important. 100%, same line for all of them. And only 2, 6.66%, include reference to women. Next one, please. When we look at the Prior's report, And the prize has a system in which we have questions. There are 3 gender questions that you have to answer. 63% respond to one or more of the 3 questions, and 36.7% did not respond to any of those 3 questions that had been asked. Next. Now let's look at CIDAO. These are the women machineries. These are the ministries of women. These are the Secretariat of Women Affairs. Look how they are addressing land degradation and drought. Drought is only mentioned in 3 as an adverse condition. Desertification only 2, but in relation to migration. And water, yes, it includes in 36% of them. Next, please. Then the study went more in depth at analyzing and looking at an engendered look at land. And we took a lot of these conceptions. There is no gender equality without women's rights to land. So can we see some of the data, please? So as my colleagues were saying, yes, land remains one of the most, if not the most important asset when we're working at rural communities. And this is some of the data. When you go into the study, you're going to find data for each one of the regions. How is land rights in this case? So since I am from Latin America, I'll take the freedom to say that yes, most legal frameworks enshrine equal rights. There is an improvement in women land rights in this region. And even in countries where women have the same legal rights as men to own and access land, their properties are of a smaller size. And I'm going to give you the example of Costa Rica. Next one, please. So yes, in Costa Rica, even though we have the same rights to land, that is the reality. 15.6% of women own land compared to 84.4%, even in those countries in which we have the same rights. And most of those farms or lands are smaller in size. In the quality of the soils, it's also not good. Next one. Oh, there you have 81% of the farmers have less than 10 hectares when it comes to women. So next one, please. Look at the Middle East and North Africa. Unequal inheritance, as our colleagues were saying, are linked to women's limited access to land and property. Only 4% of women hold land titles in these regions. And in addition, gender-specific laws limited women access to public space. Next one, please. Look what is happening in sub-Saharan Africa. Access to land and control over property remain one of the biggest challenges for women. All countries in this region have some form of discrimination when it comes to looking at women's rights. And 5 countries retain discriminatory laws and another 38 practice discrimination. Next one. And worldwide, I mean, this is by region, and each region varies a lot between one part and the other. But worldwide, only 44 countries worldwide accord women the same inherited rights as men, both in law and in practice. Disinheritance of the surviving spouse still occurs in 96 countries. And according to religious inheritance rules, in some countries, women generally inherit half of their male relatives. Next one, please. Among 258 million widows worldwide, 38 live in extreme poverty, notably due to disinheritance practices, in 103 countries. How many countries are we in the world? 197, so more than 50%. Do not criminalize property disposition or grabbing of inheritance. That is the reality when it comes to land tenure rights in the world. Next one. Gender-based violence. The study also looked at how women can suffer physical, psychological, and sexual violence by family members trying to dispose them of their right. And studies also show in several countries that women land ownership is linked to their increased power within family, resulting in a reduction of GBV. Next one, please. Land degradation and health. Also, the study make a very in-depth analysis of the linkages between land degradation and health as the soil starts losing its capacity. Then you see all these practices. I mean, we already have these practices. In many parts of the world, women say, I am the last one to eat. Yeah, you have a chicken and you divide it. Men usually get the bigger pieces, and women end up eating the neck and the feet of the chicken. But during land degradation, that only gets more exacerbated. And you find in nutritional studies that had been done within the same households that women tend to have a worse nourished condition than the rest of the family. Gender in droughts, I'm just gonna go very fast. Can you just click a little bit faster on that? So we know about water scarcity, the impact of women collecting water, how it affects the body of the women when it carries water, care work, how environmental degradation, climate change have a tremendous impact on these, and this was recognized in 9 of the national drought plans. Next. Differentiated impacts. And then I will not go over it, but the document has all these promising practices, because here we're seeing more the face of women, the vulnerable, that have had a series of social and cultural limitations. But the document go more in depth with, literally, we received and studied hundreds of case studies from all around the world where women are being seen as important agents of change for land degradation and droughts initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lorena. This was such an exciting project to work on. It was really amazing because I think I worked in the water sector before, and when I joined this sector, I thought, where is the information? Where is the data? Where is this? And you will find a piece here, another piece there, and having the opportunity to do that and to undertake this study and to put the information together with Lorena digging and trying to find out more and going through the SIGI reports, going through the CIDAO reports, it was just amazing. And I think that when I listened to her, one of my main reflection is actually we have now the evidence. We are here at the biggest policy platform that we could have on the LDD. We talk a lot about participation, and most of the times we don't talk about why women are not participating. It's not just about discrimination or not women not brought to the table. It's actually more complex than that. And that's really what I like about this study, the fact that we were looking at other issues such as care work, such as the lack of social protection services, such as the distance it takes to go and collect water, such as the fatigue and the health-related issues. You know, all of those issues that are linked to poverty, to desertification, land degradation and drought, and that have an impact on women's empowerment and gender equality, but somehow we just don't look at them, or we just don't analyze them because we think, oh no, this is anecdotal. But it's not anecdotal. I remember with COVID-19 hearing a lot of moms, working moms, talking about the burden of care work, the burden of taking care of kids because everything was closed, because we had no longer access to so many services that we just took for granted. So I think that this study is very important, and bringing it in connection to what Patricia and Sharon were saying is also very important. When we talk about the participation, the ability of women to contribute to land restoration projects, and the barriers, the challenges at the local level, yes, there are social norms and practices, but there are also other issues that we just don't address because we think that that's how it is, and yet we can change them. So I would like, linked to that, to give the floor to Nicole and Amadou. I know that Nicole has been doing some amazing work as well on this topic, trying to help us get the tools that will allow us to get the evidence to change things on the ground and to change the policies. So Nicole, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Good. Thank you, Rokaya. My name is Nicole Harari. I'm from the University of Bern, where we host VOCAT, the World Overview of Conservation Approaches and Technologies. Maybe you have heard in the past few days in the plenary also this morning, VOCAT was mentioned several times. So VOCAT is the global database on sustainable land management practices that in 2014 was recommended by the UNCCD as the platform to be used by the parties to report their best practices to the convention. So since we have embarked on that journey in 2014 to work very closely with the UNCCD Secretariat, a bit before Rokaya came on board, we had looked at the VOCAT database. You can go to the next slide. And had analyzed the information that is in there. It's written very, very small. You can't really see it, but there are 3 different colored bars here. And this is an analysis of from the over 2,000 practices that are included in the database, partly by the parties to the convention, but also by NGOs like Centre Suivi Écologique from Senegal, who is here today. So from these 2,000 practices, if we look at who is actually implementing or who is responsible for these good land management practices, we see that in many cases, like let's see, we see improved ground or vegetation cover. We have both women and men involved. Then we have technologies where we have rather women involved than men. And we have also many, and that's the many blue bars, where we have only men involved. So how can we change that? That's kind of windy here. So how can we change that? And how can we support the convention, the parties, and all the actors doing sustainable land management and land restoration in enhancing gender responsiveness of those technologies? So what we came up and what we have developed in the past 2 years together with Rokaya and the team at the UNCCD is a tool to first of all helps us to gather more gender relevant data in sustainable land management, so to really assess gender responsiveness of single sustainable land management technologies. Then furthermore, that tool helps us to evaluate how this gender responsiveness can be enhanced. So we heard about that from the previous speaker. So how can we step up adoption of gender responsive sustainable land management by making those technologies more women friendly and adapt them and design them in a way that they really serve women, but also of course men as well. And eventually, with all the information that we can gather through these focus group discussions and key informant interviews through which the data is collected, how can we then use this data to actually make projects and design projects in a more gender responsive way so that we can really scale gender responsive sustainable land management to reach land degradation neutrality. And maybe Lorena showed us before the picture about the LDN reports, so to have a higher number in those reports in a few years and have 100% gender responsive SLM scaled within all land degradation neutrality projects. So here just a grasp, again it's very small, but to have an understanding which knowledge gaps this tool actually helps to fill. So we divided this into 2 aspects. So on one hand we looked at the tool helps to look at technology related aspects. So it's really about looking at access and control to main inputs. You can see there it's about who is controlling labor and who has access to labor. What about equipment? What about plant and animal material? What about fertilizers and biocides? And what about construction materials? So we look at, is it only women? Is it mostly women? Is it both? Is it mostly men or only men who have either access or control or both? And you can see the dots here represent some case studies we have done, and one of them is in fact in Senegal, and Amadou will give more insights in a minute. Then we look at the gender-related impacts of a technology implementation. So when a technology has actually been implemented as part of a project or a program, what were the impacts of this technology on women and on men. So here again, we are looking at different elements. It's about agricultural production, it's about income, food safety, nutrition, access to land, etc. And then eventually another very, very essential topic is the involvement and participation at different stages of project implementation. So at the initiation of a project on sustainable land management, who was involved, were women involved, were they not involved in its initiation? Then comes the whole planning process. So are women actually included in that whole planning process? Then comes the implementation itself, and eventually comes the monitoring. Here again are some dots, but overall we can say we have applied the tool and piloted the tool now in over 15 countries, and what we can see is that there is quite a big variety in the planning and implementation, but most of the time in the initiation and in the monitoring, women are completely left out. So that's also something to think about when we are designing projects and programs. How can we actively foster women's involvement in the initiation of a project and also then in the long-term monitoring of its benefits, of its results? The next slide, please. Then as a second part, it looks at the community-related aspects. So we look at gender roles in land management. We have heard from panelists before about this topic. So we look at who is involved in the land preparation, who is involved in cultivation, who is involved in fertilization, who is managing the water, and who is managing when a pest is happening. So how are these roles distributed? And you can see again from some of the studies we did and case studies here, we have the dots mainly on the side of the men. And then we have heard that now in the last 2 days a lot, and also today again we look at land use rights and we look at ownership and tenure rights. Next slide, please. You can click one more, I think. No, okay, sorry, one back. Yes, okay. So eventually the tool helps us to produce policy recommendations for projects and programs on what can be done, and I have copied here an extract from technologies that are related to natural and semi-natural forest management, and I found that there were really interesting recommendations coming out from this study from these 15 case studies. And you can see, for example, colleagues from Bangladesh were highlighting that we have to address structural barriers, customary laws, beliefs, and cultural norms related to trees and forests, and build awareness of those relating to gender. Or also here another is about invasive alien species and land restoration, sponsored through schemes, and we have to improve the uptake through equal wages and for equal work that is done by women. So the idea of applying this tool is really to have a number of recommendations available. So when a project comes and is designing and plans to implement a specific technology, we can look at these recommendations and try to do a better job so we can help upscale gender responsive sustainable land management. So now before we move to the seminar with some insight, a short insight from my colleagues in Bangladesh who have applied the tool and tested the tool in the context of assisted natural regeneration. We hear a lot about assisted natural regeneration these days as well. And so what they are saying and reporting to us is that some of the women stated that it was eye-opening for them to realize that they can also participate in the SLM technologies implementation. So there was a discussion within the group where women were telling to the men in the group that they could definitely also do and implement these technologies, and that they were surprised why they were actually not part of this implementation. And the women were saying not all SLM technologies require special technical knowledge that women cannot afford. And they were further saying that they feel that they need to create social awareness to break the concept of taboos to not involve women in work outside the house. So these were the recommendations from Bangladesh, from the project on assisted natural regeneration, from the people itself that came out from applying this tool in the context. And with that, I hand over to Amadou to tell us some insights about the testing of the tool in Senegal. And
merci beaucoup. Avec votre autorisation, Chair. Ok, merci beaucoup. Je vais rapidement, en deux diapos, deux slides, juste compléter la présentation de Nicole. Puisque nous avons fait aussi une étude pilote pour le Sénégal. Diapo, s'il vous plaît, madame. Next. Alors, nous avons travaillé dans une région qui est au Sénégal, qui est la région de Thiès, et plus précisément dans la communauté rurale de Fandène. Et ici, il faut savoir que, comme élément de contexte, la zone de Fandène, nous avons des producteurs et des productrices qui ont capitalisé une longue expérience en matière de régénération assistée du rognier. Donc, qui est une technologie qui permet d'associer un peu l'arbre et la culture aussi. Donc, et cette association entre l'arbre, les rogniers que vous voyez ici, sont implantés dans des parcelles agricoles. Et ça permet vraiment, pour les agriculteurs et agricultrices, surtout d'avoir de bons rendements de production agricole, mais surtout d'améliorer les conditions de vie des femmes, puisqu'il y a beaucoup d'activités, surtout l'artisanat, qui permet à un grand nombre de femmes d'avoir des revenus qui leur permettent d'améliorer leurs conditions de vie. Et ici, par exemple, vous voyez là-bas, ça, c'est des photos qui sont récentes. C'est des photos qui ont été prises en 2021, en février précisément 2022. Donc, c'est très récent, l'étude-là. Et ici, nous avons, par exemple, là, des feuilles du rognier, les feuilles, parce que les feuilles aussi permettent de faire des paniers, de tisser des paniers. Nous avons aussi qui nous permet d'avoir des balais et des meubles aussi, les tables, les chaises. Donc ça, c'est une technologie qui permet aux femmes vraiment de tirer profit de cette activité. Et nous avions aussi, pour la méthodologie, nous avions organisé 2 focus groups. Nous avons évité d'avoir un groupe mixte avec les hommes et les femmes, mais next s'il vous plaît, nous avons eu 2 focus groups, un focus pour les femmes et un focus pour les hommes, pour essayer un peu de voir comment la technologie est adoptée. Et là, rapidement, ce qu'on peut voir, c'est que pour la technologie, pour l'adoption de la technologie, il convient de constater que c'est une technologie très difficile à mettre en œuvre pour les femmes, parce que ça nécessite un effort quand même physique intense. Et c'est pourquoi c'est essentiellement fait par les hommes, pour l'adoption de la technologie. Mais aussi, un autre aspect, c'est que le rognier, il est planté dans les parcelles qui sont généralement détenues par les hommes. Donc, c'est dans les parcelles détenues par les hommes, mais les femmes quand même exploitent le rognier en faisant du commerce, notamment l'artisanat. Nous avons aussi les contraintes culturelles, parce que les contraintes culturelles aussi c'est important, puisque là aussi, les femmes dans ce village, dans cette zone, n'héritent pas les terres. Et les femmes n'héritent pas, et même quand on questionne les hommes, cet état de fait, ils disent carrément que, en fait, si on applique la loi, ça risque vraiment de désorganiser la structure de la société. Donc ça aussi, c'est un élément important. Et pour terminer, nous considérons que nous avons vu que pour améliorer l'adoption de la technologie, il faut renforcer les capacités organisationnelles et financières des femmes. C'est très important. c'est ce qui leur permet un peu de tirer des revenus substantiels de l'activité d'artisanat. Et malheureusement, cette activité est menacée par l'urbanisation, par le boom démographique, par aussi les conditions, la détérioration des conditions climatiques. Donc tout ça font que nous devons, comme je l'ai dit, améliorer les capacités organisationnelles et financières des femmes. Donc très rapidement, c'est vraiment les quelques commentaires que je voulais faire à la suite de Nicole. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Amadou. Effectivement, c'est un outil extrêmement intéressant. Uniquement, pas seulement parce qu'il nous permet de collecter des données, mais aussi parce qu'il nous permet de voir la complémentarité en termes de rôle des hommes et des femmes. So, we talk about gender and we often say gender is about redressing inequalities. But it's also, this tool is very nice. What I like about it is it helps us also see the complementarity roles of women and men in the communities, which is actually very nice. So it helps us actually, when we are gathering the data and designing the project, to make them each, each group see the other as a real partner and see the value of the other one, of adding the other one into the project as a partner and, equal partner. I know that she's been listening to us carefully for an hour. Chiara works for the CFS, and they are working on voluntary guidelines, which they have not been approved yet, but we do hope that they will be approved. And the topic is very relevant. What we've been discussing is very relevant to those guidelines. We don't have much time left, but I would like to give her 3 minutes to tell us a bit what she thought about this session and what are the next steps for the CFS. So Chiara will close this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So as our moderator said, we at CFS, I represent the Committee on World Food Security. We are developing voluntary guidelines on addressing gender inequality and women's and girls' empowerment in the context of food security and nutrition. And I'm very happy to say that every single dimension of gender inequality that has been mentioned in this panel is actually addressed in the current draft that is being negotiated. Anything ranging from gender-based violence, access to land and natural resources, unpaid care work, everything is in the draft. We're holding negotiations now, throughout these months. We hope that our members, our 135 member countries, will endorse them in October. And we hope to provide yet another global tool that has the legitimacy of the blessing of so many member countries, that will be yet another tool that will support land degradation neutrality. Because food security and land degradation neutrality are obviously linked together, so you will see a lot of synergies there. Our policy recommendations and voluntary guidelines, much like the voluntary guidelines on the governance of land, the VGGTs, are soft law instruments. We should be reminded of that. They are not legally binding, but as I said, they have a power in them, in that they've been endorsed by member countries. And the other power they have is that, while they're non-binding, they refer to human rights, and human rights are, such as the human right to food, and women's rights are human rights. They are binding to the countries that have agreed to them. So I hope to be able to again represent CFS in the next years to present the final product and see how this can contribute to the UNCCD Gender Action Plan and further steps within the other conventions too. It's been a really good session. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers for giving us this opportunity. Thank you to the panelists. Another last round of applause for them. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you so much, Rokaya and the panel. So now we are coming to the last session of the day. I'll just wait for all of you to settle down. And in the meantime, I'll kindly request the speakers for the last session to please come to the stage. Mr. Sukati, Juan, Just, and Brian. Thank you so much. Thank you. So everyone, how are we feeling today? Yes, it's the last session of the day. So, you know, we have to bring all our positive energy and, yeah, put everything into this. It's an important discussion. We've been talking a lot today, of course, from the supply side. And we need to also talk a little bit on the demand side, which, of course, you know, how do you shift to healthy and sustainable diets is quite a big topic. So I don't think this one little session will do it enough justice, but we'll do our best. And we'll try to connect the dots from the morning and the afternoon to where we are today. I hope we can try and make this as interactive as possible. So please feel free to also ask questions to our distinguished panelists after they make their short presentations. But just to put this and give some context, mercy. So, the destiny of nations depends on how they nourish themselves. Do you agree? In almost every country in the world, we face serious challenges due to our eating habits. Whether the challenge is undernutrition or obesity, global development efforts in areas such as poverty and disease are under threat, but what we eat also threatens the climate, life on land, and life below water. Globally, our diets are too narrow. Even though more than 6,000 crops have been used for food historically, fewer than 200 are used today, and only 9 account for nearly 70% of all the food that is produced. This lack of diversity in our diets causes a lack of diversity in nature and also makes us less resilient to pests or diseases in our food supply. Many people in the middle income and developed countries and wealthier people in developing countries typically consume more meat and other animal source foods that are required for nutrition alone, with adverse impacts on human and planetary health. And then we have, of course, other parts of the world where they're nutrition deficient, where there is a requirement for them to have more. So this needs to be balanced out. Much of this is also unsustainably produced. Overfishing is threatening not just our fish stocks, but the entire ecosystems of oceans, as many species are fished to critical limits or beyond. So too much of the food we eat are grown on recently converted land and are not subject to nature positive production practices which protect the health of soil and water for future growing and for all other benefits they supply. We can feed 10 billion people a healthy diet within planetary boundaries and still leave at least half of natural ecosystems intact if we take a food system approach to climate change, land use, and biodiversity. And that's what we started this morning with, to connect the three conventions, because this is a key factor that when food policies are made, they are that we, after a few years, we don't look back and say, oh, we should have thought of that, or we should have added that. We're only focusing on climate change, but not on nutrition, or we have not thought of the land use goals and forgotten biodiversity. So this is a really key moment to connect the dots between the different conventions and also bring all these different conversations to the same flow. So being here at the Rio Convention, we really have had that possibility today to touch on some of the areas, not all of them. There is much more to be done, but this is a start. So thank you for your patience. And of course, it's really important that changes that we are looking to strive for needs to be done culturally and agroecologically diverse solutions that must include and recognize and support the different dimensions of local and indigenous food systems across regions and countries. I mean, look, we have actually all the solutions. It's been done before, either in our history. So, you know, we had that session looking at the past and sort of creating our future. There are solutions that have been there. It's just about sort of making that come into the mainstream in different ways, you know. We know that millets is good for your health, but why are we not growing enough? Or things like that. We know that peas and lentils and such give us out these proteins, plant-based proteins. We also need to know that animal protein, if it's produced well and eaten in smaller quantities, is also good for you. So we have to look at all these possibilities, and there is no one size that fits all. That is really important to understand. There is no one size that fits all. It's only with deep cooperation, empathy, we can achieve healthy and sustainable diets for everyone. So, having said that, a very warm welcome for the last session of the day. Not the last but not the least. I'll now hand over this, the first presentation, to Mr. Sukati from UN Nutrition. Mr. Sukati is a Senior Food and Nutrition Officer of FAO in Accra, Ghana. And you will be talking a little bit about the importance of diets in context with the Rio Conventions, in particular for land restoration. Right? I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good afternoon. I mean, someone told me I'm tall, so I don't know. I can stand here. As the last session, we thank you for taking time to be here up until this time, and I hope this presentation will be interesting for you. I'm presenting for UN Nutrition. Thank you. So as UN agencies, as you are aware, the UN is very big. It has so many agencies. We are promoting working together. I think this is a very important message that I want to pass for you now, that the UN is very keen on working together, and in the concept of nutrition, we are keen on seeing a world without malnutrition. In fact, we are the gatekeepers of the SDGs, especially SDG 2, that aims to eliminate hunger and all forms of malnutrition. But we cannot do this without being coordinated, working together, not only within the UN, but with other partners as well and other organizations. I think this day has been excellent to network, create new opportunities for networking and delivering as one. So, like I've mentioned, we are the glue that build bridges across a lot of issues, especially the issues to do with nutrition that we are all about here, making sure that everyone has got access to healthy and diverse diets in a sustainable manner. I think that is extremely important. So we are there in a lot of the conferences, a lot of discussions, and as we are here, and these are just the examples where we have keen interest. And the issues about the environment, our lands and water are extremely important in our vision for a world without hunger and malnutrition. So some of the key challenges we know, I think the challenges, I don't like a seminar whereby you are looking at challenges. I think we are well aware of the challenges. We are talking about them all the time. But I'll just, on this slide, I'll just zero in on a few of them. The population growth. I think you can view it as a challenge, but it's something that is happening. I think from the beginning of the creation of the world, God said we should fill the world, you know. So that is what you are doing. So, but then as we are doing this, it's causing us a lot of problems. So another issue that we are seeing here is the limited diversity. You know, like traditional thinking was that if you want to have food, we should produce it. So at the end of the day, we were focusing on producing some narrow food choices, your rice, your maize, and etc. And at the end of the day, we were seeing that people are continuing to be malnourished, you know, or underweight, macronutrient deficiencies, overweight, obesity, and all these issues. So it is now that you are saying, like, wait a minute, are we producing food for eating, or are producing food to nourish ourselves? So like I said, the greatest issue now is population growth. We know that the population is growing at an exponential rate now, but you just tend to wonder what will be happening in 2060, in 2080. I mean, if the world is going through the trajectory that is going through now, it is going to become a huge challenge. So something must give, because all these problems of land degradation, pollution, it's just us, you know. We are just heavy on the planet now, and we need to change the way we are doing things, especially around food. I don't know of any technology that is going to substitute food. I wish someone comes with a technology whereby you just breed and then we live, you know. So, yeah. No. Or what? So it's animated. So what do we mean by a healthy diet? Please press again. Yeah. We are now we now tend to look at healthy diet in a food systems approach. You know, if you don't look at it in a food systems approach, we are going to miss a lot of things. I will not bother with the supply side of things, because I think a lot have been done, have been said about it already. But then the supply leads to the food environment. You know, I mean, what do you do with the food that you are producing? And then at the end of the day, it goes to the consumer, then the diet of the consumer. So at the end of the day, it is up to us to make sure that the consumers demand food of nutritional value. If you want to sell to me food that is not going to help me, I need to refuse it, so that the demand for healthy diets increase. But then I think this slide, I want to add my own view here. After the diet here, the consumer, after we've eaten, we've consumed, you know, it has to go back to the cycle on the environment. As we notice here, I think we've been drinking a lot of bottles of water. All the food that we've been eating is packaged on some sort. Where are all these food packages gonna end? You know, if you look around the cities, the extent of pollution from food packaging is really bad. So I think we need to complete the loop there. That it's not all about eating. What then after that? So I think I've talked about this, the sustainable healthy diet, which was well explained by the slide before. So I mean, we need to be aware that there are 3 forms of malnutrition we are fighting. Underweight, micronutrient deficiency, and now the problems of overweight, obesity, which is putting a lot of pressure actually on the healthcare systems. So what do we mean when we are talking about a diet that is sustainable? I mean, the concept of sustainability, I think, has been interrogated a lot. The economic, environmental, and social. So we need to make sure that when we are consuming sustainably, we make sure that all these aspects are taken care of. Especially the environmental aspect now is a very big concern, because as sure as the sun will rise tomorrow, the demand for food will always go up as the population grows. So what is the implication of all this in the environment is extremely critical. The sustainability part, I mean, some of the issues that we are looking at is probably to reducing overconsumption, enhancing for urban food systems. I think the urban food systems are becoming an extremely important part of UN focus, especially organizations like UN Habitat, because I think a lot of people are migrating into urban areas, especially in Africa, and it is having a huge consequences on the food systems in general. The people who are coming into urban areas, some of them are migrating from rural areas, making sure that we create very good rural-urban linkages in a sustainable manner, reducing post-harvest loss, and of course, promoting our own indigenous foods that are culturally acceptable. I think it's extremely important. So these are some of the actions that we can pull up to make sure that all these things come together. I will just zero in on the issues of joint programming. I think it's extremely important, because if we don't do anything now jointly, I don't think we will have the planet as it is now in the next 50, 100 years, or even earlier. So I think the joint programming is extremely important, and there are so many issues that come into play, including data, getting information out there and promoting consumer awareness. I think it's extremely critical, because the consumer awareness is the demand side of it. If consumers are aware of what they are eating, then they will demand healthy food, then the producers will be forced to produce healthy foods. But if consumers are not aware, they will just be eating anything to just have the kick-in of calories, and then the producers will be giving them what they want. The problem is the private sector is interested in profits. If you want Coke, you are willing to pay for it, they will sell it to you, and they don't care what happens to you. So it's up to you to demand the food that you want, so that the private sector and the producers react accordingly. So there are so many instruments to be used, and at FAO we are using a lot of food-based dietary guidelines, which I think have got a very big potential to change the policy aspects of how consumers consume their food. Yeah. It's animated, I'm sorry. Okay, so just to finish off, I think this is my last slide. Some key recommendations from all, because as UN we are a very good knowledge global organization. So our comparative advantage is in research, producing technical papers, and information, and being first movers. So I'll just zero in on the 3 points here: to encourage diversification of consumption, aquatic foods, low trophic aquatic foods. It depends on the country, really. Some countries are landlocked. There are always opportunities for using the country's comparative advantage to produce food that is locally available, culturally acceptable, and will provide the right nutrients. And then equitable supply, especially on aquatic foods and foods of other sources. And then, of course, using knowledge, data, and technology in all these food production mechanisms. And I will say that even livestock products are very important, even though people are saying, okay, livestock have got a lot of greenhouse gases footprints. But if we are smarter enough to create very strong crop livestock interfaces, I think we are going to win the game, and we produce food as organic as possible. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Sukati. I would, just as a sort of one reflection, I was thinking the power of the plate is what you're saying. I mean, from the how consumers can start making, have to make demands, and they must realize that they have this power on the plate to make that demand, and that's when sort of this transition to healthy, sustainable diets will happen. And another reflection is, I mean, I grew up in India when I was a child, and when we eat, if we have meat, it's in the corner of the plate, it's not at the center. So I think this, how the plate looks is also something that can be interesting to look at, so that, we need to reposition the food also, and how it's actually the design of a plate needs to change. So there are a couple of thoughts there, and I think those kind of recommendations would also be good for people and planet, but it's open to debate, of course. So Jean, you come from One Acre Fund, so warmly welcome. You've come from Rwanda. Yeah, so thank you for joining us today. Maybe you can talk a little bit also about what One Acre Fund does, and also about some of the projects that you're working on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As he said, I'm coming from Rwanda. I work for One Acre Fund, a non-profit social enterprise providing over 1.5 million smallholder farmers across 7 countries of sub-Saharan Africa, with access to service they need to sustainably increase their food production. I'm the head of grain market access at One Acre Fund in Rwanda. In today's discussion, I'm going to talk about the unique value chain project I'm helping to lead in Rwanda. And my topic will focus on the nutrition challenges in Sub-Saharan Africa. Second is the need for sustainable protein. Third is potential of plant-based meat. And lastly, I will talk about the local plant-based meat in Rwanda that we are starting. In rural Sub-Saharan Africa, many smallholder populations struggle with protein, energy, malnutrition, and micronutrient deficiency, which really mean hidden hunger. This is due to chronically low farm yield and low dietary diversity. The consequences are dire and resulting in stunting and child mortality. Animal-sourced food like meat, egg, and dairy are effective at targeting some nutrient deficiency for these population. But they also carry some major challenge. They are very expensive, and third, unaffordable for most smallholder community. They also carry risk of food-borne disease, and are intensive for production in terms of land and water use. Globally, there is a broader food system challenge with protein. It is dominated by animal-sourced protein and is very unsustainable. 70 million of animals are raised each year for consumption, which these animals will graze and be fed with 7% of production of all agricultural land. This drive of a driver of degradation and nature loss. Also, livestock is over 14% of human-caused emission. The population growth are rising, income driving unsustainable livestock demand. There is a need to nourish the growing population using less land and fewer resources. Plant-based protein for direct human consumption, either in processed or unprocessed form, address many of the challenges that arise from livestock. Plant-based protein, such as legume, can help to build soil health through nitrogen fixation in the soil. They use less land per unit of protein. They produce fewer emission than animal protein, address malnutrition because they can give you micro and micronutrients. They also have risk factor for chronic disease. Despite the potential they have in sub-Saharan Africa, very little innovation have taken place there to increase both production and the consumption of plant-based protein. In my home country of Rwanda, there are a number of specific food system challenges that need to be addressed. Malnutrition rates remain high, very small land size that challenge us to produce adequate food supply for a growing population. Rwanda is at a high risk of erosion because it is hilly country with high rainfall. Provides livelihoods in rural area, and also it is a growing economy which need to build value chains. One Acre Fund, Rwanda, has long supported smallholder to sustainably intensify production of stable crops like maize and local bean. However, more holistically address this wide scope of challenges, we are pursuing an even more ambitious innovation agenda that seek to leverage global food system solutions and bring them in Rwanda. Today, I'm going to tell you about one such innovation project which seeks to address this entire suite of challenges by way of increasing production and consumption of plant-based protein. Most of you certainly are aware over the last decade, there has been a lot of innovation and the progress in producing meat alternative from plant-based protein. While much of this innovation has taken place in higher income countries, there are many reasons we believe that innovation in local production of plant-based meat product could solve key food system challenge in Rwanda and potentially other parts of sub-Saharan Africa. What is unique about plant-based meat alternative as opposed to the plant-based protein in their origin form is that they leverage the strong desire by the majority of people to eat animal meat to increase interest and demand for the plant-based protein. Essentially, through innovation, processing, we can convert food from which they can be local demand, such as soybean, into food that are highly attractive to the sought after, such as meat, while delivering important food system benefit. Let me tell you a little bit more about the food system goals that we believe that plant-based meat can address. One is climate and environment. We seek to increase farming of nitrogen-fixing legumes and tree to improve soil health, reduce fertilizer use, and adoption of land use. To date, efforts to do so have been unsuccessful because of uncertain markets to less common legume and minimal interest in consumption and consuming new pulse within household. We are also, the second is combating malnutrition, and the last is poverty elimination. We believe that by creating a full value chain for local production, of plant-based meat alternative, we can overcome many of these challenges. Our vision is to help farmers grow the raw material. We can overcome any of these. Our vision is to help our farmer to grow raw material, aggregate output, locally produce the plant-based alternative. We package it and retail it back to smallholder community as affordable, nutritious, and sustainably produced form of protein. One Acre Fund is well positioned to do this. We currently provide over 600,000 farmers in Rwanda with service in increasing cultivation of resilient, climate resilient crop, and we have channel for aggregation, harvest, and connecting farmer to market. We will leverage this experience. Sorry, it is time, but we have 4 phases. One is research, second is to know the impact, product development, and business. We have already started the research, and the results show that people are really aware that this plant-based meat can support them, and also they have high demand for them. We believe that with this project and the other like it in the other local food system, can be, we can innovate for deliver impact for people, planet, and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jean. It's also interesting to know you have a background from soil and water. That's the area that you actually did your work and research on, right? And I think this project in Rwanda is very interesting. I mean, I think we listened to, to start with you, Sukati, we got a little bit more on the macro level, how governments and can work on, with, for example, dietary-based guidelines and other tools. This is a very local action where you're trying to connect the dots from climate change to actually product for a particular community, but it also involving the local farmers. And now we're going to be listening to another expert, Juice Neelan from SNV. You had a very long experience of working as an advisor and as in the area of pastoralists and food systems. So Juice, I think you will give another perspective on this discussion, and we welcome all the different inputs that are coming in, because together I think they will solve the different parts that need to be solved for us to move towards sustainable and healthy diets. Over to you, host.
Thank you. Yeah, I will try to give another perspective than Jean, because you have to know that if you talk about food, it's highly context bound. What you say about Rwanda is not necessarily true for let's say West Africa. But let's go to the drylands of West Africa, and then you have another story than what you have in the highlands of East Africa. Like I said, I'm Joost Nelen. I work for SNV, the Netherlands Development Organization. We discovered little by little pastoralism and how important it is for livelihoods in West Africa, but also the food system around pastoralism. Next. Okay. First of all, some facts. If we go into the agro-pastoralist food systems, it provides food and income in areas that are considered marginalized. In the same that no other production system can thrive in areas where pastoralism still is possible. That's very important to underline. It's important for millions and millions of people, but not only for the livelihoods of agro-pastoralists. It provides also urban centers with livestock products. I think those figures are even conservative, but let's say more than 65 and 70% of meat and milk in the cell is coming from agro-pastoralism systems. In general, if you look at West Africa is self-sufficient in red meat. If we have imports, it's most of the time about poultry and the chickens and milk powder. So, and most of the red meat is coming from, the ruminants are coming from agro-pestilence systems. Then into resilience. Inherently, the agro-pestilence systems are very resilient. There are all kinds of coping strategies of families, of households, also towards food. And the system, of course, is based on mobility. That's very crucial for the survival of pastoralism. The management of resources is sustainable, connecting resources and spaces over long distances. So, again, you can do it in areas where no other system can thrive. Okay, but there are some interrogation points. First of all, the unfederal trade terms. There's an asymmetric supply and demand of food and livestock. To put it very simply, where pastoralists live, by definition, there's not enough plant material. So, in terms of cereals, of pulses, there will never be enough production in the pastoralist areas. On the contrary, there is enough animal resources. So there's this asymmetric supply demand is by definition there. You cannot change it. Certainly in terms of crisis, this has a huge impact on pastoralists. The unfavorable terms of trade in times of crisis impoverish them. Then, although inherently the system is very resilient, of course, there's a lot of pressure on the system. I cannot go into detail now, but since 30 years there's a lot of pressure on the system. Also because of demographic growth, of land encroachment, mostly in favor of agriculture. So we're losing a lot of rangeland pastoralist areas in favor of agriculture, even where agriculture is not very economical feasible. So that's a big, huge problem. And also there are market policies which are not in favor of pastoralism. We can talk about the liberalization around the markets in West Africa. There's a lot of import of milk powder, even when it's not necessary. And there are also a lot of trade barriers for trade within the ECOWAS area. That is not necessary. There's a lot of also illegal red tape for pastoralists for trade. And more recently, there are security issues and extreme climate variability. So, next, these are a little bit the facts. Okay, then the point I wanted to make today is there's a close relation between livestock keeping and food and nutrition. You cannot dissociate the two. That's impossible. First of all, because even though you can partly replace natural resources by feed from other sources, the natural resource base is key for agro-pastoralism. You cannot replace it. So if you look at animals and milk, which are very important in the diets of pastoralists, we need this natural resource base. Secondly, there is also a strong correlation between the forage base and household food security. Yeah, let's say you cannot dissociate feeding. Okay, you cannot dissociate feeding animals from food security of households. To give you an example, I was looking in literature, and there were some studies in Senegal, also in Burkina, I think. If you look at the expenditure of households in pastoralist areas, most of the money goes to animal feed. It's even more than what the expenses they make on food. So there's a very strong correlation between feeding animals and food security. There's another side of it. There are a lot high malnutrition figures in amongst poor household groups in pastoralist areas. It can go up to 20, 24, 30% of the population, and if you go in the nomadic areas, it goes up to 40%. That's not so much about the calories, not so about the proteins, because even though proteins are also a problem for poor households, it's more about the minerals and the vitamins. The welfare families, for instance, can use up to 30% of the proteins that are coming from milk. So milk is very important in the diets of the pastoralist households. The agro-pastoralist families in the Sudan areas, which are more in the sub-humid areas of West Africa, are more resilient than the pastoralist areas in the Sahel. But I cannot develop this nuance now. Most of the times because they have more diversification in the production systems. Next. Okay, what can we do? The leverage points. There are some general points, you can read them, and I would like to highlight two of them. First, let's look into adaptive services. To put it very simplistically, if you look in most of the policies in West Africa, you have production, agricultural production, and you have nutrition. So agricultural production is most of the time in the hands of the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Animal Resources. But if you go to nutrition, most of the time these are health services or drinking water, and there's no correlation, no connection between the two. So we have this very, let's say, divide, which is totally unnecessary between orientation on nutrition, which most of the time goes to women and young children. You have the production, which is for the whole family, which is in the hands of the Ministry of Agriculture. There are very few links between them. So there are some efforts now, and there are some initiatives now, but they are very marginal for the moment, to integrate, let's say, nutrition education, nutrition advice into, let's say, production services. I know of some examples in Burkina Faso, a little bit in Mali, but most of the time in Burkina Faso, and it's no rocket science, but no one is doing it. So here we have some area we can invest with very little means. We can make huge steps in bringing integrating nutrition advice and production advice. And this is crucial for pastoralists because how to manage the herd and how to manage the nutrition within the family is already very strongly connected. I don't go into detail in a lot of other points. One thing is important that's in, let's say, in targeting, in French, ciblage of households that you want to help. There is a strong bias towards agricultural based families. So most of the time the programs can skip the pastoralist families because there's no attention for the, let's say, the specific livelihood strategies around herd management or towards the specific diets of preference of pastoralist families, which where again milk is very important. Last but not least, I think markets. I cannot go into detail in markets now, but sustaining local markets can also be very important. Most of the time, the food and the cattle or the livestock markets are decentralized into municipalities, and it's very easy to don't have the illusion that you can replace or improve those markets. Some of them exist already for decades. I know of cattle markets existing for 150 years, but you can bring in some services which are very profitable around hygiene, around again nutrition education that can be brought in, let's say, as services around livestock and food markets in pastoralist areas. I have talked too much. Okay.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, please. I think you've also highlighted a very important issue, which is all the people who produce our food are themselves not food secure, and I mean that's a huge issue, of course. You talked about Burkina Faso, and now we will have Brian Cohen, the Senior Director, Environment and Climate Change from ACDI VOCA, or ACTI-VOCA, as you would say in South America. So Brian, you have a short intervention here. So happy to have you here. And I think you will give us a few inputs on interventions you have been doing in the Sahel region. And over to you.
Sir. Thank you, sir. And I believe I'm the last presentation on the last session of today. So I hope you can handle another hour of talking. I've got just that, another hour. Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers also for making space for me at the last minute. I just wanted to start with this pic. This was a picture I took about this time yesterday, as I was flying from Paris across the Sahel, and I was struck by obviously how damn dry it is, and really how important it is that, or it really hit home to me how little arable land we have in the world and how much we need to make it work to feed a growing population. Sort of chiming into Moise's comment about population growth. And in fact, there's one big message to my presentation. It's just that. It's the linkage between environmental restoration and nutrition and feeding a growing population. It's one of the big things I want to land on. Next slide, please. So just briefly about ACDI VOCA. ACDI VOCA is an almost 60-year-old NGO that got its roots, started its beginnings as one of the first implementing partners of USAID projects in Africa to strengthen producer organizations and farmer cooperatives. This was in the 1960s, 1970s. Since then, we've gone on to work with a wider range of people, but at our core, we work with smallholders, but we also nowadays work with agribusiness and a number of other private sector, public sector partners, and mainly on agricultural projects. We do a lot of market systems development, local level governance, as I mentioned before, nutrition, gender and social inclusion, and climate smart ag. We work to strengthen the food system by optimizing how food is produced, moved, processed, marketed, and consumed, as well as addressing external drivers. And this graphic illustrates that. In the middle gray bit, you've got what we've described as the food system, and then to the upper band, the blue band, represents the drivers that impact the food system in some way. And obviously, the objective is to optimize a food system in such a way that you're able to foster these outcomes in the bottom purple band around the graphic. Next slide, please. And so ACDI VOCA applies its inclusive market systems approach, or IMS approach, to transform food systems in these ways: consumption of safe, nutritious foods via increased availability, accessibility, affordability, and desirability of food for all; drawdown of carbon and the preservation of biodiversity, largely through sustainable management of productive systems, restoration of degraded lands, and protection of ecosystems. Number 3, inclusive economic prosperity, and we do this largely through the engagement and inclusion of women, youth, and other marginalized communities. And fourthly, household and market level resilience via a systems approach that can withstand, or promoting systems that can withstand, vulnerabilities to the shocks and stressors by supporting livelihood development and the provision of food for all. So those are sort of our main principles. That's what we do. Next slide, please. But so what's the situation now? Consumption production challenges for a nutritional perspective are the following. It's sort of ironic that one of our objectives in international development is, of course, increased incomes for communities, for society, and oftentimes those increased incomes does increase dietary diversity. There's more consumption of a broader range of different foods, and so the main question, though, is what kind of foods will be consumed with that diversification of diet from increased incomes to community members in society. Will it be more expensive fresh foods, fruits, veg, animal proteins, and so on? Or will it be more heavily processed foods, which often have the advantage of advertising to make them appear more prestigious or as a marker of economic success? Think of Horlicks or Bournvita. These are marketed as being helpful for child growth, but oftentimes they're just full of a lot of sugar. So I think we have to be talking about, when we talk about increased food, we have to also be talking about what kind of food. And this is where the food environment or the larger system dictates what dietary diversification looks like. By the way, I wouldn't necessarily say that food systems inherently favor processed foods, but it's worth pointing out that the appetite for processed foods is high, given that as employment increases, and again, another objective, so too, especially for women employment, that oftentimes those processed foods are attractive because it means time savings and more convenience, that kind of a thing. Next slide, please. Okay, and so just this can be my last slide, but this basically, these are the kinds of projects that ACDI VOCA is working on. We've got a project in Burkina Faso that's working on landscape restoration, market gardens, and so on. Lots of moving parts, but this is again another point I want to land on. Complicated problems, I think, require complicated solutions, and this project, in all of its imperfection, it exemplifies the complexity of the problem and the solution. And another one that we're just starting up now, a market systems and resilience activity in Ghana. We're just starting it up, but just to piggyback on what Jean said about plant-based proteins and Joost about animal proteins, another one that we're exploring is edible insects, something that, Moise, when I was working at FAO, there was an edible insects project there that I think is still going on in Thailand. This also has a lot of potential as a protein source for nutritional benefit. So with that, I'll give you the mic.
Thank you, all of you. Thanks to all the panelists. And I would like to invite Martina Fleckenstein from WWF to come and, let's say, give the closing remarks for the day. We don't have so much time, but please come back for the reception. It's just in an hour's time. And meet some of our panelists and have a more one-to-one bilateral over some nice drink and food. Over to you, Martina.
Thank you. Thank you. What a day. I'm really very, very inspired starting today in the morning with the opening session, listening in all these great and encouraging words from leaders, from global leaders, from Ibrahim, from Elizabeth, and all the others, and hearing about topics which are topics here in the UNCCD, the land tenure right, the gender topic, agrobiodiversity, food systems. And what we really wanted was to connect the topics of the UNCCD with a food system transformation. And when we had a discussion, and it started at the COP after the UN Food System Summit, at the COP 26 in Sharm el-Sheikh, and talked to people and said, yes, we needed a food day. We needed a full day discussing food systems at the COP. And there were a lot of my colleagues who said, oh, come on, we tried this oceans and forests, and it took us 5-10 years to get an ocean and a forest day. And what we made, we have now the first food day here at the UNCCD. We heard in the morning that the UNFCCC is already in contact with the presidency to have a food day in Sharm el-Sheikh. And also Elizabeth mentioned today that this will be a focus at the CBD. So that's exactly where we are and where we also see the urgency. I want to summarize, and I just want to give 4 keywords for you if you go home and maybe for the discussion today. Let me start with 1 keyword. 1 keyword is alignment. What we really need is to align decision making, to align what's happening in the objectives and the implementation of the conventions, but going beyond, looking in the SDGs, look in alignment in the outcomes of the UN Food System Summit. The second one, and this is very important, leave no one behind. We really have to bring in the frontline decision makers in the overall discussion. And we are very happy that we managed to get some of the youth land heroes here. We had the gender session, the women, indigenous people. We need to integrate the farmers in all this discussion in the future. My third one, and this is also what Ibrahim said today in the morning, we have to go beyond commitments. I think we have so many commitments. If you look
and all the commitments which have made at the climate COP, the world should be perfect. What we need is action and implementation. And we are in the decade of action, and what we really need is, and it's I'm very surprised and I'm very impressed also of a lot of examples we had heard today, what's happening on the ground. We need to scale up this engagement. We need to scale up this project. We need to use the knowledge which we have already and to go for implementation on the ground. And the third one is we need to do this all together. And that's why we are coming together also today in the evening to continue our discussion. And we also are already planning activities and a food day at Stockholm Plus 50. And we hope to see you in the biodiversity and the climate COP at another food day. And thanks you everybody for coming. Thanks for being here, and let's continue on a food system transformation. Let's go together on this journey, like my colleague mentioned, like Melissa mentioned, and let's move on this journey together. Thanks a lot.